All right, as we join back in on the live coverage, you saw once again Parsons trying to make that look around the outside of Calvo going down into turn one. Digital chicane holding off Screeching Moose Motorsports, but now they've got a third competitor bringing into all of this. That is Fusion Sim Sports in the form of Murphy Nichols bringing his way into this battle. And look at the run there for the Ferrari coming out of the bus stop. It looks like Murphy Nichols could have a little bit of a move here.
Typically, his third time's the charm, but that time, for the driver of the 5, Parsons, it was the exact opposite. It completely brought that Fusion Sim Sport 296 of Nichols back into this battle, and he is right over the back bumper. But now, for the 4th time, Parsons looks to the outside of the digital chicane 80, trying to get this move done. Every time it seems like he's a little bit better on the brakes. This time, way deep on the brakes on the outside. You see that back end stepping out. He's overstepped it just a little bit getting into the corner. He's actually going to lose a position there. Parsons, unfortunate for the 4th time, unable to get the move done, and actually goes back in position.
Oh, and I thought Nichols was going to go for a 2-for-1 there. Oh, but gets it a little bit wrong. Contact in the front, and Nichols spins around through the International Horseshoe.
Oh, unbelievable. He just got back into the battle. Just a little bit of contact there with Calvo as it almost looked like he was going for a bump and run through the middle of the International Horseshoe. Loses about 5 seconds to that battle after he had closed him in. Tough break, but I don't think any damage. It won't be too bad. We're getting a replay here after Parsons goes wide in turn 1. That Fusion machine getting down into turn 3. Tries to make it happen on the inside. Looks like he's got a pretty good line there through the center of the corner, but just a little bit of a tap, and that is all it takes to send that Fusion machine around. Unfortunate there for the Fusion GTD, but hey, only a 5-second, 6-second penalty. Probably no damage on that left front tire. I'd probably take that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be a little bit of a bruised ego there for Murphy Nichols. Looks like the 911 is going to be down in pit lane here at this point. That is going to be Brock Crouch coming on in for RPM Racing. They're up on the jacks right now. Don't think a driver change has taken place there, but that is going to finally break up the Porsche train up at the front of GT Pro as the number 55 machine Race Tech Competition. Stefan Jakobsen is going to be able to pull that Audi up into 4th place.
Yeah, that's our top running Audi in the GT Pro field. There, Jacobsen in the 55, 21 seconds off the race lead. And that GT Pro field seems to be our closest battle here at the moment. A lot of cars within, or I say a lot, still 3 cars within 10 seconds of the race lead. Could see that gap come down at any time. Also, Jacobsen only 20 seconds off. Really not too far off either. I feel like the Porsches have just been really good at the nighttime. Who knows, maybe that 55 Audi could kind of come alive here once the daytime rolls back around.
Yeah, it certainly could. And I mean, remember what we talked about a little bit earlier with the Porsche and that rear wheels kind of squatting on the car because of that rear engine design. That's going to help those rear tires get up to speed a little bit earlier, and it's going to help them warm up. And so as a result, get up to speed a little bit better, and that could certainly help them out a little bit more. Here is GSE Racing in the battle right now for, looks like farther in the GT Pro category. They actually find themselves in a little bit of a battle in position on track, 35th overall. It's a battle with the GT Am, though.
Yeah, the GSE Racing Esports GT Pro just kind of holding onto that overall position here. But Patrick Dorr in the 21. We've just saw him have a couple issues not too long ago, or at least the 21 entry had a couple issues back to back. I do believe there was a driver change in the middle of that, but trying to just kind of find his way back up to the lead lap of the GT Pro. And again, I feel like a lot of these drivers are probably just sitting here praying for caution at this point. I don't know. There was a big 7-hour gap where I didn't call, so there could have been a longer no caution period, but we're nearing 3 hours without a caution. I got to imagine that's relatively close to the race record. Oh, this is the longest one I have gotten confirmation. So I've got to be thinking a lot of these teams are thinking, man, when is this yellow flag going to come out and give us an opportunity to come down, get a wave around, unlap ourselves? Probably setting ourselves up for a long caution period, though, whenever it does come out.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time for these drivers and teams to be able to resort themselves in order as they get themselves around the track here at the moment. But right now, we take a look. Parsons going to dive down in pit lane, maybe thinking a little bit of an undercut could solve that battle with Calvo and the number 80 Ferrari up in front of him for digital chicane. Mercedes angled a little bit awkwardly into pit lane, but the digital pit crew going to be taking care of it nonetheless. That's Avery in the number 29 machine, by the way. That is Firestorm Motorsports that makes their way out. Now Parsons for Screeching Moose Motorsports will be back out and onto track. Mercedes-AMG getting a fresh set of Michelin tires and a full tank of fuel to be able to head back out on track.
Yeah, kind of surprised Blind Deer Motorsport not making a driver change there in the GT-AM. Parsons coming back out onto the racetrack on that really, really slow pit exit, one lane, all the way until you get to the green cone right here before you can finally get that pit limiter turned off and then back hard on the loud pedal. But again, like you mentioned, probably just going for that undercut. I believe the driver change adds a couple seconds to your pit stop, so I really think they're just trying to get past that 80, who is a teammate to the 93, the race leader, which is probably why he was running him so hard and making sure Parsons could not get that second position away from him. Now with the 50-second gap, I don't know if Parsons would have ever ran that down, but the cautions are going to come out at some point, probably bring them all together once again. But I'm really interested to see the short pit. Does Calvo cover him off just one lap later, or does he have a little bit more in the tank?
Well, we won't have too long to find out. Let's see what he decides to do here at this point. Bring that car back out as there goes Arnold coming back out of the number 21 Audi, running in 7th place in the GT Pro category. I keep wanting to call it GTD because that's what they've labeled it in IMSA, obviously, but it's the GT Pro and the GT Am category. Going to come out there. Oh, car prone in the middle of the track, almost collecting your leader of the race.
Oh, that is a terrible, terrible spot to be sideways. Luckily, holds the brake for as long as possible. Finally finds a spot to back up. I mean, I feel like if you're on the inside of the track and sideways, at least there's plenty of room on the outside. If you're on the outside and you're sideways, at least there's plenty of room on the inside. But there, he was stopped absolutely dead in the middle of the racetrack. Only one lane on either side of him to get by. Dangerous, dangerous spot to get by. Very lucky nothing ended up happening. Going down to turn one, you can see the back end just already kind of stepping out through the entry of the corner. Gets it down to the inside wall. Ooh, did he back up in the middle and just kind of get stuck? Yeah, I mean, I guess he saw the guys coming.
Yeah, he saw the headlights. He saw the headlights coming and just said, this is the better way to be able to handle this here at this point. It's not the best position to be in. You don't obviously want to have yourself prone across the track like that, but thankfully, Crouch there able to get out of any problem. Here comes Jacobson back down into pit lane, the number 55, that Audi that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Fresh set of Michelin's, full tank of fuel. They'll be back out and soon on their way.
Yeah, we still have not seen Calvo come down pit road. We have not seen the leader in GTM come down either. So it's going to be a couple lap of an undercut here for Parsons in the 5. But now we're looking for that second place battle in GT Pro. North Sim Racing, Kinetic Racing, a little bit of a bump in the middle of the turn 5 coming back towards turn number 6. That's 69. North Sim Racing Machine in front, trying to hold on to that position. Give it a whole second. Actually, stretch it out over that Kinetic Racing machine a little bit as Campbell in that 67 had to get through the GT-AM competition. Cost him a little bit of time. It's actually going to cost him the draft all the way down the Daytona Oval.
Yeah, and that can really, really hurt you. That draft is going to be in full effect within about 1 second of the car in front of you, and you're going to completely lose touch at about 1.5 seconds. We take a look, though, as Campbreaker coming down in. Oh, and missed the pit box. That is Rising Panda Racing. That is your leader in the LMP2 category, making a very, very unfortunate error.
Yep, coming down. Oh, actually making a driver change, putting Stockton back in the race cars. We see a couple faster class cars getting past that second place battle in the GT Pro category. D'Ambrosio holding on to that second place position for North Sim Racing currently. And actually Campbell coming down pit road. Whew, it's pretty fast coming down to that yellow cone. Able to get it slowed down. It does look like Campbell making that pit stop. Maybe another short or undercut that we're seeing here from the 67, trying to get that second place away from D'Ambrosio.
Yeah, just trying to figure out a little bit of that strategy there at that point. That may be part of it. Here comes Guest in the 777 also coming down in. That's Tom Guest for Fusion Sim Sports. Stockton back out and on his way. How's that battle going to be able to play out with Gowan? As we said, Guest gets down and takes service, and it looks like a driver change for that LMP2.
Yeah, as we get through this green flag pit cycle, this is the moment where a lot of these guys are probably a little nervous, right? They're coming down pit road, making these short pits, going a lap down to a couple of their class leaders. Really don't want that caution to come out at this point for a couple of these guys. Now, a lot of guys that have been kind of stuck a couple laps down kind of view this as a big opportunity, maybe extending their stint a little bit, as we see the 531, yeah, Toothman. He's already 16 laps down. We just talked to his teammate not too long ago. Toothman had been running really good laps here, even though he is so far off the pace just because of some misfortune earlier in the event. But coming down into turn one, maybe just a little bit too heavy. Yeah, too late on the brakes. Get out towards the marble, spin that thing right around. Doesn't look like he made any contact, though, so not too bad. Gets back on the racetrack. And once again, he's 16 laps down. Not really racing anybody at the moment. Just kind of hoping for a little bit more attrition in that GTM category.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you've got to hope here at this point. You get attrition, you get caught just right when it comes to some of those yellow flags coming out. You maybe get a lap back, you maybe get 2 laps back. Next thing you know, you're fighting your way, fighting back up through the 4 as they go. All right, here comes one of the big questions, though. We've got a few more takers coming down into the GTM category right now. The number 93 coming back out here at this point, as well as the 161 of Van Gemmert. There's going to be a driver change there in that machine. Looks like Max Bajan going to be changing over for MMTQ Racing, so that's going to be the change there. Kaprowski now going to be back out on the track, though, in relation to that battle with Screeching Moose, and it looks like Parsons lost out big time, if my timing and scoring is to be believed.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. The Digital Chicane 80 made a driver change, put Orovix in the race car, and Parsons is well behind him, coming through the kink right now, but his competition that he tried to undercut is going through the corner right in front, actually coming out of the corner right in front. So he's lost out by a pretty decent margin. Now, you got to think, that 80 Ferrari's on cold tires right now, more than likely, right? He had to have taken new Michelin's, so he might be at a little bit of a disadvantage for the next couple laps. You got to think that Parsons has already gotten those tires that he's taken up to temperature, so he could have that advantage to where he could run that gap back down and be back into a fight for that second place spot.
Yeah, it very well could be. We don't know how that's going to play itself out. We don't know what it is. Here's Gowan coming down into pit lane here at this point. Let's see if there's going to be a driver change in the number 18. Doesn't look like it. So that is going to be your presumptive leader there, and Nicholas Gowan staying behind the wheel of the car right now. So that'll put him out into a battle here with Pierce Stockton. That battle been going on for a hot minute up in the top of LMP2.
Yeah, Gowan just hoping to come back out in the race lead. Pretty sure they're going to get it done. Stockton had to make that driver change. Gowan going to be coming back out on the racetrack pretty soon, as we see the 296 of Nichols, maybe doing a little bit of tire warming. Oh, he actually had a drive-through. My mistake. Oh. Heartbreaking there for Nichols. I don't know if they'd made their I don't think they'd made their pit stop yet. So I do think they're going to have to come back down here relatively soon to take the 4 tires and fuel. But we do see Orovix and Parsons passing them up right now. Actually, Parsons might not be able to make the move before they get down into the horseshoe. That's going to cost Parsons even more time.
Oh, it's just going to be losing out time and time again here. And now as they've got some prototypes making their way on by him, slicing and dicing here at this point. Nichols just trying to be able to hold on to whatever he can here at this point as they run on through. Remember, that was a drive-through. That was not a pit stop there for Murphy. There is that Screeching Moose Motorsports machine trying to close in behind as one of the Cadillacs moves their way up and on by.
Man, I got a feel for Parsons. I just feel like he had a little bit more pace than the 80 on the last stint. Here now with Orvix back in the race car for the 80. You would think maybe with the older or with the newer tires for Orvix, where he's got to get him up to temperature, maybe, just maybe, Parsons could run him back down as a second place driver in GTM, kind of completing the pit stop cycle here. But just heartbreaking for Parsons. I feel like he has enough speed to be running second place at this point and putting his teammates in a really good position here for the last 11 hours of this event, but it just seems that he can't get anything to really go his way at this point.
Yeah, I just can't get on by that car, and sometimes that's just the little bit of a battle you have to fight, that you're always going to be around that one car that you just can't seem to get on by. Toothman, by the way, who we saw having that incident a little bit earlier, going to bring the car down into pit lane there at that point. That'll be a driver change, and our friend Bjorn Klaasen's going to get behind the wheel of that yellow Ferrari here for the next stint.
Yeah, and it's time for Bjorn to kind of put his money where his mouth is. He said Toothman was the slowest of their team, just outwardly said it, and then completely roasted one of our co-commentators for having a bad microphone. So hopefully Bjorn can go out there and run some really, really good laps, or else we're gonna have a reason to make fun of him. You know, he kind of gave us some fire to play with, so hopefully he can go out there and put down some heaters, or else we might be talking some big game here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we just might. We'll have to see there. We'll have to see what Bjorn is able to do, as now he's able to get out and on his way here at this point. We're going to check back up at the front of the field here. This is that Fusion Sim Sports machine. Murphy Nichols in the 296. Screeching Moose of Parsons behind him. Taylor Parsons, the Canadian, trying to close in on the Maryland native. But they've got a couple of LMP2s coming up behind them. We're going to have to see how they're able to deal with that here in the opening couple of salvos. Parsons going to find himself only 9/10 of a second back from Nichols, so he will get a little bit of help in the draft there as they go. We'll have to see what he's able to do, though.
Yeah, still too far back to where he's not going to be able to make any kind of move going into the bus stop, and now he's got two, GTPs coming through on the inside. Both of them actually going to be able to clear both of them before they get down there. Another faster car coming through right before the bus stop, going to cost Parsons even more time on the entry. Maybe compromise the middle of the racetrack, or the bus stop, just a little bit for him. Actually does a relatively decent job coming down there, but finally our race leader in the GTM class, Kaprowski, coming down. He had stayed out so long, allowed that lead to build up as everybody else had to come down pit road. Interesting to see that he was able to build such a big gap and be able to save enough fuel to stay out multiple laps later than all the other drivers, as his teammate in the 80 was over a lap behind him at that point.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there for him to be able to do that. There is the tire service done. It looks like Chris Scar is going to get in the car for Digital Chicane, so that will be them back out and on their way here at this point. This is Orovich right now in the number 80 Digital Chicane team. This is the sister team of the leading pack. It really has been the story for this entire race. It has been the Digital Chicane Ferraris leading the way in that GTM competition.
Yeah, finally that the driver change here for the 93. Scar getting back behind the wheel here, taking over from Kaprowski. Maybe Kaprowski will come up and talk to us a little bit. I'm really interested in just kind of see, what's going through his head at this point, given that they've had such a, I know I've already talked to him once today, but just that they've had such an eventful day and finding so much pace here in the end, I say late going, but I mean, goodness gracious, we're only just over halfway. So the middle portion of the race here at night, the Scar coming back on the racetrack, gonna have to warm up those tires. Hopefully doesn't make too big of a mistake, but man, they have just built an absolute heck of a gap over the rest of the field here in the GTM class.
Yeah, 2 minutes here at this point. I mean, that is near unassailable. And granted, could have that yellow come out and change things around, but we'll have to see how that does. And this is all just good, clean racing, heads-up play for all of them as they continue to get their way out and around the circuit right now. Scar just letting those prototypes on by the Cadillac, and then they've got a couple, looks like it's a GT Pro behind them, as well as a lapped GTAM car.
I do feel like that gap is a little bit... Yeah, it's coming down now. Yeah, it was a little exaggerated because they had come out of pit road, so it was a little wrong. I knew it was ridiculous, but I knew it wasn't 2 minutes ridiculous. I mean, goodness gracious. But it is starting to come down. We're starting to see maybe the real number. It's still coming down so fast that I don't know where the real number is going to be. But I think before all the pit stops, they were about 25, 30 seconds ahead. But we're looking at the third place GT Pro driver having a little bit of an issue here. Narcisco in 9.92. It's turn 6, getting back onto the oval.
Yeah, catches a little bit of grass there down on the inside and the rear end of that Porsche. Remember what I talked about earlier in this broadcast, the slow, lazy spins that you see from that Porsche. If you get the rear end of that car unsettled, it does not want to settle back easily at all, and that's exactly what we saw there. That rear end just wanting to break away. Is now a pair of Cadillacs going to work their way on by, including Schroeder, your leader at the front of the field. Looks like there, a couple of cars coming on by. Now it's going to be Sousa, the number 88 machine, coming down into pit lane. That's the DS Racing Esports team. That's a team that's been a little bit unlucky. Oh, speaking of unlucky, Torrance down off into the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, going to get a look at Torrance here going down into turn 1. Probably just a little bit too late on the brakes. If I had to bet, just get that back end sticking around. Yeah, as soon as he turns in, just the back end loses traction and rips that thing around. Got to point out Narcisco in the 992. Coming back onto the oval there in turn 6. I felt like it was really late in the corner for that to happen, but I do remember earlier, I think as soon as I got off the broadcast, so I think it was you, DJ, and Nolan that were still in here broadcasting the race. I believe it was the 50 Bravo Snow Shatten GTP entry that spun about at that same portion, but he actually ripped that thing to the right and spun out in the middle of the track and then got absolutely clobbered. So I want to point out the 992 did a great job spinning off the inside of the racetrack, just costing himself some time because, again, we're going to get a freaking full course yellow at some point, and he's going to be able to bring it back to the rest of the field. But if you kill the front end of that thing, there's really no hope for you.
Yeah, really no hope at all. Well, we've had a change up at the lead of GTP, but that is just because of pit stops, because Schroeder, they're coming down into pit lane out of your GTP leaders there. Jeff Schroeder going to come out for Intense Sim Racing in about 4th place here at this point. Make that, 4th place. I was right. So there he is going to come in and out here at the moment. He'll bring his way back out and on to Stefania. Going to be up in the lead there as we take a look back at a nice little battle. Here comes Murphy Nichols working his way up forward. The battle is on for these positions.
Yeah, Nichols trying to hold on, trying to attack the digital chicane at number 80. Kind of surprised that he's actually pulled away from Parsons here, given that Parsons seemed to be so quick and was able to fight for that 2nd place position before the pit stop, but actually struggling a little bit, Parsons is, and Nichols is actually coming on pretty strong, only 0.4 of a second behind Orvix coming down into the bus stop. And we had seen Nichols make a little bit of an error whenever he was trying to pass the previous driver of the 80 on the last stint, making a little bit of contact, spinning that thing around, but he's recovered, gotten it back up to that P3 position, and still trying to fight for P2 against, excuse me, I just keep forgetting Digital Chicane. I don't understand why I forget. There are 2 of them, and they are running 1 and 2 in the GTM class. But Digital Chicane has given me a nightmare.
Sometimes that just happens. I can't tell you for the life of me how many times in real-life competition I have just forgotten somebody's name, forgotten somebody's way out there, and all of that. But Digital Chicane doing a good job here at this point and doing a great job to be able to keep their way up at the front of the field. But right now, Orovich trying to have a little bit of competition. Here comes some more takers down into pit lane. Looks like Grizzly Motorsports going to be in, and also the number 6 there of Torque Freak Racing going to be coming on in as well.
Yeah, this is finally separating that battle that had been for 10th in the GTP class. Finally, one of them comes down pit road, so they're not just hooked up together. I mean, my goodness, I just feel like again, it's getting to that time of the night where I'm just forgetting all the team names and whatnot. But yeah, the Short Freak Racing, Stop and Go Racing, they've just been side by side battling each other nonstop. Finally, this pit stop separates them a little bit as we see a couple GTPs coming down. The one of Schmidt making his pit stop as well. Got to think this is going to kick off a lot of pit stops in the GTP.
Yeah, I think it will as well. Schroeder has been the earliest taker down pit lane for the most part. What is going to be interesting is just when everybody else kind of decides to do it. We're going to check back in while they're pitting in, checking back in on the battle here in GTM. This, again, the battle for P2 as they run. As Murphy Nichols just trying to close on in as much as possible here in that Fusion Sim Sports machine. Digital Chicane trying to hold them off to maintain the 1-2 of the Ferraris up at the front of the field. But it is a Ferrari 1-2-3 there in the GTM category. Yeah,
the Ferrari's looking really, really strong at this point in the race. You know, we've kind of harped on it a little bit. They could just be really, really quick at the nighttime. Parsons keeping it close at this point. And remember that the driver of the that race team is the team that won the Roar before the 24, which took place in the daytime, and they were unbelievably quick the entire time. So maybe if I'm the Ferraris, I'm a little bit nervous, given the fact that 5 car we know is fast. We know they've got some really quick drivers behind the pit wall at this point, and that nighttime just could be maybe showing the negatives behind the Mercedes and showing all the positives behind the Ferrari. That could very well switch once we get around to 6, 7 a.m. in sim time.
Yeah, it could. This track is going to heat up, and that's one of the great things about the iRacing service is that it's going to heat up. It's going to change. This track is dynamic. It is not the same by any stretch of the imagination. It is going to continue to be different, and you've got to react as a driver to those changes throughout the entire session.
Digital Chicane still holding on to that second place position in that number 80 Ferrari over the 296 Ferrari Fusion Sim Sport. Again, it's still close, though. I'm really impressed with Nichols. I thought that after that spin, he would have a hard time kind of recovering and getting back into a rhythm, but he's done a really good job here so far, just keeping himself in the fight. DJ, I do believe that we've got somebody waiting for us. Would you like to take this interview since I completely interrogated Classens there last time?
Yeah, we will indeed. We have got Paolo Calvo here from the Digital Chicane team ready to join us here. And Paolo, we've been talking a lot about your team, both of your cars running up at the front of the field. You've got to be feeling pretty good here at this point.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's been a pretty mega effort from all the guys. Matt and Quinn have been next level. Ryan and all those guys in the number 93 have also been super good. But yeah, it's going really well. We got a strong car, obviously, and hoping to keep it going.
Well, obviously, this is not what you want to see. A little bit of pressure here from behind from Fusion Sim Sport as they come up from behind as we show you that. But I want to start just by asking kind of the basic question. How much communication is there between these two sister cars? And how much is there a little bit of a difference in between the two?
We do have a good amount of communication. It's significantly more under full course yellow, and then you know, the little bit of trash talk here and there, of course, or the little bit of you know, compliments, you know, attaboys and all that stuff as well. But yeah, no, we're definitely trying to work together. We had some points while Quinn and Ryan were in the car where we were kind of just trading back and forth, trying to give each other drafts, save some fuel, and keep the mileage positive.
Well, certainly those things have got to help you out here at this point. And, I mean, what's been the key here at this point to your continued success through the first half of this race?
Gosh, I would say probably the setup. Ryan made us a real fast setup. So we do have a bad fast Ferrari here. And but I also got to give huge credit to Quinn and Matt. Those guys have been huge so far. But yeah, no, the setup being nice and balanced was huge in that little battle there, coming to the 12-hour mark, trying to get some points in the Endurance Cup.
Well, you certainly were able to do that. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. We've kind of been postulating here that these Ferraris look particularly good at night. Is that the case, or are you guys just finding your groove?
I think we're just hitting our stride. We made a couple of little mistakes in the first couple hours, but yeah, no, our cars are pretty strong, so we're excited to keep it going.
Well, excited to keep it going, and here, Austin, when are we going to see you back? Austin, sorry, Paolo. It's getting late.
Say, buddy, I ain't getting behind the wheel of one of these things. You're out of your mind.
Well, Paolo, when are you going to be back behind the wheel of the car? When can we see you tooling around here?
You'll see me in a few hours here, but we'll see.
All right, we'll see indeed. Paolo, best of luck to you and the rest of the Digital Chicane team. It's been great seeing you guys run up here at the front of GTM.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great night, and love the stream. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for joining us up here in the booth. That was Paolo Calvo of the number 80 Digital Chicane team, and maybe bringing a little bit of luck to his team there, Austin, as we did see them be able to hold off some pretty consistent rebuffs there from Murphy Nichols in that Fusion Sim Sports Ferrari behind them.
Should we go ahead and pull down? We got another one in the broadcast waiting room, and it's his direct competitor that they are racing for that second place position. Should we pull down Mark Stevenson now and interview him, as we've still got both of who we just interviewed and him? Okay, we got Mark Stevenson coming in. Mark Stevenson from Fusion Sim Sport. We see you in a tight battle here for the second place position in GTM right now. Do I have a copy?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing, guys?
We're doing great up in the booth. Y'all are giving us an absolute show, especially right now as we're looking side by side. Gonna have to pause the interview for just a moment, even though we just started, because Nichols is on the outside of Orvix, coming down to the start-finish line. Gonna be side by side down into turn number 1. Can he get the move done in that Fusion SimSport machine? I mean, Mark, heck, you can be up here calling with us too. How are you feeling with Nichols putting the pressure here on that digital chicane performance machine here? Is there side by side to the S's?
My eyes are wide open right now watching this, to be honest. No, this is awesome to watch. He's definitely putting the pressure on, and it's great to have these tight battles like so late in an endurance race. In officials, we would probably be on our own somewhere with like 30-second gaps on each side, but this has been great. Hopefully we get a yellow flag at some point in time so we can catch up to the 93. But having this battle between Murphy and Matthew is pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, the 93 has been absolutely rapid here in the nighttime, and y'all have been pretty quick, and I feel like that gap is kind of stabilized here. Now, the gap is pretty massive at this point, but hey, if it stabilizes, that means you got the speed as your teammate here, Nichols. Now looking to the inside before they get to the bus stop. He might be able to make this move under braking. He's going to have the preferred groove getting down into that first apex of the bus stop. Going to look at it right here as they're still side by side in that Fusion SimSport machine, and it looks like the digital chicane 80 is just going to give it to him. Move Nichols up into that P2 position. Of course, Orvix could come through back with the slipstream, but you know, Nichols has been unbelievably quick. I saw just after all the pit stops, and I believe we were actually interviewing one of your direct competitors from Digital Chicane 80. We saw that the there was an LMP2 that tried to pass you and almost pushed you a little bit wide through. I believe it was turn 5. Can you just kind of walk us through, if you were watching at that point, just how were you any nervous, kind of shaking there for a minute? Because I thought he was about to run you straight off the racetrack.
Yeah, you know what? We've been dealing with these little things all night, and they just happen, and it's just the nature of endurance racing. You just manage yourself. Their car actually clipped ours, like net coded through our car. We got 0x from it, but it's been happening all night from lots of different places. But that's just the nature of endurance racing. You just go to the next corner and you forget about it.
Well, hey, 12 and a half hours into this thing, that thing still looks pretty clean, even if there has been a little bit of contact or netcode through contact. But how are you feeling at this point? Do you think that y'all have a piece that could win this thing, even though we've seen you kind of fall off the back of the 93 currently? This is the longest run of straight green flag racing that we have seen all night. So do you think if we do get that caution that y'all could have a chance to fight that 93 here for the win?
Yeah, I think we can. We need that yellow. Once well, it'll depend on drivers too, but yellow would, get us back on there so we could at least have a battle. Being 50 seconds off right now, we're hours away from being in a battle with them if we don't get a yellow. But hey, that again, nature of endurance racing. Things are going to come up. They might run into something, we might run into something, but if we can have a little dogfight with them, it'll be a good time.
And I remember not too long before the pit stop. Sorry, I've been talking really quick for a long time, so I know I've been stumbling over everything in this interview. I apologize, but I remember a little bit before the cautions, Nichols, I believe, was in the car and actually made a little bit of contact with the 80 as they're side by side again, going down to turn 1. Looks like he's going to hold on to that position, but he made a little bit of contact through the International Horseshoe, spun that thing around. I mean, it just seems like there's a little bit of a heart-stopper moment for you just about every hour here in the nighttime.
I think the 80 just was waiting to get on the gas just a little bit in that corner, because it is, you get on the accelerator a little bit late. If you get on it early, you're actually slow coming out of the horseshoe. So I think we just had a little bit more grip, and Murphy and, well, here we go. Oh my God. My God.
Yeah, well, that's the digital chicane going around the 80 of Orvix. We're going to have to get a little replay of that. Just to kind of see, that was the battle for that P2 position as we've got Mark Stevenson, a different driver for the 296 in the booth. Kind of a weird scenario there as they're racing for that P2 position and your competitor spins out there, looking to the inside there, a little bit of contact. I mean, that's just side-by-side racing, you know, in the middle of turn number 5. What's your thought on that, Mark?
It's kind of what happened in the horseshoe between us before, to be honest. It's just in reverse. It is what it is. I don't think anybody was in the wrong there. He went out a little wide, and we were holding their line, but racing incident, it is what it is.
Yeah, y'all were put in a weird position with the faster class car coming through, so you had to be offline anyway. And hey, like you mentioned, or like we had been talking about, it happened earlier the other way around, and I don't think either one of the cars got any damage on either incident, to be honest.
No.
So, no harm, no foul. Just cost him about the same amount of time that it cost you.
2x, but honestly, like, when you get hit in the door, there's hardly ever any damage. This damage model, like, if you get totally T-boned, you hardly get any damage. It's the front and rear damage you need to worry about.
Well, that's great insight. And Mark, I appreciate you coming up here. I held you a little bit long because I was really thinking there was going to be a little bit of a contact between the 296 and 80, and I would love it if I had one of y'all up here whenever it happened. Well, so I apologize. I kind of used you a little bit.
If I could say one thing, it's funny you were talking about setups before with Paolo. We're really liking the standard low downforce endurance set from iRacing right now.
Y'all haven't even worked on yours. It's just the standard iRacing standard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if y'all win this thing with the default iRacing standard setup,
the low downforce endurance is great.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible.
Amazing.
Hey, credit to y'all for running so good with that. And I mean, I got to point out, you've had contact with the 80 of Orvix recently, and y'all actually cut down the gap to the 93 over the last couple laps, even with that little bit of contact. I believe it was a little bit over 52 seconds, not too long ago, now under 51. Not a huge difference, but hey, just still showing that y'all have the speed in that 296.
Yeah, it's blisteringly quick. Honestly, don't ignore baseline sets. Sometimes they're really quick.
I'll take your word for it on road course racing. It doesn't work on the oval side of things, but
No,
I'm sure you're absolutely, I'm sure you're right about the road courses. But Mark, thank you so much for coming up and talk to us and giving us a little bit of entertainment while we saw your competitor and your teammate get together there in the middle of the infield. Thank you so much for being up here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Mark Stevenson, another driver of the 296. Currently Nichols behind the wheel of that machine in the GTM class.
Yeah, and great job keeping him on there through that contact. Just drivers getting their elbows out here. I mean, that's really what that was here at this point. Now, my question's going to be, now that Nichols has been released, what is that gap going to be like between himself and Scar? Can Murphy start to work this down a little bit before the yellow flag inevitably comes out? What will happen there on that with Murphy Nichols? That is going to be my question here going into the next hours of this race.
Well, it's kept shrinking since we let Mark go. I mean, it was 51 seconds whenever I mentioned it. Now they're down to 49. I imagine that was maybe a little bit of a lap traffic issue from Scar also, because it does seem to grow just a little bit right here. Another half a second added back onto it. That's part of endurance racing with all different classes. The gap shrinks and grows. It's about what happens lap over lap. You really got to pay attention to it for a course of 5 or 6 laps to really kind of get a good idea of what's going on. But yeah, I wanted to call that wreck, but I was really hoping to get a little bit of information out of him. But he just kept going, oh. But I get it. I totally understand. I wouldn't want to give away too much either. You could just hear the nerves in his voice, and I love that. It was so funny.
It's one of the great things that we get to do here in the digital world, being able to talk to those drivers. Speaking of close contacts, that's your leader overall in second place in GTM, getting a little bit close for contact coming around through the corner.
Yeah, it was a little bit tight. Almost wish Mark was still in the booth for that one, because he probably would have had a little bit of a butt pucker moment there. But looking at a replay going down into turn 1 for an LMP2.
Yeah, this...
I'm sorry, I'm sure it's just going to be another loop around. Yep, getting too late on the brakes.
Yeah, a little bit too late on the brakes, and if you actually look at the entry there for that car, I think what happened is they actually drove it out into the marbles there a little bit more, and that's exactly what pushed them over and out and onto the side. Watch this as they come down here into the corner. They took this corner a little bit too wide, came down in and on, yeah, got out onto that white line, and that's really where you started to see that car start to lose it.
And to be fair, I feel like lap 1, lap 10, lap 100, that's probably all right. But our leader is on lap 433, and the marbles are building on the outside of turn number 1 there, and it's just a whole lot harder to hold on to it way out there, as we have another incident out in the marbles in turn 1 from another LMP2. just not surprising. At this point of the race, there's so many marbles out there. You stick the right side tires out there, and it's just coming around on you.
Yeah, you've got to stick to the racing line, and it really puts the impetus here on a lot of these passing cars, whether you're trying to make a move within class or whether you're trying to get around another driver that is in a slower class. It just becomes increasingly more difficult, and I think more and more you're going to see more and more drivers trying to make the overtakes like we're seeing here up on the high banks, because those marbles are getting basically self-cleaned and pushed up out of the way.
Yeah, they're kind of getting pushed to the outside of the racetrack. But still, I mean, it just kind of, it makes that turn one more of a one-groove kind of racetrack. And I feel like turn one has been a big passing opportunity for the entire race. And it's just kind of going away with all those marbles on the outside. Now, don't get me wrong, they're on the outside of just about every corner at this point and narrowing the groove up just a little bit. But even through the International Horseshoe, I feel like there's still 2 lanes there. Through the kink, there's never 2 lanes. But through turn 5, I feel like there's still 2 lanes there as well. But turn 1's just kind of narrowing up a lot more. Probably turn 1 and turn 6 are probably the 2 most difficult ones to get through too wide at this point.
Yeah, very, very much so. I mean, turn 6 is always difficult to be able to try to get too wide through there. You're also going to run into a little bit of problem if you go too far off into the side when you're coming around some of the horseshoes as well. You can run into problems there. And let's not forget about the bus stop. I mean, this is a track that is just begging for danger the entire way through, but 2 drivers who aren't worried about the danger, they're worried about the battle. That's Torque Freak Racing and Team Hardcore right now. Henderson and Lerman trying to fight it out in a big gaggle coming down into Le Mans.
Yeah, you don't want to be too wide getting into the bus stop for the entirety of the race. Whether there's marbles or not, you don't want to be too wide. You want to get that thing single filed out right there. Torque Freak Racing going to be able to take that or keep that 10th place position over Team Hardcore. Le Mans in the 830, just trying to get up there. Just kind of give a challenge for that 10th place position is Torrance, who had spun out coming down into turn 1 just a couple laps ago, now down into pit lane. Also the 66 from the LMP2 group is coming down pit road.
Yeah, so some more of those prototypes coming in. This is going to start kicking things off here. That another pit stop cycle that we're going to get under green flag conditions. A lot of these drivers waiting, praying for that yellow flag to come out. But we're going to have to see what exactly happens here with all of that as they run through the corner right now, trying to see if they're able to get anything. As Torque Freak Racing going to have another big gaggle of now GT cars in front of them that's going to slow down the car in front. This could be a little bit of a problem as they try to get things sorted out.
Yeah, they're side by side getting down into that second horseshoe. Makes it really difficult for the trailing faster car to get through, but they're able to single file out. Torque Freak Racing's Henderson in the 6. They're able to make it through, but it does cost them a little bit of time. Kind of allowing Le Mans to, I feel like Lehman, I don't know, probably Lehman, that makes a lot more sense, but Lehman coming up in that 11th place position, able to get a little bit closer here, coming through the banked curves here at Daytona, but it doesn't really look like he's able to gain too much as, man, every time we come down to the bus stop, it just seems like there's more and more traffic.
Yeah, it really does. And you get into these kind of traffic rhythms around the circuit where you'll get 5-10 laps where you're just running in clean air and it feels absolutely wonderful. And then you'll get some moments where you get an absolute gaggle in front of you and it is absolutely terrifying to try to hold on and not run into any sort of problem. But here comes Lemon. Let's take a look at this. He's going to maybe take a little bit of a look down to the inside. No, defended well by Henderson. Now it looks like Lemon's going to come around the outside.
Oh, man, Henderson really squeezed him out wide, just about to the wall, not giving him any room getting down into the braking zone. Henderson going to be able to hold on to the position. Good defensive driving, maybe a little late, but he hangs on to the position, and there was no contact between them, so not too bad. Man, just about a little bit of contact getting down to the International Horseshoe. Henderson having to get really deep down on the brakes, and it looks like they're just about side by side coming out of the corner, but Lehman is just a little bit too far behind before they get to the gate.
Yeah, just not able to get the straight line grunt of that Cadillac naturally aspirated V8. Now going to dive down to the inside there of the 44 machine. That's the leader in GT Pro. And use that Porsche as a little bit of a pick. And that's going to slow Lehman down ever so slightly. Maybe cost him a half a tenth. But he's able to gain it back up with an aggressive move. Let's take a look here. We've had another incident back down in GTAM.
Yeah, a couple competitors might be coming together. Oh, the 33 again. Looks like coming down into turn 6. Just gets a little loose on the apex. Might have put the grass coming onto the entry of that corner just a little bit to set off that incident. The 33 was the driver at the beginning of our commentary stint here. 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, by the way, which is crazy to me. He went ahead on into the inside pit wall. unfortunately, in turn 1. I believe he had a little bit of help from an LMP2 there, just spinning out on his own through turn 6. But still, the battle for P10 and GTP is still heating up. Henderson trying to keep it, man, but Lehman is just right there.
Yeah, Lehman not letting this go at all. Thought about trying to take a little bit of a look there. Now he's going to try to take that sweep around the outside. Here he comes.
I'm sorry, the GTP race leader has just wrecked somebody out of Daytona, or the oval turn 4. Someone has gone hard into the inside wall, I believe, off of our GTP race leader's nose.
Oh, that's Cowan. That was Cowan. That was P2 in LMP2.
Unbelievable. He just absolutely ran him over coming out of NASCAR Oval 4. I don't know if he actually hit the inside wall. I was not on board with him. I was on board with the GTP race leader. But they're 3 wide, and he just doesn't lift. He just flips him in the right rear, sends him all the way down the inside wall. Oh, does make contact with the right front and right rear. P2 LMP2 taken out by our race leader. And you got to think that's going to be a penalty for the 73.
And that's the second time we've seen that today from our race leader. Let us not forget the incident we saw with the Lamborghini coming down through the S's.
That's absolutely true. The 73 has had a bit of a shocker over the course of our commentary time. I mean, they're 3 wide. There's nowhere to go there. I mean, he's got a 46-second lead. If I was Gowan, I would just be unbelievably mad. And again, I know I'm supposed to be unbiased, but I hope that they have a protest left.
I would be absolutely furious if I was Gowan. I mean, that is almost indefensible there as a leader. You've got to recognize that there is going to be paths that clear to you, and having that 45-second gap, you've got to let that come to you.
It was a 25-second gap last time that they made the mistake about 2 hours ago, and now we're seeing another one 2 hours later. And I got to be honest, both of them were the fault of the 73. I mean, if both of those teams have protests, I believe it works. The minimum penalty is a 30-second penalty at the end of the race, right? So I'm pretty confident that if we get any type of a late safety car, the 73 will not win this race because they'll have 2 30-second penalties.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, if they get 2 30-second penalties at this point, they've got to be thinking about that coming up. And if I'm them, I am pushing to try to get that gap between myself and the number 51, that Cadillac, over a second to try to prevent and get that. And that doesn't take into account any of those penalties. And it doesn't take into account a late race yellow, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, they could pull out a minute, 10-second gap, and then the caution come out with 30 minutes left in the race, and they wouldn't win. They wouldn't even come close to winning. So I feel like that's really just poor mistake to make with 11 hours remaining. I mean, they have shown that they are far and away the best, I would say, the fastest GTP class car in the middle section of this race, but just mistakes, or a couple mistakes within the course of a couple hours, I feel like might cost them the win here.
It very well could, and that's some of that aggression that you have to keep underneath you. You cannot let it go to your head, as it looks like Mork is going to be able to get in the car here for the 278 machine. That's going to be a driver change for 10th in class in the GTP category. But yeah, to your point, Austin, I mean, it just seems like a little bit of aggression and, dare I say, a little bit of arrogance.
I feel like most of the time in the endurance race stuff, whenever a faster car comes through and hit checks or bump somebody out of position, typically I feel like there is a little bit of arrogance behind it. And I get it, right? You're the overall leader. You're dominating the GTP class by 45 seconds, but I don't know. I feel like you just got to take care of everybody else out there, especially whenever you got that lead, man. It's not like you got 20 minutes left and the gap is half a second. I mean, I still think it would be their fault, but at least I understand the aggression. With 11 hours and 15 minutes left, and you've got 45 seconds of a lead, there's no reason to be aggressive. And I'm sorry we're harping on this so heavy, but I'm just very, very surprised, man.
No, I'm surprised by it as well. It is not what I would have expected to have seen out of this caliber of driver and this much of a lead. It's very, very surprising. Oh! Henderson off down into the inside.
My goodness. The driver of the 6, the Torque Freak Racing machine. We have seen him in battle after battle, and just by himself loses it under braking. That rear end just comes out as he turns into the first apex. and the car just crumples. I mean, that thing is absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, and I mean, that is literally just the impact coming in and shaking the back of it. Too much of that curve down to the inside. And yeah, that car, suspension gone. That car is toast.
Oh, we were talking about, I believe it was, goodness, it was Klassen's in the 531. We were talking about they had 60 minutes of damage earlier. That looks about the same. I mean, that's going to take a long, long time for them to fix up.
Yeah, it's going to take a very, very long time for them to fix up. We take a look back at the battle now for P3. It looks like that digital chicane team starting to lose a little bit of ground up at the front of the field. They've dropped from second, and they're under threat of losing third position as well.
Yeah, digital chicane number 80, Orvix has fallen back, like you mentioned, not too long ago to the 296. They've kind of stabilized with their teammate of the 93 with a 52-second gap, while the 296 has actually shrunk that thing down about 7 seconds since they've gotten that P2 position. So very, very impressive. Impressive from Nichols in the 296. But like you mentioned, Orvex now under pressure from Parsons, and this was the battle we saw about an hour and a half ago. The 80 and the 5. Parsons got to the outside, going down to the turn 1 on 4 separate occasions, and could never make the move stick. But again, the driver of the 5, or one of the other drivers of the 5, have come in to the broadcast booth and have talked to us about how they are really managing risk here in the early portions of this race, and just making sure they get to the end, because we know they have great speed towards the end. But here, finally, they're trying to get back up to the 80 and trying to fight for that podium position.
Yeah, trying to fight for it. And unfortunately here, I've got to leave you a little bit early, Austin, as I am being called to actually get into the car myself. So I'm going to leave you just about 5 minutes early. But as you saw flash across the screen, we've got a new commentary team coming up here in about 5 minutes or so. But Austin, been an absolute pleasure working with you. And I can't wait to see the end of this race tomorrow morning.
Absolutely, DJ. Can't wait to see you in the last 3 hours of this thing and get to see who brings home the checkered flag in each of the categories. Thank you so much for coming along with us here tonight, and I'll see you in 8 hours or so.
I'll see you then, my friend.
Well, you'll still have me to keep you company for a little while, Austin, while DJ hops into the car. It's not quite curfew time for me just yet. I got a couple hours yet before that point hits. Jay Van Mepellen, though, going to be coming down the pit road for GT Pro as we await for the arrival of Scott Rankin and Peter Baxter. They might be cutting it a bit close to the buzzer. I know they are both in the midst of running their own Daytona 24s at the same time, and Scott, like DJ, breaking in the middle of his drive stint to make it happen.
Yeah, I got to give both those guys a big credit just to even make it happen, to kind of pull double duty. I mean, I hear about double duty in Kyle Larson this year, right, for the Coke 600 and Indy 500. That happens every now and again. Really big deal. To pull double duty doing 2 different Daytona 24s at the same time, one commentary, one driving, I got to say, that's a pretty difficult one, and it's mightily impressive. And if either of them win the race, that would be really, really cool.
A good chunk of drivers so far have been coming on in. And by the way, this is by far the longest green flag stint we've had so far all race long. The last safety car period came out 9 hours and 13 minutes into this race. Well, we are over 12 hours deep now, so we are effectively almost 3 hours past the last time when that safety car was deployed. So it's looking like we're going to be in for a pretty, we're going to be in for the long haul tonight.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. My first stint, we had a caution every hour, and my second stint, we have had 0 cautions. So very wide-ranging of emotions with it. But to be fair, the second stint has had just as much craziness as the first, even though most of the field has been spread out. I mean, I feel like we've just had action the entire event. Even whenever I wasn't broadcasting, the 7 hours in between, I was still probably watching about 3 hours of the event. And man, there's just stuff happening the entire time. Just absolutely loving what we're seeing from the VSCA SportsCar Championship here in there. I mean, I guess it's not a season opener because the roar before the 24, but that's a qualifying race, so I'm gonna say season opener.
Yeah, I think that qualifies in this instance as we see the Gowan Racing Dallara P217 come off the jacks. Chip Michaels looking like he's going to be hopping into the car for one of the first runs of his race all night long. Just over 11 hours remaining here in this one, and that will finally give the lead back to Rising Panda Racing. I agree. It's a tough break to see Gowan so far down. Now, they were running really strong, and I can guarantee you they're going to be looking to improve here in the latter portions of this race. Still a long way to go and lots of time to get that car back up into the running order. They're just lucky it didn't end up like that Lamborghini we saw in the Roar.
To be honest, I'm shocked that they're still second in LMP2, right? They're only 19 seconds off the race lead. They got the right front and right rear hitting the inside wall, and yet they're not out of this, I gotta say. I mean, they're not completely dropped through the running order. They're only running second place, 20 seconds behind the leader. That could have been way worse. I mean, it really could have. Probably should have. I mean, goodness.
No kidding. It coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it didn't, and that's what matters right now for Michaels. Now, there is still a bit of damage on the right front fender, so we'll have to keep an eye on that wheel cover, see if that's going to impact the performance at all. But for the time being, they're running strong, and they're not closing in on Kristen Chamberger at the moment for the race lead, but they're not losing time either. I think so long as you're not losing time, you're doing all right.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment here. And you got to think they can still fix that damage. They got plenty of time, and I'm sure we'll get that caution at some point where they can maybe spend a little bit of an extended period down on pit road to get that thing fixed. But Camperger right here in the 46, doing a really good job in the LMP2. Yeah, he's got a little bit of help with that accident that we were talking about from the 18, getting taken out by our GTP leader. But hey, they're doing a good job at the front of the LMP2 field, leading the way here in the 46.
We just got word that Scott Rankin will be joining us momentarily, and I know Peter Baxter's already standing by as well. So, Austin, you're about to close out your stint here for the final 30 minutes, well, for the final minutes or so before we bring you in for the last 3 hours. So, well, while we got this time, let's take a rundown top to bottom one more time here in this field, and we'll run through it all again for Peter Baxter, who no doubt is already listening in. Dress shorter for intense sim racing. A bit of a controversial running into with their second place run in LMP2, but they continue to lead the way. 52 seconds clear from Carlos Hernandez in the World of Sim Racing team. David Schmidt brings it up in third for Grizzly Motorsports. Right now, only 3 of the GTPs are on the lead lap. Marco Villa at the moment for DS Racing Esports sits in 4th, with Trading Paints Racing back in 5th, also 1 lap down. Hawk Racing in 6th, along with Composite Performance in 7th, are also 1 lap down. It's a big shame for Patrick Fogle and their crew. They were looking like the favorites to win. How the mighty have fallen at Daytona. MSP's GTP entry runs in 8th at the moment, with Stop and Go Racing back in 9th. Team Hardcore is 9th. Bravo Snow Shatton is in 10th. DS Racing Esports team is in 12th. Fisher Motorsports is 13th, and then that just brings up Torque Freak Racing after that huge crash at the bus stop, down and out as the 14th runner in GTP.
Leading up our LMP2 field, but coming down pit road, that's Camperger in the 46. That looks like a drive-through if I had to bet. Gowan Racing, who got taken out by our GTP leader not too long ago with a different driver, now with Chip Michaels behind the wheel in 2nd place. Fisher Motorsport Dallara number 14 in 3rd place. FRS Sim Sports in 4th. Torrance driving that number 100 LMP2 for Rookie Esports in the top 5. Really good job from that race team. VRG Sport in the 66 in 6th place. Every time I look at the 66, it is in 6th place, and it's rubbing me a little bit the wrong way. Either way, 7th place is going to be Tri-State Racing with Sherrard behind the wheel. 8th place is going to be GSE Esports Racing with Fusion LMP2 in 9th, and Scours GT, unfortunately, well off the pace, 124 laps down, and likely out of this event.
Scours SS Racing, one of the only few contenders that's down and out of the fight for the time being. Looking back to GT Pro, right now Thomas D'Ambrosio, the Italian, takes it up in North Sim Racing. It is a Porsche 1-2 at the front of the field in GT Pro, with Kinetic Racing driven by Lyndon Swaby down in the number 2 spot. Stefan Jakobsen, the Norwegian, brings up the Audi, the first Audi for race tech competition. GS Racing Esports is Nelson Narciso is down in 4th. And then, of course, J.V. Mapellin is up in 5th. Mark DeBoer is in 6th. Rounded out the 8-car GT Pro field. We'll, of course, have GSE Racing Esports' John Pascal Arnold, along with Benjamin Fisher himself, down by 17 laps. But so far, all of the GT Pros still on the racetrack.
We're going to head up the GT Am field with Scar in the 93. The Digital Chicane, number 93. Got 2 Digital Chicane cars in the top 3. Actually losing a little bit of ground to our second place driver of Nichols in the Fusion GTD. He was 52 seconds back about 10-15 minutes ago, and he's actually been reeling in that 93 non-stop over the course of the last couple laps. The teammate of the 93, Digital Chicane number 80, driving in that third place position right now with Orovix behind the wheel. Tucker in the Trading Paints Racing Red Machine in fourth. Screeching Moose Motorsports, who I've still got to say might be my favorite to win this thing in the GTM, kind of who I'm looking at to pick it up towards the end, just made a driver swap with McKenna Dean in the race car in that number 5 Screeching Moose Motorsports entry. MMT Racing in 6th place with Firestorm Motorsport 2 laps behind them in 7th. 8th place is going to be the 83 entry of Off in the S's, with 9th place being Real Pixel Motorsport. Unfortunately, MSP number 33 and number 34 at the beginning of this broadcast stint 3 hours ago both got shipped off in turn number 1, having major incidents that have dropped them down to 10th and 11th. 12th place is going to be Dangler Performance with Romaninski behind the wheel currently. Hayes in the Full Send Racing number 94 in 13th. Classens still trying to make up all that ground that they lost from that 60 minutes of damage earlier in the Yellow Submarine Squad Sim Lab Racing machine, the 531. And then KC Racing in 15th and Vulture Motorsports in 16th. Both those last two, unfortunately, out of the event.
So racing action continues over here in the VSCA Sports Car Championship, 24 Hours of Daytona. We're going to take in the sights and sounds. We'll ride on board with Jeff Schwarter while we get set for our commentator swap. We'll be back in a few moments. still underway from the 24 hours of Daytona as Carlos Hernandez continuing up and around while we were riding on board. Spencer Torrance having this slide coming down in towards turn 6. It's been a place that hasn't seen too much action over the last little while, but well, it's getting some more action today as having to go evasive to avoid the Yellow Submarine squad. Ferrari and loops the back end, but no harm, no foul. Scott Rankin still dealing with some sort of tech issue in regards to his own IRC 24 or something about a throttle problem at the moment for his team. So while Scotty's working with that, I'm going to stay in the booth for now, but we will be able to get up Peter Baxter up and into the fray. Now, Peter, you've been watching on and off the last 5 hours, and the racing, it may have tapered off, but it doesn't mean the strategy game has gone away at all.
Hey, Nolan, what a fabulous race. I've got to tell you, I'm kind of invested in the Daytona this weekend. For me, it's a Daytona 38-hour ride. So I've had my 24-hour race with my team. I've come back in here to support the Virtual Sports Car Championship. Watch this race, get really involved, just have a good time. But I'll tell you what I've seen. What I've seen is the way the drivers are, they're super fast, right? The consistency and the closeness of everybody's fastest lap, like this is a really close-knit racing group, and it's really good to see. I've seen some of the same incidents we've seen in the official racing, right? We've seen LMPs and GTPs and GT3s all coming together at various awkward parts of the racetrack and having fun times. Oh, there we go. There's another one. A little bit late in the brakes, just missing the bus stop, touching the fence, and away we go. And the other thing I've seen is I've seen this race settle down. So it's gone through a number of iterations. I missed the start the first couple of hours, but I was lucky enough as I was on and off to see one of the full class yellows come out. So the cars mixed up, they all paused up, everybody got together, a fabulous restart, and seeing the cars sort of work together and work through as the different speeds of cars come through. And my God, this is a really entertaining race to watch. Glad to be here, and thank you for the invitation.
Well, the race has been absolutely phenomenal so far as Miguel Spaldi just hopped into the car, replacing Thomas D'Ambrosio for North Sim Racing, the current leaders in the GT Pro category. So where one hops out, a new one will pop back in. We mentioned the race starting to die down for the time being. And, well, you know what? We got a bit of time here in this one, and we've got, in fact, 2 drivers that are standing by wanting to give us a little bit of a chit-chat. So, you know what? Why not? Let's get in touch with a couple of the guys that we've talked about them a lot so far tonight, and their car's been kind of up and down throughout the field. Right now, looking to be running in the number 3 spot, but it is the Screeching Moose Motorsports crew, and we're joined by both Jeff Schroeder along with Taylor Parsons, 2 drivers that have been putting in the work with that car. And for the both of you, it's been an absolutely phenomenal race, and hey, a podium definitely on the cards.
Yeah.
We'll start with Taylor.
Who's going to start?
Let's start with Taylor. Hey, Taylor, give us a rundown of your race so far and how you feel about where you're positioning.
We're feeling pretty good. It's, right now, it's all about the attrition race, right? So right now, our big goal is kind of just get through the night, really just focus on plugging the laps, keeping the consistency. We've had some good fights with the digital chicane cars over the last few stints, and just keeping it clean as much as we can. Really, it comes down to the last 3 hours, in my opinion, after the attrition as to what's really going to decide the race.
So there was a discussion a little while ago from the commentators about teams leaving their last split or their last session free to pick their fastest driver over the race, and some teams leaving them blank, and some teams having selected their superstar to finish off the race. Have you got that sorted?
Well, I can't tell you all our secrets now, can I?
I'm not going to ask you who it is. Not going to ask you who it is, but
but I can say that we have definitely set up a plan to have our specific drivers set throughout the rest of the pace. Right now, we're all about plugging laps and really focusing on the pace later on. Right now, it's all about just staying clean.
Yeah, and Jeff, from your perspective, how's that going?
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with my pace. I think we put a very good gap. We had an incident there at the end. I think you probably seen it with the LMP2 that I hit. But yeah, apart from that incident, I think I did a pretty good triple stint, and looking forward to the end of the race.
So look, I'm new to the league and I'm new here. Let's start with some controversy. Hey, why not? Let's wind it up. You're driving the GT3. How are you finding the faster class cars tonight?
I'm driving the GTPs.
Ah, the GTPs.
I'm from Intent Sim Racing.
Oh,
there we
I'm
go.
so sorry.
No, it's all good. Number 73 car.
Nolan, you set me up with the number 2 runner in the race, mate.
I'm on a 13-hour shift. All right, give me
It's
some
all good.
slack.
It's all good,
Let me
mate.
update this here.
No, that's cool. Hey, Taylor, that question's out to you, mate, as a GTM driver. How are you finding the faster cars? Are you finding that they've got the patience you need to get around the corners, or the good old classic sim racing, let's just have a crack and get aggressive?
I would say for the most part, the GTPs have honestly been pretty predictable. The nice thing is the speed delta is very known, so you can kind of set yourself up correctly when you know the car's coming. The big one I would say is the LMP2 cars. Is for the most part they've been pretty good, but we've had an incident ourselves with an LMP2 car tonight, and just one of those things, right? Multi-class brings out chaos always.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeff, in my experience in my Daytona 24, I drove the GTP as well. I found the speed difference between the GTP and the GT3 was enough. You could accelerate past, or the braking distance was fine. But what I found was the LMP2s come off a corner pretty quick, so you do actually take quite a lot of time to get around them on the oval, but you had a braking advantage. Has that caused your team any grief tonight?
Yeah, so as I said in lap 400, what was it, 436, the LMP2, he crashed out. That was a pretty crazy moment for us. Apart from that, I think we managed traffic pretty good so far. We found out a lot about the other drivers, which lines they are taking. We know how to manipulate in-car settings in terms to get through traffic better. So yeah, I think the LMP2s they are a big problem on track in terms of overtaking them because they are so fast. But in the end, you can manage it. It's more of a problem in sprint races.
Yeah, awesome. And Taylor, the Mercedes seems to be the odd car out, or the 4 or 5 Ferraris up the front there that you're racing. Was that a hard choice to go not with the Ferrari and go with the Merc?
Honestly, so we used to run the Ferrari, but last year we decided to move to the Mercedes for our first VSCA championship. And we ended up coming second in the championship overall last year. We didn't see a reason to swap. The car did very well for us last year. It's predictable. We know it. We know how to build really good setups for it, get everything we need. We are noticing, like tonight, that we seem to have a lot less drag than the Ferraris, but they're a lot faster in the infield on us. So it's been kind of this cat and mouse that we've been playing all night.
Awesome. That makes for some fun racing when you get a bit of cat and mouse. That's fun when all the cars are together. It can be a little bit raise the tension a bit too high. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, and Jeff, obviously the you guys. Sorry, yeah, Jeff, you guys are running the Caddy tonight.
No, the Porsche. The Porsche.
The Porsche. Oh, you guys have just moved up one, have you, into the lead? Is that right?
Yeah, we are.
They sure have.
Yeah.
We were in the lead already before, and we just pitted 5 minutes before I came on the broadcast.
There we go. That's us catching up with a complete commentary change. So out in the front in the Porsche. Any particular reason for selecting the Porsche, Jeff?
Yeah. So to be honest, when the Porsche first came out, I really wanted to make it work for me personally. But the first season, it was just nowhere, the Porsche. It was too slow. It was fun to drive, but it was super slow everywhere. And fast forward to this season, the Porsche suddenly got competitive. And it was basically, for us, it was either Caddy or Porsche. Because the BMW, it's fun, but I feel like we have driven the BMW enough for this last year or this year for the past time. So that's the reason we went with the Porsche. We like it a lot. It really suits my personal driving style. So yeah.
Look, and who around the world doesn't want a Porsche in their garage, whether it's virtual or real?
That's true. Every one of my friends also wants a Porsche in their garage.
Yeah.
So
absolutely fabulous. Hey, gents, you got any shout outs for us?
sorry.
We'll try and bring Scotty Rankin into this conversation. I think he's joined us now. Welcome, Scotty.
Hey guys, yeah, like we were just saying, Pete just wanted to say if you guys got any sponsors or anyone that you want to shout out, we'll start with Jeff.
Yeah, so I want to give a big shout out to my other team I'm racing for. That's Ukino Racing. The guys are also competing in the Daytona 24 today. I have to check on them where they are at right now. Apart from that, my friend Alem and all my other friends that have been watching the broadcast and will still be watching the end of the race.
Good on you, Jeff, mate. Love your work, and it's good to see you up the front and jump in. I know around the world, everywhere except for Australia, where us Aussies live, it's in the night time, and it's just going to be a long night for some. So come back in anytime you want, and we'll have another chat.
Yes, of course. I have been up for 24 hours as well, so I think we can make it work today.
Awesome. You might need to give Nolan some tips on how to stay awake for the next 10 hours.
Caffeine, my friend. Caffeine, and if you feel tired, just get in the car, do a stint, and after it you feel better.
I don't think that's an option for me.
That's what worked for me today. I was super tired, then I got in, did a triple stint, now I am back again.
That's fabulous. And Taylor, how about yourself, mate?
Yeah, I'd love to shout out our partners with Operation Motorsport, as well as MS Gear and Go Fast Photography, as well as, honestly, every single member of my team. We've all put the work in. Everyone's done a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, that's fabulous. And you're sitting there running in second now, is that right? Screech Moose, that's the one?
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
we are. I'm
Yes.
I'm about to drink my third Red Bull of the night because I got to stay up for a few more hours for my next stint.
Roger that. Hopefully there's no commentator's curse. Scotty hasn't talked too much. He's the one who puts the curse
Oh
on
yeah,
people.
I'm great
so,
at that. Yeah, so
that's why we're
You
kept him
don't
quiet.
want us to win, is what I'm hearing.
look,
No.
I'm accepting bribes for me to talk about your competition. So no, it's part and parcel of commentating. There's a guy in another league that I talk about. He's also named Scott, and we joke in the commentary box all the time that he's probably my favorite driver in the field, love him, yada, yada, yada. Every single time without fail that I bring his name up or anything, he ends up in a crash. It's generally not his fault. So it's just, yeah, it's a thing. It's part and parcel racing. It happens, man. Like, you will have your drivers that you select.
I mean, look at Radio Le Mans. I swear, every time they're like, oh, they're on to win the race. And then 2 corners later, they're done.
Pretty much. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for
Alrighty,
dropping by for a chat, Taylor. Been a pleasure chatting to you, and best of luck for the rest of the race, brother.
Thanks. Enjoy the night, guys.
All right, thank you. And Scotty, welcome to the booth.
Is it time, Peter, to talk about your curse?
No. The lovely ladies and gentlemen that are watching this broadcast tonight are not ready for that yet. They don't know us well enough. We are brand new. Oh, is that one of the digital chicane cars going off the track? Ooh. Yeah, wow, they're now down into 6th place. Looks like they've just overshot the bus stop a little bit into the wall. That's going to be a long repair in there. That's a little bit untidy. That's going to put them down. And here we go. So, oh, and again, that's unlucky. That's just trying to avoid and stay wide for the faster class car coming through. Just losing a little bit of the back end, and no damage there. So we'll get back on the track and keep going. So that's yeah, a little bit of excitement. Drivers are obviously pushing hard. 10 hours to go.
I mean, that's the thing. Have a look at the phase of the race that we're in right now. We're deep into the overnight period. 3 a.m. sim time for a lot of these guys. talk about the mental aspects of sim racing, and I think part and parcel of why you and I are so picked up by the friends and the teams and loved by the friends and the teams that we drive for, Pete, is because we're on such an alternate time zone that it makes driving easy for our teammates. They can go to sleep. Yeah. Are you still live to YouTube, by the way, Nolan? They can hear your microphone. Good.
Okay, we got the GT Pro leader here, Mr. Van from the Fisher Motorsport team. Oh, I was unlucky enough. Is it Van? Oh, okay, Dan Van Palen. I was unlucky enough to be on when the team boss was in the car, and an LMP2 did a Pete Baxter on him, Scotty. Just had its own accident, turned right into the path of the second Fisher Motorsport Porsche, and it was doing 250, 60 kilometres an hour, nowhere to go, just right into the side of it.
You've brought up
my
the
God,
cars
I'm
now,
not
Pete.
even
So now
driving.
we've got to describe it. Yeah. I mean, so
No.
for those of you guys who are watching along at home, Pete and I have been friends. I think it's been 2 years now, hasn't it? I'm sure it's more than 2 years at this point. But Pete and I have been friends for 2 years. We have a stout love of racing, obviously, but we met through doing some race controlling together. We just got shoved in, and that formed a lovely relationship where we talked through the ins and outs of rules, making rules, applications of rules. And I think one of the best parts for me was that every single time I got behind the race controlling booth with Mr. Pete Baxter, I learned something about racing. And if you're alongside people within a race controlling booth that do that, you can never go wrong because you're always going to keep improving. Unfortunately, though, that spawned a love of us racing together, in particular in the IndyCar. And our producer in the background, Nolan, is actually chuckling away at this one because he has no idea what's about to come out of this. But Pete Baxter is the most unlucky sim racing driver I have ever met. And I say that with I've checked, I've looked at numbers, I've looked at other drivers. If there is an accident that's about to happen, if you see Pete Baxter within 0.3 of a second, half a second behind you, you're about to get into an accident, is effectively what happens. It regularly, it's like somebody throws a water bottle or something under the front wheel of the car directly in front of Pete, and it all of a sudden just kicks off. And it happened for, what did you say at one point, Pete? 18 months in a row. Every race you registered in.
Yes. And for my Daytona 24-hour yesterday, it happened within the first 5 seconds of me exiting.
Well, it wasn't even the first 5, it was the 20 meters. He hadn't left the pit lane at blend line yet when it happened. For his first ever lap on track as a part of the Daytona 24 hour. So, and then it continued for the next half an hour, and I'm just sitting there with popcorn going, this is great watching, but man, I feel sorry for him.
Hey, this is sim racing. This is not about me. This is guys on track. It's Scotty brought it up. It's 11:30 at night overseas in Washington DC. So we got a whole lot of guys out late at night. Tell us your stories, guys. Where are you on YouTube? What time is it? What are you doing to stay awake? What are you doing to keep into the race? Get those stories out there. Make sure everybody knows how hard it is to actually do a 24-hour. I've just come off mine, and as Scotty said, we've had some incidents, but in our case, we're the Australian link for our US-based teams. So we do the midnight to 7 a.m. shift of driving, and that's where we do a big chunk of driving, and then we get out of the car and our team takes over. Do you have that luxury of somebody around the world who can jump in and do those shifts for you so you can have a rest? Give us your stories. That's what I really want to know. 24 hours is something really hard. Yeah, that's what I'm really keen. Because to be honest, what's an endurance race? At 24 hours, first 12 hours, you really just want to be there. You want to stay on the lead lap when you got cases like this where you got full course safety cars. For hours 13 to 18, which is where we're sort of in now, right? We're in that period. It's like testing your strategy. Is the strategy you developed going to work? Is it taking you to the front? Are you moving forward? Do you have to change something? Do you have to think about doing something different? Do you have to shift your drivers around to get yourself a better track position? Or are you pretty comfortable with the way your race is looking? Are you going pretty well? As you get into those last 3 or 4 hours of the race, you start really racing for the best position you've got, whether that's for the lead or whether that's the guys around you. You know who's around you, you know how many laps you're down, or you're up. Do you slow down a little bit and take a little bit more comfortable if you're in the lead? There's all of those things that go into a massive 24-hour race. As well as that, somebody's got to be awake for at least 24 hours in the whole team at all times, right? Whether you're driving, whether you're crew chiefing, whether you're spotting, and that's 3 roles all at once. So give us your stories on YouTube. Love to hear it. Come and join us. Come and jump in with us. Have a chat with us. Tell us how you're doing that and achieving the race. And in the meantime, we'll try and keep up all the excitement and let you know what's going on in the race.
We've got to keep half an eye on the racing action at the moment because the number 14 car for Fisher Motorsports Dallara is up against the 621 of FRR Sim Sports in the L2 class. You can see it's the car. The FRS SimSport car sort of just pinned Travis Linscombe Hatfield in the 14 entry for Fisher Motorsport. Basically said, there's a hole here, and I'm going to put it in. It's really, really interesting the way that you leverage traffic right there. But this battle is sort of going to continue on at the moment. And the key factor as well for FRS SimSports, they are starting to take time out of Remy Loesch behind the wheel of the 46 car ahead. They're actually in the pit lane at the moment, currently for the 46 car. So this will be an opportunity for some racing to sort of develop. For Remy was not making time when he was last behind the wheel moments ago before that pit stop. So at the moment, we could end up with a very, very big 3-way battle for second place as it currently stands. And indeed for Gowan Racing as well. So the LMP2 class is trending towards the battle pack. At the 14th hour of the race, and like you said, Pete, we're only 10.5 hours away from the end. So your planning starts now for the end of that race. If you've got a driver who's starting to feel a little bit fatigued and they need to swap around, I think you've sort of got to get your head screwed on now and get those last adjustments to the stints out of the way.
Well, it's not only that, you've also got to think, can we go forward? But you've got to manage the traffic at the same time. So all of those practices you've made and taken to get this far into the race, you've still got to be able to drive safe. You've still got to be able to negotiate traffic and negotiate it when you have multiple slower class cars or different class cars at the same point on the track at the same time. And if there's 2 of them battling, you can't. It's very difficult. You want to get around them, but they're battling, and so you don't want to impact their race, and you've got to be patient. Everybody's got to be patient in these races. It's one of the things I love about the endurance racing. Sprint racing, super fast dudes are just super fast dudes. They get aggressive, they go out and they get checkered flags. That's good. But endurance racing, there's a whole lot more that comes into it. There's a whole lot of patience, and I just love it.
Yeah, we're going to get an opportunity as well to chat to another one of our drivers who'll be with us in just a few moments. Fusion SimSport driver of Murphy Nichols standing by us. We'll get a conversation with Murphy at the moment. Murphy, it's been an interesting race thus far. Talk to us a little bit first about where you're from, what side of the world. We're talking about team bonds at the moment, and the team bonds that are separated by oceans and halves of the world. So first up, where are you from? And then talk us through the nationalities behind your team.
I'm from Frederick, Maryland, so I'm born and raised in the good old US of A. That's where a good bit of our team is, but it's kind of interesting because we're all sort of spread out. From obviously East Coast. Our partner Chris Yedio, who's in the car right now, he's from Texas. Rob Deloach, he is Californian. And then Mark Stevenson, he is from Canada. So we're kind of all over the place. And we're all in different time zones, and it kind of helps because it allows guys like me and Mark, the East Coast guys, to get some sleep now while our West Coast and Central guys can run in the car and do, as we like to call, the midnight shift. And then we can get in fairly early in the morning while they sleep, so nobody's really starving for sleep, and everybody can be fully awake and fully focused, ready to go to see what we can do here.
Well, hey Murphy, I'm just reading here that you raced in the Sports Car Club of America in 1987. In your '87 Nissan 300 ZX. My cousin has a lot to do with the Sports Car Club of America out of DC.
Yeah?
A fellow named David Fitzgerald. Do you know him?
I do know him. He's a good buddy of mine. The league that he used to run, I was a big part of it. We did some races back and forth. He was an awesome guy, and he used to run at the same track that I run at now. And I'm hoping he comes back racing because I'd love to race him in real life.
Oh yeah, no, he's always been a guy who's been passionate about racing in real life and sim racing. He was the one who got me into the team I run with. In fact, it was a team he set up, so I could be the Australian link for him. So yeah, shout out to Dave. He's out there trailing around America on an endurance bike, so having a ball. But yeah, there you go. So how's that for a small world connection, Scotty?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Talk to us a little bit about your race at large at the moment. Obviously, sitting in fourth place as it currently stands in terms of the GTM class. In terms of the race as well, you know, you guys are sitting back there. You're only a few seconds down on third place. There's been a little bit of a battle there, but you've been up and down sort of the listings all night. You know, are you comfortable with Chris is doing a phenomenal job behind the wheel at the moment? Are you comfortable with how your race is going? What would you change if you could change something thus far?
I think change. I don't know if there's necessarily much we would change. I think it's more been what comes to luck more than anything. Like for instance, coming into my in lap, my Fanatec wheel decided to lose all force feedback and all ability of me to like shift or hit buttons. So I was basically stuck in first gear from the first horseshoe all the way to pit lane. So we lost about a minute from that, and then just a couple other small little things that have happened, but I know that everybody else here has had incidents as well, so I think it kind of balances out there. And I know I've had a couple incidents of my own, and I want to say sorry to those who I've had incidents with so far this race. I don't try to like intentionally get in a wreck. It's just I try and race people clean and fair, but I also race them tough because then I don't want to make it easy for them. But I don't, again, I guess to go back to your question, I don't think I would really change anything. I think we've done really good so far. I think Chris is doing a great job, as you mentioned. He's trying to get back ahead of fellow Chris, I think Chris Scar, to get back on the lead lap and then hopefully get lucky with the yellow and we're able to be right back there in the fight. And if not, we're still in a really good spot for a really good finish, and it's a long season, and I think we have a good shot to really do some damage this season and then see what we can put in some good results and hopefully go for the championship.
It's going to be an interesting season right the way through. I mean, we've already had the Raw, we've got the 24 Hours of Daytona now, but we look to the future as well. Long Beach is coming up on the 17th of February, the 12 Hours of Sebring, Grand Prix of Monterey. I mean, that is a phenomenal race at WeatherTech Laguna Seca. Lone Star Grand Prix from the Circuit of America, 6 Hours of the Glen, SportsCar Summer Sprint from Road America, Virginia, Miami, and then to finish us off at Petit Le Mans. It's a very, very long season, and it follows that IMSA schedule quite closely. And for those of us around the world who are not familiar with that IMSA schedule, it is going to be a challenging championship in terms of multi-class navigation. It is going to be something special, I think.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know how many races I'm necessarily going to compete in, but definitely the longer, like, endurance races, you'll definitely see me back for these, and I can't wait to compete with this awesome team and this awesome league and see what we can do.
Hopes for the end of the race at the moment. I mean, sitting fourth, like you said, there's a little bit of opportunity in the wind, a little bit of opportunity, but that creates for good racing. At the moment, the plan is just to put the hammer down. We've just got to be a little bit aggressive right now, just being off that lead lap.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing we got to do right now is just keep with the leader. Like I said, if we can get back around him and then hopefully pull a gap on him, awesome. If not, just stick with him as close as we can. Hopefully wait for him to make a mistake or just something to happen and just go from there. But that being said, too, it's a long race, so we don't want to like drive flat out the rest of the way because that leads to more risk and more chances for something to happen. So we want to keep it conservative, but definitely run our pace, run our race, and see what we can do for these last 10 hours, because I'm sure there's going to be some more yellows, there's going to be some more carnage, there's going to be some more of everything, and it's good. With how this race has been panning out, I can see it going down to the last. I can see it going down to the last lap, being realistic.
Yeah, well, you're sitting in your own window, sort of in the race right now, with the big gap to the car in front and a lap gap to the car behind. And the Digital Chicane Esports boys have called you out as somebody who's real quick on YouTube right now. It's Murphy too, so just keep a lookout for them.
All right. Yeah, I mean those guys are quick too. I'll give them credit. Like they said, they got a. I was listening to them earlier in the when you guys were talking to them. They got a fast car, but we do as well.
I think everybody's got a fast car looking at the times that I'm seeing, Scotty.
Yeah, just about. And something else that's sort of worthwhile and noting at the moment, we're just talking about some. Yep. So, sorry, my apologies. I just printed up the YouTube stream just to keep half an eye on a few different things. I heard myself talking to myself, which was never a good, disconcerting thing. Talking about things at this point in time, fatigue management, particularly for all of you guys being within America. Talk to us about the planning and preparation that went into that one, because getting everybody on sort of offset sleep schedules is not an easy thing in the lead up, in the middle of work weeks and whatnot as well.
Oh yeah, especially coming back from like holiday break, like it's hard to get time off. It's kind of nice with me because like I'm just a college student and I got a just part-time job, so with me it's a little bit easier to take time off. But I know with some of these guys who have full-time jobs and wives and lives outside of sim racing, it can be a lot harder for them. But through good communication, just through talking with these guys and racing with these guys before, knowing what our schedules are like, it's a lot easier to base schedules off that way and just really figure out what's best for what person and make it all work for everybody.
All right, mate. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you about your race thus far. Best of luck over the final 10 hours, and any shout-outs that you'd like to give out before we let you go?
Shout out to Team Fusion, obviously, first and foremost. Love these guys. Been racing with these guys for over 2 years now. Also, shout out to the guys down at PRG and my buddy Morgan, who is racing the real-life somewhat equivalent of this in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race. You can see him in the 80 VGRT Hyundai Elantra TCR down in Daytona this weekend. Shout out to you guys for a great broadcast, to VSCA for a good season opener so far, and shout out to my friends, my family, my parents, and my lovely girlfriend Kate, who's given me support the whole way through.
Thank you very much for your time, Murphy. It's been a pleasure chatting to you. Best of luck, and we'll hope that you get back on that lead lap and make it a fight.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Hey, Scotty, I love the shout out to his girlfriend Kate. That's a wonderful thing, because to be honest, my wife's taken off for the weekend. Crash. What have we just seen?
So,
Oh, is that from P2? That's the Screeching Moose car. Car number 5 from
turning back
P2
across
and
as well.
DPM.
Is this going to be contact between the Ferrari and the Mercedes? It will be on the corner exit. I wasn't quite sure. Ferrari out on the marbles, unfortunately, in the 161 entry.
Ferrari just staying wide for the faster class car to come through. Must have just got a little bit of a slow exit on the marbles, and the Mercedes just giving it a tag. Scotty, that's the ultimate race control request, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's tricky. It's something that I noticed quite a lot, was that the ability, as soon as you park, particularly down turn 1, is we're going to have pit stop cycles begin for the 14 car, situated 4th, and they were in a tight battle as well with the 621. It was still only about 2 or 3 seconds up the road. This car actually off at the moment through the chicane, the bus stop. Will be the 7th place car at a GTM is the 29 Firestorm car. And it was just...
Yeah. Just a little bit overshoot. Yep, too wide. Missed the bus stop. Take the safe inside route while the faster cars go around. Good driving, actually. Or good recovery, I should say.
That was them straight into the pit lane as well, I believe. So they may have been a little bit tight on fuel, which might have necessitated the slower entry to the bus stop. But anyway, they are into the lane, as is the 33 Mercedes out of GT3M. Currently sitting... So we hit an incident limit there for the 29 car. Was a drive-through penalty. It was not actually a pit stop service. But we are going to see our GT Pro leader come through the lane at this point in time, Pete. As we hit about 10 hours and 20 minutes. And the 911, that was an aggressive pit lane entry. That was really tight in terms of things. But the fact that they're both entering the lane at the same time says that's on schedule.
No, and I'm just looking at the GT Pro field, and it looks to be the closest field at the moment. There's really only about 50 seconds between the top 6 cars. So that is one hell of a race going on in the GT Pro.
So we have a few up and down the field that we'll keep our eyes on within that class, and with both of those cars pitting right on top of each other. That's another LMP2 car making its way down pit lane is the 86, I believe, with Harmoning behind the wheel, who'll hand on over potentially at this stop to a teammate. 10 hours, 20 minutes to go. The problem for those GT3 cars, Peter, this time slot, this is a little bit awkward. They're going to have a splash run, I think, when we get down to the tail ends. So safety cars are probably going to play their way into the strategy for that class and actually be kind of a lot more important than a lot of people might realize.
Yeah, I think so. Because the GT3 car, in my experience, the full tank of a GT3 car generally lasts about 60 minutes. So it's really close to the hour. The LMP2s and the GTPs are around about the sort of 45-minute mark, in general. So to see the GTP sort of off sync of the hour means that they could be out of sync. But to be honest, Scotty, if they're pitted during a safety car in the race that's midway through, they're going to be off sync till the end of the race, and they'll be in sync with everybody else, right?
Yeah, and update of the GT3 time, so it's about 55 minutes, Pete, that I was seeing in terms of things. So it's not right on that full hour mark, actually. You're right, it used to be. The old marker used to be, you get 60 minutes out of a tank, and as the GT3s have developed, it's actually been less and less. It's been more around the 52, 53 mark. I think Catalonia, actually, a full stint in terms of fuel is actually around about 52-minute mark. So it dips away quite a lot there.
Sorry, I momentarily forgot. We're talking about fast drivers, right? Average drivers like me we'll use 60 minutes to use a sticker fuel.
Yeah, the more time on the pedal on the right. That's how they do it.
Yeah. The superstars we get to watch. This is a good thing about commentary. You learn how slow you really are.
I mean, some of us take that as a good thing. Some of us are over here like, yeah, I think I'll give up. I think I'm done.
So we've got the current race leader, Mr. Hernandez, in the World of Sim Racing GTP, the Porsche. Seems to be a nice little sort of semi-camouflage colours there in the brown, black and white. These guys have been up the front for most of the race. They only have a small 4-second gap, so that's probably a pit stop changeover because the M10 Sim Racing team was at the front a little bit earlier. So a little bit of change for the lead, or we've got a pit stop upcoming.
Yeah, so there'll be a few things we'll keep an eye on up and down the field throughout this pit cycle. Second place out of our GTD field, GTM, is a screeching Moose Sport car, is into the lane. And Dean behind the wheel of that Mercedes at this point in time. Means that battle actually for third place and around this pit stop is actually going to become really interesting indeed. The 119 Trading Plates Racing car has just gone past them on the track as they will leave the lane. Fusion GTD is still in touch with that car as well, so when they re-enter here on cold tyres, the Mercedes is going to be a tricky little period of the race. Hernandez cutting his way through traffic, and there's the Fusion. How's that for placement on the track? Indeed, there comes that number 5 car back out of the lane as it currently stands. The Screeching Moose Motorsports. You'll have a responsibility to do behind the wheel now. I believe they may have actually just handed back over to McKenna. So McKenna Dean's behind the wheel of that car. I think they're trying to make some inroads at the moment, Pete, and push that car actually back up towards the race leaders. They've got a faster driver in that car at the moment, that Mercedes.
Yeah, I think the fingers crossed are in that team to get a full course yellow, because you will get a lap back under the full course yellow, and that will put them back on the lead lap. So that will bring them back from the incident that Murph talked about, and get them back up into the race. And it looks like they're competitive on time. So, just a little bit of luck and bring that field closer back together. We're still watching the current leader, Hernandez, in the World of Sim Racing. Lap 455 was his last pit stop, so that was 19 laps ago. So they should still probably have maybe another 8 or 9 laps before they come into the pits, and the 10 sim racing team will take over the lead. As is the natural course of the pit stop cycle, Scotty.
Actually, just discussing, I was just going into what the specifics actually of this event were, and looking into the balance of performance was really, really important to get it right. And a little bit of discussion with Carl Burney about what the value of it was. In terms of the GTP class, I know you were running across this weekend, you were in the Cadillac, and you sort of confidence in that car. You guys and the team that you're a part of, a lot of confidence in that car, and have been in that car for a long time, so happy to stay with that one. But I felt like going on board a car with a little bit of VTEC. Opted for the Honda Acura. And unfortunately for us, a V6 powered by 2 very large turbos, when they get engine penalties, you cannot spool that turbo up. It got balance of performance effectively out of the real world. Benefit here, though, is that the power has not been subtracted from that car, and the Porsche as well. Difference between the Porsche and the Acura, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the V6 versus a V8. Both of them have 2 turbos powering those cars, but the Porsche with the V8 is still a little bit more responsive with more power behind it. So what you're actually seeing from these cars versus the Cadillac, which I believe is Cadillac's actually naturally aspirated, it's just a bigger engine in that car, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah, look, I mean, we went with it only because we were comfortable with it, and most of the team hadn't tried the Porsche or the Acura, and I think the team's going to evaluate their car choice before we get into the Spring 12-hour for the next big official one that we'll do in this series. But yeah, it's always interesting to compare these cars, and knowing or believing that they're as close to the real life car as possible gives us sim racers the chance to experience something we wouldn't otherwise in our normal average lives.
Perfect little segue. You know what? We're going to talk about it at this point in time, just because it's one of my favorite topics in sim racing. Sim versus game versus real life as well is a really, really interesting topic that we love to debate it right around the world. I've actually had I love talking to a bunch of different people, and this is a conversation that Pete and I have actually had in person, well, not in person, we've never met in person, but previously, Pete. And given that you are a race controller, you have a responsibility to attempt to match some aspects of real-world racing, as Chris Cadiz is going to pit in the 1-2-3 car at a 7th place in the LMP2 class, currently 4 laps down. In terms of race controlling, and VSCA go a little bit different in terms of their safety car procedures, but I love this aspect because it's one of those things that we get to debate, we get to tinker with. Real world is done on the basis of safety, but in sim racing we get to tinker with a lot of the different processes to try and create our own sort of experience. What's your take on that, and what are some of the gamified elements that you do like, some of the gamified elements you don't like, and talk us through the process as large?
Essentially, what I do like is I do like how close a sim like iRacing has got it to the real life world, and I like that we get the credibility through some of the real life superstars across all of the series around the world.
We're gonna get an update. Just hang on, Pete. Hang on a second. We've just gotten another full course yellow. So we are going to go full course yellow at this point in time, which is going to throw a whole bunch of strategy. We're going to pin the sim versus realistic aspect for just a few moments, as we are going to discuss things as it happens. Safety car has been deployed, field has been neutralized, and everyone's sort of going to come together and find themselves looking for the safety car at this point in time. We're looking for our GTP leader, and the critical thing for that is that they are down just past the pit lane exit. So we're going to have to do nearly a full lap before we get back there. Pit lane will be closed as well for anyone looking to enter the pit lane. For those that were in the pit lane, for example, the 621 car out of the LMP2 at this moment, they're going to attempt to race to the exit. We've got a replay incoming as well. Something just happened a few moments ago. I believe this might have been on the verge of the safety car period. Missed the entry to the bus stop.
Missed the entry to the bus stop. Oh, he's stuck in the middle of the bus stop on the racing line. Oh, get out of there. Get out of there, young fella. Yes, well done. Oh, my God. Oh, I wouldn't want to be that driver. I wouldn't want to be the spotter.
Were you behind the wheel of this Porsche?
Scary enough. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's the story of my life.
That is what being behind the wheel of Peter Baxter's car does often look like, by the way, ladies and gents. I'm going to harp on that one to the end of time, Pete, because it's always a funny one to pull out. But field will be frozen at this point in time. Safety car has now made its way out into the circuit, and keep half an eye on it. Where's our race leader at this point in time? On his way down through turn number 1.
So we're looking at the
car.
Yep. We're looking at the race leader, Scotty, and nobody can pit at this stage under the safety car, right? So right now for this series, this is about normalising the field and bringing it all together. The iRacing safety, they've used the iRacing safety car. It hasn't come out yet. But did I see the leader overtake somebody? Did I see the current leader? Oh. I mean, for me, golden rule of thumb in yellow flag is no overtaking, right? Stay as fast as you can until you get up behind the safety car, but you cannot overtake a car.
It's a green flag running. Ended at close on 5 hours. We had 5 hours with the green flag running. At that point in time, we've got a car in the pit lane as well at this point in time. It's the 55 car at a GT Pro field. This may have been a forced pit stop because I know at this point in time we were right in the middle of GT3 pit stops up and down the fields. So they may not have had an option.
Yeah, if you run out of fuel, you have to come in the pits, right? You can't just settle into the safety car if you don't have enough fuel, even to drive around at slow speed. So, that's unfortunate. It's really unlucky timing. But that's the nature of full course yellows. Unlucky timing for some, really good timing for others. So Screeching Moose Motors, for example, talking about needing a safety car, this is going to bring them back onto the lead lap of the GT Am series. So, it's flip of the coin. It's always difficult, the safety car. Win some, lose some. That's racing.
We're going to have to talk about safety car strategy at this point because it has been deployed a bulk of the time throughout the field. I mean, for our race leaders, this is effectively a free pit stop. And at this point in time, I think they were actually in the pits only recently. It was Carlos Hernandez behind the wheel of the 51 entry. No, they would be coming up on due. Their last pit stop was like 4:56, so they actually are right on due to come down the lane in terms of things. They would have gone immediately into full save mode. Another moment coming through the bus stop as well. That's another car that's out of fuel on the way through the bus stop or attempting to make their way back in. Was this the Santos car that we just saw that was potentially out of fuel? Okay, so getting what it wasn't actually an incident of sorts. It was just a car attempting to re-find their position in the queue, which is really, really important. Got to follow those on-screen instructions.
And this looks like a car out of fuel, Scotty. This is the Henderson car, quite a number of laps down right now. Torque Freak Racing is 6 laps down from P13, so they're quite a way down the field, just trying to make their way around. But that looks like a car who's just getting enough fuel to get around. Well, they've got back on the fast lane. Yeah. There we go.
So race control is just getting involved in the full course yellow procedure at the moment. So you're going to see this sort of unfold as, again, another car that has to come to the pit lane, doesn't have a choice in terms of fuel. Will make their way down through in the Lamborghini, I believe that was. So the 777 car, which is second in queue, is going to get waved on through. So what you're going to see at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, is the cars as they are waved through and waved by the safety car. So we're going to see a little bit of activity in action as more drivers forced to come to the lane without much of a choice in the matter. We'll continue to trundle down the lane.
So it takes a little bit, this safety car procedure, but it really does mix up the field. So essentially, it's just settling on. The people going into pits now, they are out of fuel, right? They are going in because they have to go in. Essentially, pit lane is closed. Pit lane entry is closed. But if you're running out of fuel, you still got to go and pit, right? And you have to just cop that drive-through. We've already talked about that. So what's happening now is shortly the pit lane will open. So it's the first round wave bys. So that's anybody stuck between the pace car and their class leader. They will get a wave by. And then once the first round wave bys are complete, then the pit entry will open and everybody can go into pits. And then there is a second round of wave bys for anybody stuck between the class leader and the pace car. And what I find is really interesting in this one, Scotty, is the pace car doesn't pick up the race leader. It picks up the first of the class leaders to lead the field. So the full course yellow that I watched earlier this race, the first class leader was the GTM 2 cars from Digital Chicane Racing. They were the ones that led the field for the restart, and the GTP cars were about 10 or so cars deep. Now, you're allowed to overtake a different class before the start-finish line, but you're not allowed to overtake your own class. Can you see how confusing that gets? And can you see, if you think it's hard enough to restart a race having the fastest car at the fast, these guys are nuts. They put the fastest car in the middle of the field and then restart the race in mixed class racing.
Yeah, it's not tricky. This entire situation takes alertness from everyone, and you can actually hear it as well. By the way, sitting on board at the moment with, I was just keeping half an eye on Emil Basic out of the Intend Sim Racing 73 car in the Porsche second place overall as we currently stand, and in the GTP field. And just the amount of fuel saving that's going on board all of these guys at the moment. Critical factor as well as tire temperature. Very, very important. These GTP cars do not like cold tires whatsoever. GT3 cars are a little bit dancy, and they tend to be okay because they've got a lot more assist, but the GTP cars, particularly on the front end, they're going to really struggle on these restarts. As we trundle back by the pit lane, and interesting point in the race as well, as we are only 4.5 minutes away from the 10-hour to go mark, and we're going to get into single-digit hours at this point in time. Buckle in for those GTD cars at this point in time, both the AM and the Pro field. We are right outside their pit windows, so some smart fuel-saving strategies from here could set themselves up for the tail end of the race. Indeed, if I'm in one of those cars, I'm making sure I get every single drop of fuel filled into this car. I might pit several times under this caution, because that's how critical to these guys the pit window is right now. Lose a little bit of track position for it, but you will have a topped-off tank and fresh rubber as a part of that one, which
So
would be quite critical.
I'm really intrigued that the pit lane might not have opened yet, because we've got a number of cars, particularly the GTP cars, that have done more than a 20-lap stint here. So they haven't pitted yet. So I'm guessing that we haven't got to the pits open yet in this safety car. So we've still got a few laps on the safety car to go.
And interestingly, we're on lap 481 as well, by the way. Those of you watching along at home. End of they've just announced pit lane open. Pit lane will be open at the end of this one. Announced by race controller Kyle Burney. And for the drivers that are deeper in the field, for example, the 42 car in 5th place overall with Santos behind the wheel for MV Skin Labs DS Racing at the moment. They were one of the cars that was forced to come to the pit lane because they were out of fuel. It'll be an interesting cycle at the moment for those guys, given that they are only about, it says 20 seconds off the race lead. They're right at the tail end of the chain at the moment. So they're in a pretty unique situation where they're going to have a penalty to come. But it sort of when it falls your way, it falls your way. But when it doesn't for that car, they're going to be in a world of hurt post this restart. But, I mean, they still did get sort of a free pit stop. They still closed up a lot. Then they'll just have to take a good old drive-through penalty. It's painful, but there is a benefit there.
Yeah, look, a drive-through penalty might cost you 20 seconds, but you might have gained 40 under the safety car, right? So, yeah, it's a bit of give and take. You got to think about the whole race, not just the penalty on its own, and it's got to be fair for everybody. But yeah, drivers that are at the back of the lap, are the ones that gain a lot of time under these safety car procedures as the field condenses up. So the drive-through is not necessarily the worst of the penalties you can get. It'll be worse to go down a lap because you ran out of fuel, or go down more because you ran out of fuel and have to tow to the pits.
Yeah, another interesting point to make at this point in time. We have 5 cars on the lead lap, and that 42 car we're just talking about multiple just a few moments ago is the last of the cars on the lead lap in terms of the GTP field. For the LMP2 cars, we have multitude of those on the same lap. At the moment, the 46 Rising Panda Racing leads the way at this safety car interval over Gowan Racing, which is just a little bit further down in the queue, so they're quite close together in terms of things. There are another two cars in terms of the LMP2 class that are on the same lap, which is the 100 Wookiee Esports LMP2 and the FRS Sim Sports 621, and that battle for class position within the LMP2 class is going to be quite hotly fought. Now it's time to talk a little bit about our GT, AM, and Pro standings at the moment as Michael Spaldi and the bulk of the cars will make their way to the pit lane, and you can see the first 3 cars at the head of the queue out of the GTPs, and we've got a few GT3s sitting in here, including the first 2 cars out of the GT3s that are actually coming in here are both your GT Pro leader and your GT AM leader at this point in time. So we've got quite a good battle on our hands, I would say, over the next half an hour, Pete. Is going to be a really, really exciting period of the race.
Yeah, it looks like we've still got 6 GT Pros on their lead lap. So that's a massive race that's still yet to play out, and that's nearly the whole GT Pro field actually. So there's only 2 cars that aren't on the lead lap in that field, and we've only got 2 cars in the GT AM on that. So that's opened up a bit, but I think each of those cars that are a lap down, so it should bring. So this next wave rounds should bring 2 GTPs back onto the lead lap. Should bring 3 LMP2s back onto the lead lap to make that 7 on the lead lap. And I don't think it won't bring another GT Pro. It'll bring GSE Racing Merlin 1 lap closer to the lead lap, just 1 lap off them. And it should bring another 4 cars of GTMs. No, maybe 6 cars of GTMs. So we might end up with 8 GTMs on their lead lap. So really, this full course yellow is going to bring quite a few cars back into the lead lap. And in terms of strategy, Scotty, and you're talking about fuels and just topping up fuel when you can, you make the choice. At this stage of the race, you go in and add an extra fuel. It sort of backs up the point I made earlier that this is the period of the race where, if you had a strategy, you're testing it and you're adjusting it because you've got 12 hours to test it. Now you're adjusting it to make the most out of the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away for just a couple moments and take a breather. It might be time to top up on the coffee if you're late in at night. If you're looking for a quick snack, we're just going to get underway with some of the sorting procedures as well as this safety car period proceeds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been our pleasure to bring you the coverage thus far. We'll continue just the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the advertising, which, by the way, included the Acura doing laps around Circuit Long Beach, which will be coming up as the next event, albeit there's only one Acura in the field, but we'll debate that later on. In the meantime, for those of us not powered by VTEC, there is a race that's still unfolding at this point in time because we've now got our second wave buyers done and the field is starting to normalize. It's going to be our GT Pro leader who will have control of the field when we go back to green flag racing. Albeit at the moment, we are still sorting out and getting some cars back on the lead up. It's going to be a really, really interesting opportunity here, I think. We got an instant. I think there might be a slow car actually at this point in time. We've got a couple of cars down on the apron. I think really, really slow. No? Yes?
No,
maybe?
No, I think the field just seems to be still. There's quite a lot of wave around, so the field is still sort of bringing itself back together, Scotty. So there's about half the field condensed up behind the train at the moment. And yeah, so we've got quite a few wave rounds, and it might just be a case of cars just sitting on the left-hand side of the track for the wave rounds to happen.
It's the 42 Skin Lab DS racing car that's trundling slow, and they've got the 6th place GT Pro car just in front of them, which will be, I believe, Race Tech competition. Indeed, it is at this point in time. So. Still under safety car at this point in time, and as you can see, that's them there. So yeah, I'm still catching myself up with racing procedures at this point in time because it's quite interesting. Just to sort of note, every league has a different take on it. Every league has a different take on why we do it and how we do it, and that's a debate that Pete and I will get back to when we get back to green flag racing because it buys into the sim versus real life argument. In Australia, we use manually driven safety cars, which is a unique thing. And one of the reasons we actually do that is if a car has to tow. Did you know when the iRacing safety the iRacing safety car is called, the iRacing yellow flag comes out, it actually doubles the towing time?
No, I didn't know that, but I do know that when the iRacing safety car comes out, it closes the pit lane,
which is another one of the reasons.
In the server. And in Australian racing, we allow cars on that first lap, as the safety car's been called, to enter their pits, do their pit stop, and then come out behind the safety car. So essentially, that's one of the reasons why we use a manual car, so we don't end up having to condense the field before pit lanes. But I understand in a lot of US-based racing, it's condensed the field first, and then you have a whole lot of havoc in pit lane all at the same time. Yeah, there's a couple of differences that maybe that's a northern and southern hemisphere thing, Scotty, or it might be a European versus American.
Yeah, it's just a different spin on it, which I mean I both like and don't like at the same time. And this is one of the debates I think one of the points we'll center in on. I've seen racing from VSCA in the past, and whilst there was changes of rules which I've loved, you know, the best part about any racing series is that you have to continue to improve the rule set. You have to continue to improve the racing. You've got to continue to improve your drivers, the commentary team. Everything has to continue to evolve, continue to improve. But as a league, you can only do that within your own bounds. Yeah, you can talk to people from outside the league. Yeah, you can take on some feedback. But at the same time, you have to run some procedures and some policies and test things. And for what I've seen from VSCA, I was actually around for one of the very first events of actually VSCA. The policies, the procedures and everything have improved profoundly based upon where they started. And, you know, that's all credit to the team over here. So I'm glad that they have continued to look at their policies and procedures, go, we like that, we didn't like that. Because if you don't tinker and you don't try things, well, trial and error is a big, big thing. And one of the things that may not work for another league will work here within the VSCA side of things, and it's for a different reason. And like you said, it's the manual versus the iRacing safety car. It is a different thing that is done for a very specific sort of reason, a specific rule set. And for a 24-hour race, what it does enable is it actually enables less race controllers to be on hand and still get a safety car procedure in, which is a big, big thing.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, whatever VSCA is doing, they're just doing right. Have a look at the caliber of the competition you've got here, Scotty. Yeah, because what do people in the sim world do? If they don't like the league and the way the league's being run, they'll go and find another one. So you've got a whole lot of high caliber races here, and I can tell that by the closeness of the times. By the way, everybody's still together, and the clean racing. This is a high caliber league. For the drivers to be involved in, and they're not leaving. And they're here. You've got teams that have been here for a number of years. You've got teams that are defending championships. So VSCA is doing something right.
And the other thing is also have one of the other ways that you can tell that you've got a successful league on your hands is the way that the drivers talk to each other. And every single driver that we talk to at the moment, and even comments from YouTube, from everywhere that sort of look, is, we're here for the fight. We're here to have fun, and we don't think anyone's doing anything untoward. If you're hunting for a championship, or you think people are edge casing the rules, or yada yada yada, they won't talk about each other in that sort of a light. There will be a little bit more offense taken and just the manner. Sometimes it'll be the tone of the voice, sometimes it'll be the things, but the language taken by the drivers is quite important. And the interviews that we've been a part of thus far certainly reflect that. Right, safety car will be falling into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Let's talk you through exactly how things sit in terms of on track at the moment. The GT Pro cars were actually ahead of our GTP cars at this point in time, so that will be leading us back to green flag. And the reason for that is you don't want to wave one half of your field past the safety car and not the other half. That is race impacting. For those of you watching along at home, which is part of the reason why they would have picked up this strategy of going with the cautions. This safety car will pit into the pit lane. And from there on out, it is going to be the first two cars will be your GT Pro cars of Fisher Motorsports Racing Porsche and the RPM Racing Porsche as well. So your 44 and 911 cars at the head of the field. From there, it's your LMP2 leader with Kyle Hakema behind the wheel in the 621 car. They did not come down pit lane under this caution. The problem for them, though, is they've got a pit stop now to include probably somewhere in the next 15-20 minutes or so. So that position will change. From there, it's Emil Otobasic, who actually leads the way of the 73 car for Intense Sim Racing. They had slightly shorter pit stop than the 51 car in terms of your GTP field. From there, the fifth car in queue will be another LMP2. It's actually the second place car in the LMP2 field. Your leader of your GTM cars sits in sixth place in terms of the course. So there are quite a number of different cars and categories. You're going to see this field string out. That safety car is about to pull off into the lane, and we are going to get back to green flag racing in just a few moments as the safety car takes the left-hand turn down the pit lane. 9 hours and 42 minutes on the clock. And for the driver behind the wheel of the Fisher Motorsports Porsche, does not wait in the slightest. He wants to get back to the power pedal. He wants to get the run down to pit lane. And for Stephen Nobes, he's now going to have an LMP2 crawling all over his rear bumper as they run down to turn number one. The 73 Intense Sim Racing car as well is right there. So the traffic starts to fan out. And have a look at it deep in the pack. There was multiple opportunities for 3 wide on the run down to turn number one. And the field are all going to try and find their way through. Cold tires up and down the field, Pete. And this is multi-class racing.
Classic multi-class racing, Scotty. You've got cold tyres, you've got 3 different classes, massive different speed differences under acceleration and brakes and cornering. There you go, 3 wide in the international hairpin, 1 car coming back onto the track. You've just got to look out for each other. You can't go side by side. You can't weave side to side in any of these cars, because you know that if you're in a GT3 car, you've got faster cars coming through. It's going to take a whole lot of patience and about 3 or 4 laps for this field to settle out before we see the GTP cars all pull away and jump in front of the field, and it cleanses itself for about 10 laps, and then it'll all get messy again. It's good stuff, this multi-class racing.
I tell you what, it's that entertaining. I've got a cat at the moment that's attempting to watch the broadcast from over my shoulder. This is going to be an interesting bit of racing at this point in time. Right now, Stephen Nobes in the 44 car for Fisher Motorsports got a good getaway and got reasonable traffic handling in terms of his portion at the front end of the field. It means that he's built a 4-second margin over Brett Crouch behind the wheel of the 911 car at this point in time. Although Crouch didn't pit, both of these cars at the head of the GT Pro field did not pit under that caution. So they're attempting to buy a little bit of a ticket further up the field in terms of their current track position. Chris Scarr, from the leader of the GTM field and the number 93 Porsche as well, is showing a little bit of aggression on our GT Pro second place car as they run down to turn number one. Everyone sort of tries to tip it on in, and keep your eyes out for the traffic management at this point in time. Cars are going to be ducking, diving, dodging, weaving, looking for anything that they can possibly do. And as well, consider those tires. They're not up to temperature, and that might be a mistake that's come out of the 19 car with Hazard behind the wheel in our GTP field at the moment. Tires not necessarily up to temperature. Runs a little bit wide. Over the curb. Doesn't take anyone with him, Pete.
No, and I think lucky. I mean, he's going to lose time, but there's no damage to the car, maybe damage to the ego, but he can get back onto the track and he'll fight his way through the GT3s again. But look, no big damage to anything there, and full course there. If there's another full course yellow, and with 9 hours and 40 minutes to go of this race, it's likely to be. I think that's not a big deal in the scheme of things, but as long as the ego's not too bruised, or if he's anything like me, he'll get angry with himself and drive faster.
Yes, Pete did get angry with himself in some of the driving he's done in the recent history. That was good to watch. Everyone's starting to settle on down here now. GTPs have pulled away. Our race leader at this point in time, the Intensim racing car, have about a 3.5 second margin, up to 4 seconds as they get down turn number 1. They've managed to navigate the traffic.
This is a lovely gap for Autobasic, isn't it? In the Intensim racing Porsche, that thing is flying. He had a nice little gap of traffic to get himself away out of that safety car restart, and he's going to make the most of it. A nice little 4.5 second gap, which means he's got no pressure behind him. He can just have eyes forward and drive fast, which a good spot to be in. All of the other cars are still going to sort of have awareness with who's around them, whether they're going to have a dive here or there, whether the cars, just putting themselves halfway out of their mirror and making them something to think about. We get someone to miss an apex and make a mistake. So Autobasic there is on his way and looking like he's going to have a nice little good stint there.
Probably time as well, which we'll get to. I reckon we'll give it probably another 10 minutes at the moment. Let this sort of settle itself out, play itself into things at the moment. Keep your eyes on the battle. It was just on screen as well. Battle in class in the GTM is less than half a second at the moment for P2 on the road. At the moment, the Trading Paints racing car has nabbed that one away. The Screeching Moose Motorsport car. Remember, Pete, they pit not too long before, and I think most of the GTM cars actually pit not too long before we actually ended up with that full course yellow. So for them, it was a shorter pit stop. And the 5 car's going to go through because around goes the Trading Paints racing car, tumbling through the field. And where they're stuck, they just had to sit there and wait. There was nothing for them to do. The entire GTM field was on their way through turn number 6 at that point in time. Back out onto the oval, cold tires, a little bit of an unsettled driver. And for the Trading Paints crew, losing a little bit of ground, and have a look at Fusion GTD. We were talking with them, only 45 minutes or so ago. They're back on the lead lap now, into the 3rd placing car. Yatito behind the wheel, and more chaos and more drama down at turn number 4. As everyone tries to settle themselves down. This will be from the GTP cars, trying to get back and into that rhythm. You'll get down to the inside. Is the 88 car. There wasn't really a hole there. He tried to make one, and he hasn't lost too much. There certainly could have been a lot more time done. And like you said, Pete, I think ego damage. I think even the cars escaped too much drama.
Yeah, so far it's just about settling back down, because after the pit stops, we'll have some new drivers in the cars. We'll have cold tyres. You've got a condensed field, and essentially you're just got to settle back down and get cleanse the field first of all. It's the first thing you've got to do, right? Get your class ahead of the slow class, because you're going to have about at least 3 to 5 laps where you can just have clean racing and you're racing your own class, and then you get back into the boxing of multi-class racing, right? When the GTPs, the pros, come up against the GT3 cars for the first time, the GT3 cars are still going to be line of turn, and you're going to have to weave through slowly. You can't just be aggressive under the brakes. You have to find your moment, and if 2 GT3 cars are fighting, one might have to move to fight the other, and that might create a 3 wide or a 4 wide on the oval, which we know, Scotty, is always very exciting.
Couple points to talk to at this point in time, as we've got 6 cars in the lead lap in terms of GT Pro. And in the GTM category as well, we're back to 4 cars on the lead lap. We're back to 2 cars 1 lap down, which is Digital Chicane 80 in the MMT racing cars. Now, the number 80 car for Digital Chicane has a big old whack right in the center of its rear bumper. And was that Gabriel Abano sliding off the road? No, it was one of the other cars. It just slid off the road through the bus stop. It's going to be very, very slow out through the exit as everyone forges their way on and through. But one of the other benefits of a safety car, Pete, opportunity to get some damage repaired. They tried to go down the inside of that Mercedes in the 34 entry. MSP number 34 with Aaron Beaver behind the wheel. And unfortunately, that one didn't work, and he's dropped a ton of spots in terms of that pack. That car's trying to respond at this point in time. We've got a battle in terms of our LMP2s. And all of a sudden, full course yellow brings the field back to life a little as it sort of drifted towards a conclusion.
I'm watching a battle of GT3s. I've got Simon Hussam in the Race Tech competition. Audi, he's gone 3 wide through to turn 1, found himself into a little quartet of cars through turn 1, and that field is now just starting to settle down. So you wouldn't want to be a GTP car coming up to face a GT3 battle that is 3 wide, right? Where do you go?
Speaking of that, our race leader's actually on the way towards this field. He's probably only about 10 seconds or so off the rear bumper of those guys. You just saw the battle pack that Pete was talking about. Well, that's your GTP leader on his way through. Auto Basics still behind the wheel of this car and has built a little bit of a margin, and there's a huge amount of locked brakes on the run down to turn number 4 at the moment.
Is that the fight for the LMP2 lead?
Okay, I'm not happy with that one, Pete. Was that a potentially moving under brake situation? Well, he squeezed him at turn 1, and then it's going to continue down here. He's still to the right-hand side as they go through the left and right, and then covers it as well. Well, he covered it and broke early.
Squeezing or a brake check, Scotty?
Well, that wasn't a brake check. I think he was planning to brake there and was just caught a little bit untoward with the 621 car, was just not ready for that braking.
It was good racing all the way up to that point. Cars side by side, lost tight. Oh, there we go, the Trading Paint car having their spin. Oh, there goes the leader. So that's a second spin for the Trading Paints car.
At the moment, words to the 119 Trading Paints red car with Jeffrey Miller behind the wheel. Oh, my word! That is a huge incident. It slides off the exit of turn number 1, and... No, it wasn't off turn number 1. It was off the kink, and he's just no control. Remember that there is ABS in these cars, so whilst that man may be stomping on the brake as fast as he possibly can, it won't track straight because the ABS kicks in and prevents him at the kink. And as he went to turn in, he wasn't expecting the LMP2 to get down the inside. And that Audi is going to rip some parts off, and that's going to potentially ruin a race.
Absolutely nothing you can do on the LMP2 there. That's a classic one of those moments where you're just doing everything right, you're running your own race, and bang, something just happens in front of you. You've got absolutely no chance to move. I feel for them. I feel for them. Here's on board the LMP2 coming out of the universal hairpin. No, that's coming out of turn 5. Okay, all you're doing is looking for turn 6 and the braking point there. I think we're a car off, Nolan. So yeah, because all you're doing, you're coming out of turn 5. You try and hug that corner, get a little on the throttle, come out here. You look at turn 5. You say, "What am I doing looking at headlights?" That ain't a good thing to do.
It was a hairy few moments as this is the battle for 3rd place in GT Pro. At this point in time, the Porsche on Porsche action. Porsche's been incredibly strong over the last sort of 8-12 months since its release. It's been dominating the GT3 standings with so much traction at the rear end. We've had a new Ferrari come in, we've had a new Audi come in, and still yet to be shaken is the Porsche. I might ask Nolan, does he know which nation this Porsche actually comes from? I'm not sure he does. I saw my favourite clips of all time, actually, with our producer Nolan behind the microphone. I might try and get that one out to our viewers at home, where he forgets the nationality of Porsche and gets them confused with Ferrari. We've all had those moments, Pete.
Nolan, those sorts of things keep you employed. You've got to have them, right? If you don't have moments like that, people don't remember who you are. You're just some other bland dude who does production, right? Now, you're Nolan from Italy, right? The man who loves Porsche.
You guys can't hear Nolan in our ears, which is great because he can be as upset as he wants at us as commentators. But I'll have you know, the fans watching along at home, Nolan, they're absolutely entertained, and for their benefit, you have to link the image, the clip, because I think everyone will benefit from watching 5 minutes of racing action. The commentary team has not been sacked; the producer has.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, bugger. Oh, how good is it? Sorry, Nolan, you did bring 2 Australians onto your broadcast, and one of the things you've got to learn about us is we're not all serious, right? We like to have a joke with everybody. We like to have a whole lot of fun, and it's normally the bloke that brings us here that'll cop it the most. So thank you.
Yeah, you're employed us. He's paying the bills. It's his problem to deal with. At the moment, we'll talk a little bit about lap times up and down the field. Christy Tito in that 296 Fusion GTD car at the moment is making a little bit of time, as is the number 5 car as well. In terms of our GTM standings, McKenna Dean behind the wheel of the Mercedes, second place in GTM, has made significant headway in the last couple laps in terms of trying to run down our race leader for GTM, which is the 93 Digital Chicane Ferrari. And I like the class, but talk to me a little bit, Pete, here, because this is interesting. This makes for easy separation of all the classes for us, and makes for easy discussion as well. Splitting the GT cars up by make and model. So the GT Pros have the option of the Audi, the Porsche, and the BMW available to them, and the GTMs get access to the rest, effectively, which is the Ferrari, the Mercedes. I don't believe the Ford was actually on that list, but it makes it interesting from a broadcasting perspective as well, because, yeah, sure, it limits your entry list, but what it means is that we all know what class you entered in as well.
Well, it does. I mean, you can do that a number of ways. You can do that with the colour coding on the cars, and you can see that the Porsches and the Audis there, they've got all the red tips around them. So that's a clear indicator that they're in the GT3 Pro class. And then the AM cars have got green tips around the mirrors and sides. So pretty easy to pick out from a broadcast perspective, and that's really well done from the league. You're not overdoing anyone's paints. They're just there, and you can see straight away that red is Pro, green is AM. You know, how do you get into the pro field? I guess you just got to be like super fast or be a paid driver. I don't know. I'm neither. I'd certainly. So no, I'm just going to whisper in my ear. It's iRating and pace based. So yep, certainly that's neither for me, Scotty. So I think I'd happily settle in the green M class. But I tell you what, it's interesting the car choice, because that was come to mind, right? Because if you talk to a lot of people, the Porsche is one of the harder cars to drive fast, safely. And you know, the Audi's a new car, and it's well and truly known or thought about in iRacing that when a new model comes out, it's normally the one that's got the best balance of performance. It's a little bit over the top, and a lot of people will pick it and race it in these bigger events. So to see the Porsche and the Audi as the cars that I haven't driven the Audi, but you know, the Porsche can be tricky to some that aren't used to a rear-ended drive, and give them to the faster cars with a higher I rating. I think that's a really, really smart move by the league. It puts the better drivers in the more difficult car, because you know, from my group of people that I've always raced with, the Ferrari and the Mercedes, they're a little bit more docile. They're a little bit easier to come to terms with. They're a lot more balanced. You know, as a front engine and a mid-engine car, they're a lot more balanced in terms of the rest of the GT3 cars. So to see them in the AM, I think they're a really good choice of car for the AM guys. And you know, I'd happily drive either the Ferrari or the Merc. I do drive the Porsche for a bit of fun, but the last time I did commentary for someone, I lost a bet about the Porsche, and
yes,
it's probably not something we want to bring up.
Yes, you did. Pete, can we get you to make another bet? Because I'd love to see you lose another bet. Okay, so we're getting requested. So Pete, I forget the specifics exactly of what the bet was actually about, so people will probably be able to elaborate on that one. But I can tell you it was about how long until the next Porsche does Porsche things and the rear end comes undone. It was a GT3 race at Suzuka. Pete, do you want to elaborate on that one?
Well,
do you remember the specifics?
Our producer at the time was talking about Porsche doing Porsche things, and we'd had a race where, you know, the Porsche had done Porsche things. You know, and one of the things that early days I used to hate driving like the Porsche Cup car. Scotty loves it. Is I find the rear engine Porsche really easy to spin the rear if you're a bit late in the brakes and overdrive it, right? Which is what I tend to do. And I thought, no, I'm commentating. I'm going to be really nice to the guys, and I want to get off the subject of the Porsche doing Porsche things. I'm going to back the Porsche drivers, and I'm going to say, no, be nice to the Porsche drivers. They got more skill than this. They're not going to spin the rear. And by the time, and I said, I bet you they don't. I bet you the Porsche drivers in this race go all the way. And I'll tell you what, if I lose the bet, I'll give me what I need to know. And by the time the producer had given me the prize for the bet, his prize for the bet, a Porsche had done Porsche things and spun
it
out
was
at
like
1:30.
less than 5 minutes later. Yeah, it didn't last all that long. And for those of you watching along at home, what was the result of that bet? Well, it was an Australian having to display his love of Britain effectively. And for those of you who don't know what that is, Pete took a tablet with the British flag, and Pete lives quite near a very renowned. It's bourbon? No, it's rum. It's rum maker, a rum distillery in Australia. One of the most popular rum distilleries in terms of Australia, and he had to take a Union Jack and display it outside. Great rivalry between us Australians and them, they're Brits who abandoned us over here on our prisoner colony. But anyway, that's a topic for another time. But making bets around racing makes it entertaining as we keep our eyes on what's unfolding in multiple classes up and down the field. It was another Ferrari on the infield. It was the 531 Ferrari, got deep down inside of, I believe that was the Fusion car, the 296 Fusion GTD. So that has race consequences for the car that's running third in the GTM class.
Yeah, that's Paul Classens in the Yellow Submarine squad. SynLab Racing Ferrari just having a little bit of a come together, losing a little bit of time and dropping back down in the GTM class. You know, the Yellow Submarine squad hasn't had the best of races. It's currently a number of laps down, but you know, you still don't want those sorts of things. You're in this race to the end, and I'm sure Bourne's just going to get his head back together and get a bit angry, man. Get out there and fight those laps. I've got to tell you something, Scotty. We've had a couple of drivers in with us tonight, and you know we talked about the commentator's curse, like you come and talk to the drivers, and something happens to your car and it goes backwards. Well, I'll tell you, so what? Who come in to see us? We've had Screeching Moose Motors come in to see us. They're in P4 and a lap down at the time. They're now P2 in class. We've had Fusion GT come in and see us in GTM. They were P5 at the time. They're now P3 in class and on the lead lap. How good is that, right? We've had the guys from Intense Sim Racing. They're still leading the race. So come and talk to us. If you come and talk to us, it looks like you advance in this field. How is that for a commentator's curse?
No, Pete, no. No, sir, you've condemned. Well, we're going to chat to race controller Kyle Burney at this point in time because Kyle, mate, we've just put a curse on your race, and I don't know how you feel about that, because Pete's just said everyone that comes to talk to us is going to have a great race, so you can tell it's going to be all downhill from here. Do you want to talk to us, or you want to leave now that you've heard that?
Can't really been any worse than it has been. I mean, we've been anywhere from first place all the way down to 9th, 10th place, and 2 laps down, so all good.
Mate, by the sounds of things, it has been a tricky little race. Talk us through, obviously early running by the sounds of things was quite well, and then that's sort of fallen by the wayside. Was it incidents that are taking you backwards a little bit, or, how are you feeling thus far?
Given everything that we've kind of had happen, overall it's pretty good. For me, it's been a tough race just because I'm fighting technical stuff. I've been fighting it the last 2 weeks. That's that's the reason why we went out at the Roar, was technical issues. So I've been fighting that all race. But other than that, we haven't had any serious incidents. We've had a couple of small car contacts. I think there was only one of them that resulted in a spin, some minor damage. I think overall it's been about a minute of repairs. But for the most part, it's just been kind of strategy, technical issues has kind of thrown us off strategy, but we're there. I mean, the pace is there. We're matching everybody else. The front runners, we're running overall fairly clean. So all our goal right now, even, with 9 hours left or however long's left in the race, 9 hours left, is really just be in contention in the last hour or two. Have a clean car, be in contention, be on that lead lap, and then that's when we kind of hand it over to our final driver and just say, have at it, do what you can do. But that's the goal.
In terms of things, you have a strategy at the moment to sort of play yourself a little bit further forward. I mean, you guys have managed to move a fair way back up the field now and are in contention back on that lead lap at the moment. You know, what's the goal from here? Do you have a target spot that you really want to finish in? You know, talk us through a little bit of that.
I mean, ultimately, we want to have a repeat of last year, but I don't think we're going to be doing that. Last year, we were leading at all the Endurance Cup marks and led the most laps and won the race by 7 laps. So ultimately, that would be what we want. But I think realistically, what we can do is if we can get out of here with a top 5 for a race result, and hopefully maybe top 4 or top 3 points after everything is done with the bonus points that we have on the line. I think that would be ultimately very, very good, given the race and how it's kind of played out so far.
Talk to us a little bit about the administration duties that go on with an event of this size, this length, as well as the season as well. And mixing that in with your driving duties is not easy either, because to see this sort of an event function and be successful, somebody's got to do the hard yards. And for you, that's a lot of time in planning and preparation, dotting your I's and crossing your T's. It's not easy by any stretch, and then to drive as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. I mean, it's 9:45 p.m. for me. I've been up doing stuff for this race since 5 a.m. And I think I actually woke up around 4:30. So it was kind of, do stuff, get the race going, do the first couple yellows, get in the car, get out, do admin stuff, do another yellow, get in the car, get out, another yellow, in the car, get out. So it's kind of like I've been wanting to do certain things and do this and that, but if I wasn't in the car for a full course yellow, usually one happened that it just kind of worked out for where it is for me being out of the car. As far as the things leading up to the race, it's, what do we need on the back end for working? I mean, we have 4 or 5 guys that are doing race control doing the full course yellows today. So it's getting them up to speed. We had to build a document that we can all use that is kind of like a cheat for us to just document everything, so anybody can kind of come in and do what needs to do for the full course yellows, and we always have a history of it. And then on the other side of it, we have Jordan, who's doing all the designs, getting all of that worked out. Ben's doing everything with the website. Usually I'm part of updating regulations. We all discuss internally, but I usually do the regulations in terms of just documentation of it. It's not easy, not easy at all. I mean, basically since the start of the new year, any time that we've been doing anything, it's been in our free time has been that. I mean, I know after the Roar, Ben and I were on for a couple hours after the Roar, and then we were also on the Sunday afterwards for probably 6 to 7 hours each, at least, doing it, trying to get things done and prepped and ready for this weekend. So the day goes by quick, it becomes a blur, and he gets about halfway through the race, and we just sit there and we're just like, we're ready for this race to be done.
It's a massive commitment from obviously you guys and the team, man. But are you happy with how the procedures have progressed? Are you happy with the rule systems that are developed? We just had a conversation not too long ago about you as a league, it's not easy because you've got to keep your in essence they are and they aren't customers at the same time. So it's a little bit of a different relationship as drivers coming in. You've got to keep them happy, which is very, very important. But you've also got to do the right things for even though it's not necessarily straight up a business, it is a business and it's run in that format. But you've also got to develop the league and you've got to develop your approach to everything. Are you happy with how that's gone for the run into the 2024 season?
I think so. We've learned a lot the last 2 to 3 seasons, and we've taken that and taken feedback, kind of figured things out. We're fine-tuning it. I think coming into this season, we're in the best place that we've been so far in terms of just overall, and we don't foresee major changes throughout the season, which is good, but only time will tell. But as far as trying to make everybody happy, you're never going to be able to make everyone happy. It's really just trying to find that right balancing act between what we're trying to achieve with VSCA and what do the competitors want, and that's the hardest part, is just trying to find what's right and what's best for overall for everybody.
Man, I want to say
that's
big
an
congratulations. Go ahead, Pete.
I was going to say that's a really interesting point, is the balance between managing the league and what the competitors want, right? I mean, some competitors just want to drive and win. Some competitors really need people to drive with that are competing. Essentially, we do this for fun. But essentially what I do know is that everybody wants a well-run league. And from what I see so far, Carl, I think our hats off to you, man. This is run really well. It's my first event, and I'm quite impressed with a few things that have stood out to me.
Yeah, thank you. That means a lot. I mean, we put a lot of hours into this kind of prep event. We've had our ups and downs. We keep trying to push forward and keep trying to refine it and get the best product that we can. And really, it's providing something for everybody to be able to enjoy, both us as admins and organizers, as well as all the competitors and you guys as well.
Yeah, Scotty.
Mate, yeah, congratulations. In terms of things, like I said, I was around for the very first VSCA event, and I just want to say a big congratulations to you guys, because it looks successful. It looks like a great product, and things have moved forward dramatically, and it looks like it's running and operating smoothly, man. And that takes no amount of a lot of unrecognized effort, a lot of unrecognized sleepless nights, a lot of sitting there anxiously going, did we do the right thing? Did we not do the right thing? And to have a successful, particularly a successful endurance league, there's only one other in the world, and they're sort of majors, right? They come up with their own brand. They've been doing it for so long. For you guys to come along and put on a successful event for this length of time and have the drivers happy to a level where you guys are happy is, I think everyone here should sit down and be congratulating themselves, patting themselves on the back, because at the end of the day, that takes a lot more than a lot of people see. So congratulations, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much, and I gotta head out, but thank you guys very much. Thanks for everything that you do. You guys put on a great show, and we're really looking forward to having you guys for the rest of the 2024 season.
Any other shout-outs that you'd like to make, Carl, whilst we got you here in the booth? Drivers, people in particular?
Just everybody in VSCA. I mean, without all the competitors and the teams and sponsors and everything that we have, we wouldn't be able to do anything. So, I mean, Twin Bush is a big one. They're the ones that have helped get everything broadcast. JRT has been a huge help for us. And everything, it's really good. So, just shout out to really everybody for making this possible, because even the smallest little bits help out.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Kyle. Like I said, go off and enjoy the event, enjoy what remains of it, and hopefully sometime in the middle of next week, you'll eventually catch up on sleep, I'm sure.
Yeah, hope so. Thanks.
Kyle Burney from the driver's seat of the MSP Cup to the admin booth, to everything that's going on at the moment. Yep, go ahead, Pete.
Hey, Scotty, thanks to Kyle. But I tell you what, we've been watching some awesome racing right now. We have the top 3 GT Pro cars. So the RPM Racing Porsche, the North Sim Racing Porsche, and the Kinetic Racing VSCA Porsche. They have been within a second of each other for the last few laps. At the same time, the GTP cars have been coming through them like a dose of salts. Oh, there we go. That's a GTP and LMP. Little touch and a spin. That's something to get our throws, Cole. Yep.
That is actually the 73 car who was actually leading the race at that point in time. So, which they still are leading the race, but Dino Vela in the 777 Fusion LMP2, I thought they were actually doing a little bit better a while ago. So we're going to go through a host of replays as we currently see them. There's a few mistakes happening up and down the field at this point in time, and with still 9.5-ish hours to go in terms of this one, this is another replay of that incident between our race leader and the LMP2 car down in 9th place at that point in time.
A little bit of missed timing there, I think. That's a little bit of a tag, but might be in trouble with race control for that. Yeah,
well, they're pushing hard behind the wheel of the 73 car.
This GTP Pro race, Scotty, this is a brilliant race. 3 cars, line astern, faster cars coming through. The guys are keeping up with each other. Now, are they racing for position, or are they just racing their strategy?
terms of things, when did they all last pit? They all... actually, leader in class at the moment is Brack Crouch. Now, remember, there was another car that was actually leading this pack of cars. It was the 44 Fisher Motorsports car. And the reason that Brack Crouch is at the head of this queue at the moment is because both the 911 RPM racing car and the 44 Fisher Motorsport pit at that last full course yellow. They took the opportunity to get a lap back and get to the head of things with a lighter fuel load. You know, they were looking for a little bit of track position. Well, right now, the two cars are in behind them with Michael Spaldi and Vincent Herbie behind the North Sim Racing 69 car and 67 of Kinetic Racing, respectively. Both of those guys have pits, so I get the feeling that Brack Crouch is only hanging on to this one for a little bit longer. Now, the benefit he's got, a lower fuel load on board this car at this point in time, means that he is going to be a quick car in terms of a straight line. But at the moment, he is getting hunted down, and there was a significant lead he had over his competitors through that last pit cycle. More pit stops continuing as we find ourselves deeper into the 15th hour of the race at this point in time. 9 hours and 10 minutes on the clock. We had a full course yellow 45 minutes or so ago. And we've hit the max tank distance of both the LMP2s and the GTP cars. They're both expected in the next couple laps.
Yeah, it looks like half the LMP2s have come in already, so they've burned in a bit more fuel than the GTPs after that safety car. So that won't necessarily put them down too far, but they'll get back out and into the mix.
Have a look at this battle that continues for the GTP cars. I did notice that Brack Crouch covered the inside all the way down into turn number 1 as Thomas Hazard is the GTP car for Trading Paints Racing Black. And the number 19 car is cutting his way through at the moment. Trying to get to the head of this. And we've got an LMP2 as well, which I believe is Michael Adamschick for Fisher Motorsports Solara 14 behind the wheel, trying to cut their way through. So that buys Brack Crouch a little bit longer of a reprieve. And for Brack, he's got to be low in that tank at this point in time. Remember, we're looking for about, 55 minutes or so of full tank running. Well, we're at 45 minutes or so as it currently stands. So there will be next to nothing in terms of that RPM Racing fuel tank left over at the moment, Pete. I get the feeling North Sim Racing, Kinetic Racing are sort of just going, okay, these guys are going to pit soon. We might save some gas here.
Yeah, there's a 9-lap difference between their stops, so I wouldn't be that's not that great. So it's not, it's not much of a tank difference, but it's probably enough to give Brack just that little bit of an advantage to stay in front of the draft and a little bit of extra or a little bit less weight, and he'll be able to go through places like the bus stop and corners just a little bit faster. So maybe hold on to the lead, but we're going to see the pit cycle normalise the field anyway.
He's coming down to the pit lane this time by. So he will pit from the race leader, GT Pro, and the car will keep an eye on for where they are in terms of their overall current standings will be the 44 car. That's who they were fighting for in terms of strategy. They're quite close together, those two cars in the strategy, as now become our GT Pro leaders, Spaldi and Herbia, behind the wheel of the 69 and the 67 cars, respectively. We've got to keep half an eye out for that 44 car. Where is it on track at this point in time? Just coming onto the oval. Just coming onto the oval as we currently stand. So for the 911 car, that is the car they're keeping half an eye on. Stephen Nobbs behind the wheel of the 44 for Fisher at the moment. They're going to do a driver change here for the 911. I think they might have actually just done a drive change. Yep, so Mark de Boer just gets behind the wheel of the number 911 Porsche, Pete. And this second stint after a safety car now becomes just that little bit more important.
Yeah, it does. Cold tyres, cold driver, fresh stuff, but at least we've got a little bit of a stretched out field now, so Mark can get in the car and settle into the race. But essentially it puts them down about a pit stop to the leaders. And again, it's a little bit out of cycle. Like I said, 9 laps, but really you're starting to look towards your whole set of pit cycles towards the end. And potentially, say these teams are still thinking there's going to be 1 or 2 more full course yellows in this race to come.
So we just saw the number 100 car just have a spin. That was actually on cold tyres. They were just recently out of the pit lane. They have had to come back down because that spin that you saw on screen gave them enough incident points that a drive-through penalty was required. So that one was quite important to their race. So not only did they lose time in the pits, and I was really concerned they were going to end up with the back end of that car and potentially a rear wing embedded in a tyre. Well, they survived, come out the other side, and then trundled down pit lane to add to the pain of the number 100 in LMP2. A lot of basics now going to come into the pit lane. He's hit the end of his full tank stint. And the 51 of Quintana will keep half an eye on that car as they will go to the race lead. And remember, both of those cars did pit under the most recent caution. But it looks like Andre Quintana has managed to get an extra lap out of that fuel tank of his Cadillac.
Yeah, I'm just watching the race here between Chris Yatito, Chris, in the Fusion GTD car. All close and really good racing, and it's good to see these cars again close together with multicast cars coming through them and the guys managing it. But yeah, close racing all again. What are the guys trying to do now? Just unsettle each other, or just sit there for a whole stint. Get the car clean to the end of their stint. Save a bit of fuel while you're in the draft. There's a couple of options here. 9 hours to go, Scotty, in the 24 hours. It's still a long way, but it's time when you do need to start making some moves.
And important to set this race up, but you also need to have track position. If you have no track position, there's no point in trying to set the race up. You need to be still within the right sort of markers. At the moment, these Battle and GT Pros continue to kick on, and I'd say we're probably going to be looking at these guys side by side on the track for a very, very long time to come. Just to see how long the race leader does actually kick on. And it was only lap, actually, as Quintana is actually going to come to the pit lane as we speak. As track continues to harass our GT Pro leaders. So that is current race leader, albeit will pop back out in P2 after this pit stop. And for the number 73, I'm not 100% sure. They did do a drop over at Intense Sim Racing. Tommy Patero is now behind the wheel of that car in terms of GT3P action.
Yeah, and that's Christian Stewart, Christian Stewart in the Tri-State Racing car, who's just had a bit of spin. He got a little bit of a tap there in turn 5, which has just turned the car around. Oh no, lost the back end. Looked like it might have been a little bit of a tap at the end as the car tried to avoid him. But yeah, Christian, get on there and settle back into the race. You'll be fine. Tell you what. So Andre Quintana has remained in the car. There hasn't been a driver stop for the number 51 car. It looks like that Andre's settling in for a second stint in the Caddy.
So VSCA and Green Flag Racing would like to take a moment to thank the sponsors that make this event possible. We just talked to Carl Burney and he said it wouldn't have been possible without Twin Bush. So we will say a big thank you to Twin Bush at this point in time. The VSCA Sports Car Championship broadcast proudly brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your export for automotive workshop equipment located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. Twin Bush Garage Equipment, jump on over there. I was actually just having a look at their website as it currently stands. Pete, they call me Rattlegun Rankin. There was a couple Rattleguns I was looking at on their website. So if you're looking for some new garage equipment to enable the workout and moving bits and pieces, perhaps you're trying to get yourself a car prepped for a endurance race. The 24 Hours of Lemons was actually something me and my teammates were actually discussing during the 24 Hours of Daytona was, can we get ourselves a Lemons car prepared? You'll need some garage equipment to make that possible. Jump over to twinbush.com. Thank you very much for supporting us, and a big thank you from everyone at Green Flag Racing and VSCA to Twin Bush that make it possible today, Pete. It's important to have good equipment underneath you, so there might be some of those that'll be headed at the way of Twin Bush.
It is, Scotty. I got a message for Twin Bush. Please put Scotty Rankin on your do not sell rattlegun list too. There are many quality mechanics around the world that I'm sure use your gear to good effect and prepare their cars really well as those rattleguns. But Scotty Rankin is not one of them.
No, do not sell me a rattlegun. For your own safety, do not sell me a rattlegun. Our producer in the background, Nolan, just said there's an ocean distancing me from Rankin, so at least he's safe. Pete, you're not so lucky.
Yeah, no, I got 2 states separating us, so we're pretty good, and a time zone at the moment, so that's even better.
Yeah. Yeah, you Queenslanders are not following your daylight savings times, and the response from you is going to be, yeah, you New South Welshmen following your daylight savings times. Okay, an argument that has gone on for ages alongside of State of Origin. Look that up. Actually, I'll tell you what, Pete, I was trying to interest some of my my American friends. I went through some music. I was like, I feel like listening to music prior to going and jumping in the car to sort of warm me up. Thirsty Merc was one of those bands. Hilltop Hoods was another one. Did you know they don't actually have access to Hilltop Hoods in the States?
Sorry, this is a generation gap thing, mate. Who the hell are those two?
You know who talking about? Surely you know who Thirsty Merc is.
No, you're talking about somebody who likes Dire Straits, The Angels, and Queen, man. You know, I don't know who they are. You're a different generation, mate.
Hey, hang on. No, don't say that. I listened to my mother's music. Thank you. There was some sherbet in there. There was another band that started with Doctor that I always remember the name of. Was it Doctor Who? No, it wasn't Doctor Who. It was Doctor something. It's from my mother's music. So yes, I have listened to your generation of music, and I like my generation of music better, thank you.
Yep, okay. Alrighty. Looking back at the action here, we've got the number 80 Digital Chicane Racing Ferrari in the GT3 AM class there, heading quite a close battle there with a number of cars. Not necessarily... the car right behind, 161 car, it is 4th position and on the same lap, 0.4 of a 6 second behind, but the other cars are a couple of laps down. So leading a little battle pack there, and that is a battle for track position between the 2 cars you can see on track.
Yeah, it's really, really important that they stay glued to each other as well, being at that 4 lap down marker. Field is spread nice and evenly. I'll tell you what, these 2 are ahead of another 2 cars just in behind them. A 3rd place car out of our GTM is that Fusion GTD with Chris Tito behind the wheel, and just in behind him, I believe, is Theo Taylor. Unfortunately, is that a crinkle in the front splitter of the 296 Ferrari that I just saw? I think my eyes are deceiving me.
Is that just a black? That's just a black splitter, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just a black paint. Yep. I think your eyes are deceiving you, or you've been on the sim too long.
Yeah. So okay, I'm just glad that car doesn't have some damage at the moment. Tito's actually just jumped up into P2 because the number 5, the Screeching Moose car, has come down to the pit lane, and they're doing a driver swap, I believe, as well. So there'll be a new driver behind the wheel as Anthony Bill climbs into that car, and it was McKenna Dean climbing out from behind the wheel of the number 5 Mercedes. So driver swap time. And this might be hammer down time, actually, for the number 5. This will be an important portion of this race. Dean was in the 44s quite consistently behind the wheel of that car. Anthony Bill was in the lower 44s. So this will 100% be looking to add a couple tenths worth of pace to this car. I think at the moment it'll be an important stint for Anthony Bill.
And those guys are on the fight back trail because they had that incident earlier in the race before we come on, Scotty, and they talked about needing that safety car to get back on the lead lap, and then having the option or the opportunity just to fight back now. So it's a good time to put a superstar in and see if you can make some place back up and get some of that track position back.
As the race settles in, we are now going to go under 9 hours left to go, ladies and gentlemen, watching along at home. Have you got a fan favourite? Is there any car that you'd like us to keep half an eye on as we look at the Digital Chicane? And is it the MMTQ car coming in behind them? So both of those cars pitting off of the same lap. So 5th place, and they both pit on the same. It's very easy to track the car that you're racing for position when they pit at the same time as you as well, Pete. And the Fusion car just came in behind them as well. The 296 Ferrari will pit 1 lap after the number 5 Screeching Moose car. So everything starts to settle down. But I do want to know from our YouTube audience, if you're watching along, you've got a fan, is there a car that you want us to check in with? Because we can keep an eye on these guys, potentially get somebody in the commentary booth up and down the field. There's a lot that's on offer, but if you don't say anything, we don't know about it.
No, that's right. It's hard to pick what people want if you don't know what they need to look at. But anyway, we'll just try and bring you the most exciting parts of the race and keep abreast of everybody's race. At the 9-hour mark, it's probably wise to have a look at the top 3 in each of the classes. So we've got the Inten Sim Racing, car number 73, currently leading the race in GTP ahead of Composite Performance and World of Sim Racing. Waters.
That's a penalty. Is that a penalty? That car's still sitting there. All of its rivals have already rolled off the lane. So there was an extended stop there for the... That's not a penalty. I wonder whether or not there was a driver not ready. Whether there might have been a bathroom break actually just conducted in the middle of that pit stop.
Or maybe they're taking some optional repairs just to make sure they don't lose too much speed.
That's another valid criticism. If that, I mean, the case was under that most recent caution. I think that car actually stayed out. No, they would have had to have come in actually. But why wouldn't you stay on pit lane under the caution to pick up some of that damage? So maybe they did, or conversely, it's only just happened to that car. So they're looking to keep that car pristine. But it wouldn't surprise me if we get a check in with that car and they say, yeah, there was an extended bathroom break there, because that's what that looked like.
Oh, that would be not having a spare driver ready for a pit stop, wouldn't you? Do you give up 10 seconds for a bathroom break?
Well, see, my bathroom's actually right outside my sim racing room, so it's I can get it done inside a pit stop. But for some people, it's the other end of the house, isn't it? So,
well, that's right.
So we're going to do a little bit of a check-in as well. The other thing we're going to do an around the grounds or an up and down the field check-in as we walk you through all the cars that are actually in the race as it currently stands. We'll have a look at our race leaders at this point in time. The 73 car with Inten Sim Racing driver Tommy Patero behind the wheel. They will lead the way. They're about 12 seconds up the road at the moment from the number 15 Composite Performance car. Everyone in this class has just been through the pit stops, all within the range of, say, 5:09 to 5:11 in terms of their pit stop numbers. We are currently on lap 5:17. Composite Performance, Nicholas Johnson's in second place as it stands in the 51 World of Sim Racing car. The Cadillac is in third place. So in GTP, it's Porsche, Cadillac. We'll go to the third Cadillac in a row, which is the 111 HAC Racing car. Currently has Matthew Roughton behind the wheel. They sit in fourth spot and 40 seconds off the race lead. Then in fifth spot, the MSP car, Kyle Burney. We spoke to him just recently. The number 3 car behind the wheel there sits in fifth spot, the second of the Porsches in that class. Sixth spot, MV Skim Labs Racing 42 car. The 19 Trading Paints Racing Black is in 7th. The 278 Stop and Go Racing car in 8th. The first of the cars 1 lap down. At 2 laps down, we have Team Hardcore 830 Cadillac. The first of the Acuras, also at 2 laps down, is the 50 Bravo Snow Sutton. The 88 car as well, DS Racing powered by Rubigar, is at 4 laps down, also battling with the number 1 Grizzly Motorsports car at 4 laps down. 6 laps down, we have number 4 Fisher Motorsports GTP, and at 12 laps down, Torque Freak Racing VSCA are the only GTPs running. Pete, why don't you take us through the LMP2 field?
Yeah, no problems. In first place for the LMP2 fields, we got the Riser Panda Racing Dallara, and they're all Dallaras in the LMP2, so that's going to make it easy. With Ryan Ware at the wheel. 5 seconds down, we've got Kyle Huckema in the FRS Sim Sports Dallara, and 8 seconds in third place, we have the Gowan Racing team with Jack Hedgecox. Sitting in fourth position in the LMP2 class is Michael Adamchak in the Fisher Motorsports Dallara, and then in fifth we have the Rookie Esports LMP2, and that's being driven currently by Nick Dawson-Latham. Sixth position we have Nick Nelson in the VRG Sport Dallara. He's currently won the first car 1 lap down. Further 2 laps down in 7th position we have the Tri-State Racing of that's Christian Sherrard in the 7th positions. 8th position, Luca Harmoning in the GSE Esports Racing Dallara, another 2 laps down. Another further lap down is the Fusion LMP in P9, driven by Garen Batten on the road. The Scowers GT048 LMP2 is out of the race, and will take 10th position for that class for the Daytona 24-hour this year. Scotty, GT Pros.
Back to GT3 Pros, and it's been a tight battle between our race leaders in this class. You just saw them moments ago. They're going through the middle of their pit stop sequence at the moment. This should be the final of the pit stops for the GT Pro cars. To get us back on level pegging, Vincent Herbie leads the way in the 67 car post pit stop, although he was 2 laps later coming to the lane as you just saw him come out. Thomas D'Ambrosio in Norsim Racing's 69 car will re-emerge just behind him as he gets his tyres up to temperature. Might see the 67 car be a little bit vulnerable the next couple laps. The 911 RPM Racing car pit 7 laps prior to Thomas D'Ambrosio, and they were leading the race when they pit. But as you can see, cold tyres have not aided them. The 992 Digital Spirit DS Racing car sits in 4th spot, still on the lead lap, before we throw it back to the 44 Fisher Motorsports car, still on the lead lap, although on live timing overall, they are 1 lap further down. The 55 car is now going to sit in 6th spot for this class as the first of the Audis, and also on the lead lap before we'll throw it back to the final of the GTP Pro cars, I believe still running at this point in time, is the 84 car Fisher Motorsports. They are 15 laps down on class. So of the 7 currently running GT Pro cars, we have 6 on the lead lap. And remember, the 21 had that huge accident inside the last hour where they got nudged off at the kink and unfortunately came across the way of the GTP car, and unfortunately that did end the race of the 21 GSE Racing Merlin. Before we'll throw it back to Pete to finalise our GTM standings.
Yeah, I'm going to pause just for a little bit because we got a GTM car in the pits that's going to mix up the order just for a sec. But I will say for the GT Pros cars, that's the series with still 6 drivers on the lead lap, Scotty. So I think that's going to be our class to watch. That's going to be one where we really don't know how that's going to settle, and strategy is probably going to play the biggest part in that one with so many cars staying on the lead lap. So really good to see. But okay, so let's run down the GTM now. So we've got the Digital Chicane 93 with Chris Scarr at the car. He's just come into the pits and had a pit stop on an out lap right now, stayed in the car for a second stint. So it seems to be that he's been able to take that pit stop and stay in the lead with a mere 4.2 seconds over currently P2, the Screeching Moose Motors, driven by Anthony Bill. In second position, car number 5. So third position, we've got Robert Deloach in the 296 Ferrari, driven in the Fusion GTD Ferrari, 18 seconds, so about 22 seconds behind the leader. So those guys are all on the lead lap, and they are fighting hard with a whole lot of strategy looking towards the end. They've all recently pitted within the last 4 or 5 stops too. P4 in GTM is the Trading Paints Racing Ferrari of Jeffrey Miller, the 119 car. Those guys have been fighting back after a couple of little offs and spins, particularly after that little safety car. So that's been interesting to see them fight back. And they're still in the race. They're about a minute off the lead right now. A minute, just about to go down another lap, I think. But we'll see how they end up. In P5, we've got Mikhail Dezu in the 161 MMT Racing Ferrari. Those guys are hanging around 1 lap down and just in there, and followed by P6, the Digital Chicane 80 Ferrari, being driven by Paolo Calvo right now. So those guys with the full course yellow will be back in the hunt and back onto it. A little further down the field, another further lap in P7, the Firestorm Motorsports car of Sean Hatfield, the number 29, followed in P8 the 312, driven by Ronald Gross in the Real Pixel Motorsport. I love that name, Real Pixel Motorsport Ferrari. In P9 we have the 83 off in the S's racing car, driven by Joseph Ockpeen right now, and in P10 the 33 driven by Gabriel Albano is the first of the MSP GT AM cars, MSP 33, about 3 laps down from the leader, 4 laps down from the leader there, and the second MSP 34, the number 34 being driven by Thomas Baker. Paul Romaninski is in P12 in the number 16 Dangler Performance, and we've got David Sotter in the number 94 in P13, Full Send Racing, and bringing up the rear of the field is the Yellow Submarine squad with Josh Toothman at the wheel of the 531. Scotty, that's the whole field. That's a pretty big rundown, and we've still got a hell of a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, and as the timer ticks down past 8 hours and 45 minutes in about 30 seconds from now, 10 seconds is the difference in the top class as Patero leads the way from Johnson. But Johnson's got a little bit of pace, although traffic in the GTP field tends to cost you quite an extended rundown. So in terms of things at the moment, we might see those times move around quite a little bit. At the moment, I can tell you actually Andre Quintana in the 51 machine is right in the thick of some GT3 traffic, which he's now finally managed to clear. But at the moment, the 15 and the 73, we will actually get a really, really good read on what their overall lap pace is. In the meantime, though, we're looking at 4th and 5th place with the Maya Speed car in 5th place, Maya Sim Speed Performance, and HAC Racing in the 111 car. These guys are only about a second different on the track, and they've just cleared some nice little traffic. So this will be a good opportunity to see if Carl Burney can actually pick up some speed and start to assault the HAC car. Don't as well forget the 42 of MV Skin Lab is just in the background of these guys as well. So there's a lot going on. You can see the time cost at this point in time for HAC Racing. Cannot get that car hooked up. They're out in the marbles as well now, and that is going to provide Carl Burney with all the impetus he needs to start to hunt down on the back end of this one. We may have a change of position, and the traffic not helping the HAC entry at this point in time. And for the driver behind the wheel, which is Matthew Roughton, the problem he's got is he's got another Porsche in the way as he gets to the bus stop. So for the Sunnyvale driver of Burney, yet again, there's an opportunity here as he's going to come in between. There's a lap car in the middle of this one as well, which he's managed to clear, which was 10th place car in class with Jen Phillip behind the wheel at this point in time for Hardcore. It's going to be a 3-way fight as they run down to turn number 1. They're going to get side by side. The draft has started to work. Here comes Burney. Moves to the high side. He's going to have to break him out around the outside of turn number 1. But with 8 hours and 45 minutes, they're even on the way to turn number 1. Can he turn it in from the outside? Can he find the drive? They're still alongside as they go through turns 2 and turns 3. Now it's going to be slight advantage to Roughton, and down the inside goes Burney. Doesn't clear him though. Looking for driver on the outside. Won't find it. Burney will find the spot. And it was the marbles that played the biggest factor there as finally the 3 car gets by the 111. The problem he's got now is can he get enough of a headway and a lack of traffic to find some space.
But isn't that just what we've been talking about in terms of good racing, Scotty? The ability to go into the braking zone at the fastest pace on the track, run through 4 corners side by side, and then come out with just a change of position without touching the cars either way. That is just class driving from both Kyle and from Matthew Roughton. That is awesome. Regardless of losing the position, Matthew Roughton, mate, that is kudos from me. Hats off to you. Really, really classy driving. Well done.
All right, they'll finally settle themselves back down in now, and this will be an opportunity for Roughton to see if he can stick with Burney. He's going to have another draft here. There is 3 GT3s on track just ahead of them. They'll clear the first one of them, which is actually 3rd place in GT3 Pro. So this is our GT3 Pro leaders that they're coming up on, and have a look at the run that now Roughton will get the opportunity to descend the reply. And the track is basically blocked up ahead because there's a change of position in GT Pro. Mark DeBoer had the lead of that one, but now it's going to be Vincent Herbie who cuts his way through as a battle for 4th place in GT Pro gets split up by the first place in GT Pro gets split up by the GTP cars. And Burney will use them to defend a little bit more. So there was a change for position, and this is how it happened. You can see he just let that one happen. It's Herbie said, yep, I'm going to sit back here and maybe save some fuel, try and hang on to the rear bumper of that Porsche. Not a bad decision with still 8 hours and 40 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's way too long to really fight for position. I mean, you've got to keep the car clean. So, it's a good decision. Just lift if you know a car's got the draft on you, because essentially in this race you can get a good exit on turn 6 around the bus stop, and you can get that back the next lap, right? So, ultimately you've still got 8 hours and 41 before you cross the finish line, and losing one position, I don't really think you're actually losing a position if you're on a strategy to be in front in the 8-hour 40 mark, right? So, idea, you've got to stay safe. And like I said, hats off to both of those drivers who made that clean. So, Scotty, is that a drive-through for the leader?
It is indeed. Patero is going to come through the pit lane, and he was in only a couple minutes ago. So we know that one is absolutely unscheduled, and there was no service taken for the 73. And the problem that he's now got is that actually changes the hand of our race lead. So at this point in time, the 15 car of Composite Performance will take the race lead, with the Cadillac and pole sitter back to the point, with Nick Johnson is going to be behind the wheel of that car at this point in time.
Yeah, now, as I understand it, Scotty, it's a 25-point limit for a drive-through in this race. You and I have just come off the official series, and it's 100 points before you get a drive-through. So 25 points in the off-tracks at Daytona, that doesn't take long to accumulate if you're just skipping the bus stop.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Pete, I have struggled to get through that bus stop in a GTP car without picking up instant points. It's been my Achilles heel all week long. So for these guys with a more stringent limit, that is not easy, let alone if you make contact with another car. And don't forget that Patero, was it Patero? I don't think it was Patero. I think it might have been Otto Basic was behind the wheel when they made contact with the 777 car. That's 4 incident points right there.
Yeah, well, that's close to 20% of your incident point limits, isn't it? Contact with the car, 20% closer to a drive-through. So, the need to stay clean is not just to be a good racer. The need to stay clean is pretty important, so you avoid those drive-throughs. The fewer of those you get in the race, the less time you've got to make up. So that's not a good thing for a previous race leader.
It was a slow car, actually, just heading down through the International Horseshoe at this point in time, and the 55 car was actually stopped on the inside at that point in time. It was actually, they made their own sort of error. The rear end of that Audi got out into the marbles and then just come around, and you'll see this one here in a few moments. I saw Mercedes diving out of the way. I thought it might have actually been a GTP car.
Yep, so that's Simon Hussam driving the GSE Racing Merlin Auto. They're down at the back of the GT Pro field, so they're having a bit of a tough time. They are a number of laps down. They're 18. Oh, they're lots of laps down. So they're having a really tough race. Don't worry about it, Simon. Get your head back into it and get that car to the finish, mate.
Yeah, it's critical just to keep turning laps because they're still on the lead lap in GT Pro at the moment. So critical for them at the moment is to get that head back down and settle back in. Lap 466 was their last pit stop. So they've been out there for about 11 laps at the moment. So a good chunk of time. And we've got a three-way battle now. Is that LPM back to the point again? It is. No, we saw that battle, that one resolved on screen. But the 69 has brought back into this one as well. So this is quite critical.
Yeah.
As there's now, that's an LMP2 car that's in the middle of that one, which is Luca Manning for GSC Esports in the 86 car. Cuts his way through, clears Mark de Boer.
This three-way battle in the GT Pro car series, that's been going on for about 3 hours now. So, it's good patient driving by all of them, and to stay together. Oh, there's a lot of mess coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. Whole lot of cars going through each other right now. So it's a tricky part of the race. All of the cars are spread all over the place. So you don't know whether you're coming up to a GTP or a GT or an LMP2 or a GT Pro. Cars are mixed over. And while we got cars racing close together, when you get a faster car class come through, that can really upset the balance in your rhythm. So, these guys are doing a wonderful job in the Pro Series, particularly the 911, the 67 and the 69. Those three Porsches, they are just having a cracker of a race, and being able to stay together like that, I don't think any of them could say they're going to win this, but they're all going to say we're fighting for it.
I would love to say put the opportunity out there actually to talk to one of the drivers from one of those teams if they are actually available, because talk about the mindset, and I think that's quite important. Is obviously when you're driving one of these cars at this level of performance, it's important to get yourself in, to get the practice. But at this point in time, it's also important to go, do we want to be in front right now? We want to pick ourselves back a little bit and just be a little bit more conservative, under drive a fraction, just make sure that we're not pushing those markers so we've got a little bit more of room to push on with a little bit later on. And different teams will take different approaches to that.
Well, I always find that it's the team strategist is the person who's really got to take control and control the drivers, right? Because a super fast and aggressive driver always wants to get to the front. And when they get in that car, the red mist of being a driver comes down, and all you want to do is drive the car fast. A really well-disciplined driver, and some of the best professionals, the guys that race endurance in real life at Nürburgring and things like that, guys like that, they're not out there to set fastest times. They actually go out there and they can set a time to the chief strategist's time that they've been set to the 0.1 or 0.2 of a second, right? And that's over an 8.5 minute lap. And that's what endurance racing is all about, right? Because you've got a strategy. It's not just being the fastest car. You've got to be the fastest car over the time limit. And that's where the strategist has got to be a psychologist for the drivers. And I don't know how he does it or how they do it sometimes, because I tell you what, some drivers in their egos, they love to just drive. They love to go fast, and you're one of them, Scotty. You're one of the kind of guys I find when you get in a team, come on, Scotty, slow down. No, I don't want to slow down. I can go faster, right? I know it. You'll like it. You've done it to me, and I'll call you out on it now. And I reckon there's some guys in this race, and there's probably some strategists at 4 o'clock in the morning in Washington, or 2 o'clock in the morning, Washington DC, pulling their hand out, saying, "Righto, guys, you've got my guidance, you've got my rules," and they'll wake up, have a little bit of a snooze, wake up and go, "Hey, what did you do? That's not what I said."
Actually, what time is it in EST at the moment over in America? Because I believe the bulk of our drivers are over there.
1:30 a.m. Washington DC EST time.
1:30 a.m. So we've got a large number of drivers, and then West Coast is 3 hours back on that. Depending by state. So for the Americans, we're starting to head into the graveyard shifts, and the most difficult portion of the race in terms of fatigue and driver management is right now. For the drivers that are behind the wheel, the 69 car, Thomas D'Ambrosio is an Italian. Vincent Herbier is a Canadian, so we'll be on that East Coast time. And Mark DeBoer is, I believe, Central America. At this point in time. So you've got a number of drivers, whereas I believe our European entrants, unsure where... Actually, what I can do is go ahead and look up D'Ambrosio.
European? So in Europe right now, let's say in Germany right now, it's 7:30 in the morning. So, rise and shine. We've got the early birds up who, in sim sunrise is a couple of hours away, so yeah, we're probably actually I want to say that I was going to say we're aligned to GMT in sim, but no, we're about an hour and 15 minutes off it. So so early morning over in the UK and Europe right now. So we've got the breakfast races, we've got the midnight races in the continental United States of America and that time zone. And in Australia or in Australasia, we've got the afternoon races.
You mentioned sunrise, so I've actually just done some Googling. Thomas D'Ambrosio is based out of, and I don't want to get this wrong, so I will actually make sure I read this off correctly, in Vorio, Italy. And we actually have a couple of the drivers from the North Sim Racing team, Michael Spaldi, who just got out of that car, and the last stint was also from Crema in Italy. Guess what? Sunrise in Italy is right now 7:32 a.m., which it is currently in Italy. So it is actually sunrise for those drivers right now. So we're going to see some accidents. There's 2 GTP cars coming together. The 50 car, who is off the pace and I believe a couple laps down at this point in time. And there'll be more as well. This is a exiting pit lane incident.
Yeah, so Rip Souza has just come out of pit lane in the DS Racing powered Porsche Cadillac, and it looks like the number 50 car has just taken the normal racing line, has come across and just tagged him as he come out. I know how an incident like that, Scotty. Look at this, what's this?
Yeah, I've seen that. In the last 24 hours you've had one.
Exactly there we go. Oh, Rip, I feel really bad for him. I think every driver has a right to come out of pit lane and go straight ahead. And I think any driver that's coming on the racing track needs to observe that white line and stay to the right of that white line if there's a car coming out of pit lane. If that hasn't been in the racing group, it is instant karma, and that's what you get. Right, but the unfortunate thing is, Rip, who's just coming out into the racing traffic and staying within the pit lane exit, that's impacted his race as well. So, spotters, get on your game, guys, because someone's coming out of pit lane. Your driver can't just use the normal racing line and jump into that lane because it's going to cause those accidents, take 2 cars out and impact your races.
We talk about it right around the world, and we've broadcast racing actually from, my word, where was it? Chung International Circuit, as well as the Bang Sen Street Circuit as well, and pit lane pit entry. It's one of those things that's often debated. Penalties from the real world do apply in that case, and it'll be definitely on the driver that was on the racing circuit to ensure that contact is not made in that situation. GTP cars, a lot of framework up and around the driver. It sometimes can be difficult to see out and around the car, so it's not easy.
Yeah, you do have big blind spots. Yeah, big blind spots in the GTP at around about the sort of 45 angle of your eyesight, 90 degrees apart, and those blind spots can be hard to see. Yeah, great, massive, big. The frame comes down, small little windows. I mean, it's great to look forward and drive, but sometimes makes it really difficult to get that little bit of perspective. If you haven't got, in SimWorld, if you haven't got triples or virtual, the ability to look through your side mirrors, then it can make your awareness really difficult.
Rui P. Souza on his way back through the pit lane, which I believe that will be a drive-through penalty for incident point limit. And no, that will be a service. And Ryan Ware for Rising Panda Racing in for a service as well. So, number of teams coming back down through their pit stalls at this point in time. Keeping half an eye on the timing, 8 hours and 30 minutes remaining. We've just ticked by. So rapidly closing in on the final third of the race at this point in time, Pete. The 8 hour mark to go, you look up at that point, you start to have a look around and go, yep, I need to be here, I need to be making these sorts of adjustments, I've got to be planning. And then you've got 4 hours to sort of start to make things happen, and you go, okay, where are we at that marker?
Yeah, as we said earlier, the first 12 hours is really just settling into the race, making sure you've got a car to be there. It's not really about racing, it's just about being there and knowing you can be there for the end of it. And you've got these random safety car times that come out in this league. So essentially, it's like a lot of the real life endurance races where safety cars come out. You don't necessarily have to be at the front. You don't have to lead this whole race. But you've got to be there. You've got to be on the lap. You've got to know where you are. You've got to really understand who you're racing. By about this time in the race, you should know who you're racing. Oh no, there's a little bit of a touch of a car. Nick Dawson-Latham in the rookie sport esports LMP2's come out of the bus stop and had a little bit of a touch with another car there, and the other car's lost its rear wing by the looks of it.
Poor position, by the way. This battle that we're actually looking at the moment is Fisher Motorsports and Rookie Esports in terms of our LMP2 standings. And it's going to be Rico Colmeyer behind the wheel of the number 14 LMP2 car. Watches on as Nick Dawson-Latham ahead of him in the number 100 car. Remember, we saw that 100 car go around and had to serve a drive-through penalty nearly about 10-15 minutes ago. Well, right now, they're getting chased down as well by the 14 car. So there will be a battle for position as they fight their way through traffic. And that'll be an incident point for the number 100 car. So this has not been a good stint thus far for Dawson-Latham as he goes around the outside in the marbles. And now it'll be on Rico Colmeyer to see if he can try and stay with him, as we're going to get a fight for position 4th and 5th in terms of current standings in GTM. As around the outside goes one of the GTPs as well. The Trading Paints car has fell through the field. Since resuming racing after that full course yellow, they'll go side by side and head to head when they get down to turn number 1. MMTQ Racing trying to go around the outside. Not done at this point in time, at this juncture. But will they get the opportunity to get down the inside? They do. And now the Fusion car's down in there as well, who's 3rd place in class, albeit a lap ahead. So they've bought into this argument and sort of helped decide it. even though they're not actually racing on track for position.
Yeah, but Scotty, if you get a chance to take a car, you get a chance to take a car, right? And if you know you're faster and you're out of cycling pit stops, you're going to take it and you're going to try and drive away and make yourself a bit of a gap and get that lap back, right? So, yeah, no, good on. Great racing again. You know, the ability, we've talked about this a couple of times with this league. I am loving the driving standards in this league compared to what I've seen in some others. You know, it is really good to see the side-by-side action all the way from the straight through turn 1 down to the international horseshoes. That's 4 or 5 corners, you know, left and rights, S's, there's a pit lane exit, there's all sorts of things. And, you know, we got drivers in multi-class cars going down there and they all respect each other. They respect somebody who's got a run on them. They respect actually getting a run on somebody. They respect the draft. This is absolutely awesome to be a part of. Really well done. I'm loving this. So kudos to all those drivers out there.
So it is head down, bomb up, I think, for the majority of our field at this point in time. As racing gets to the more difficult hours in terms of fatigue management at this point in time.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting. It's an interesting time, like the 8 hours to go. Like as a crew chief, I'm starting to look now and saying, all right, where are we looking for? What are we realistically looking for? And who are we really racing, right? Am I racing P1 in my class? Well, I might be if I'm in the lead lap and I'm fighting around them. Am I still going to get back to them? Can I race them if I get back onto the lead lap? If the answer to all of those questions is yes, you're still pushing hard. If the answer to the questions is no, I think those guys have naturally got a little bit more pace on me, then essentially you're racing to put yourself in the best possible position and you start to think about result and championship. But right now, with 8 hours to go, you've still got to stay in an endurance mindset. You've still got to keep your dream. You've still got to probably, you know, if you've got double stints in the GT3 classes, you've still got at least 4 drivers. You've still got a stint each for each of the drivers to come up, a double stint each, right? So you still got lots of driving, you still got lots of drive changes to go. And as somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Kyle mentioned earlier, he had a problem with his Fanatec wheel. And you know, as we say in motorsport, it only takes a 20-cent part to upset a race. And on a real life circuit, that could be something like a washer or a nut or a bolt. In the sim world, that's a washer, a nut, a bolt, or you know, a sim rig problem, which is the equivalent of a standard in real life 20-cent part problem, right? So your equipment has to be good in sim racing to make these 8-hour endurance races, and there is such a long way to go. And the guys have got to make, you know, got to make sure that all their kit is working properly, and it has to work properly all the way through the race, just like the cars have to work properly, and just to get to the end, right? Because the first thing you got to do is get to the end before you claim a position.
Yeah, just had a look at Vincent Herbio a few moments away, by the way, in the 67 Kinetic racing car. We saw him actually on pit lane. That was for a drive-through penalty for incident point limits. There was a huge moment that sort of happened through the bus stop the previous time by, where there might have actually been contact, I think, with one of the LMP2s that caused a huge checkup, and the 69 North Sim racing car also picked up an incident point as a part of that on the way out of the bus stop. But that sort of changed things up in terms of who's at the front end of the GT Pro standings at the moment, sort of taking the 67 car out of things right now. For now, RPM Racing and North Sim Racing stay toe-to-toe, but the 992 car of Digital Spirit DS Racing's brought their way back in. And this will be... No, it was the previous time by, so it was the one... So we're going to have a look and see if we can find that one for you. But there was a little bit of a moment as they went through the bus stop. It was multi-class racing where things got awkward. It's I'll go back and find it and get our producer to bring it up for you. So take over for a moment, Pete.
Yeah, go and have a look. Look, I'm interested right now because in the GTP class, Scotty, we're coming up to pit stops for the P1 and P2 cars. So we'll see whether the drivers are going to do a driver change. I don't recall them changing on the last pit stop. So Andre stayed in the car and Tommy Patero stayed in the number 73 and 10 Sim Racing. So if they're triple stinting, they're staying in the car. So those pit stops are coming in. It looks like the N10 Sim Racing. So Tommy Patero has just come into the pit stops for GTP, and we'll see how long that pit stop takes. we've got an extra lap here out of Andre Quintana's car and the World of Sim Racing GTP. So at the front of the field, we've got pit stops happening, which will put the composite performance guys back into contention to take over lead. That's Nicholas Johnson at the wheel there. He's just slotted into second position live at the moment in the number 15 car on live order. So things are changing at the front in that GTP car. So let's keep an eye on that for another 20-30 seconds or so. I do expect Andre to come in. Maybe one more lap. He's done 26. He's on his 27th now. So at the end of this lap, see if Andre pits. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that at the front of the race, because Andre's just on his 27th lap, and he's just come in now. So yeah, Tommy Patera has remained in the car by the looks of it. So Intense Sim Racing has left Tommy in for a triple stint. We'll see if Andre stays in the car, and those guys will fight it out. It looks like Andre hasn't changed at this stage on my timing.
So we're just trying to see if we can replay that incident through the bus stop for the 67 car, and don't necessarily know that we did. Yeah,
yep.
No, unfortunately we just don't have the footage of it. But what I was starting to note from those GT Pro Porsches was that it was multiple cars going in there, and it looked like a little bit of loss of either front downforce or front tyre condition from the Porsches, because all of them are starting to struggle, and I think we're getting towards the back end of the stint for the GT3 cars as we currently stand. And for those cars, actually, all of them are starting to struggle to carry speed through the bus stops. So as the track starts to heat up, that could be something we might want to keep half an eye on, is tyre condition, Pete.
Yeah, and big news at the front of the field. So Andre Quintana has stepped out of the car. Alvaro Martinez has taken over the wheel of the number 51 World of Sim Racing Cadillac, and he's just coming onto the track now. Cold driver, cold tyres, hot race. Welcome to the race, Alvaro, and let's see how he settles in. He has got some racing ahead of him, I'll tell you that, given what we've seen.
There's been a driver change as well for the number 111. We were talking about them not too long ago, as the MSP Racing number 3 car overtook them. It is going to be Matt Roughton stepping out of that car. Christopher DeMay will step in for the HAC 111 car. So like Pete said, few different driver changes happening up and down the field. Nick Johnson stays behind the wheel of the number 15 composite performance car. Patero's still in behind the wheel of the 73 car, the 19 Trading Paints black car. Thomas Hazard will maintain the wheel of that one. So different couple strategies. I believe Marco Vallela has been in the Skin Labs DS Racing car for a little while and will remain to be so.
Yeah, and back down in the GT Pro field, Scotty, we've got the first of the Fisher Motorsport cars has currently just come in for its pit stop. Most of the other cars are about midway through their cycle, so they're a bit out of cycle, and Daniel Gruber has just taken the wheel of that car. So a few new, well, I won't say new, they're not necessarily new with 8 hours to go, but a few guys jumping in fresh after either a break or back on. Cold tyres and away they go, and I'm sure they're well and truly got their head mindset into this race now, and looking forward to fighting towards the end of the race.
8 hours, 17 minutes on the board as it currently stands, which means we're in the final 18 minutes of the second third of the race. The bulk of it now sits in the rear view mirror. What will the drivers do with the time they have left in this one? The battle for the lead in GTP is quite tight, but right now it's actually the battle for P2 is exceptionally tight at this point in time, as the 19 Trading Paints Racing black car is about a second away from the rear bumper of Tommy Patero in the Intense Sim Racing car. We had that battle pack going on for LMP2 class lead as well. GT Pro settled down a little bit in terms of things. We went from having 3 cars battling away to losing one of those to a drive-through penalty. There's a few battles at the moment, Pete, up and down the field.
Yeah, there's a couple of good battles still in the GTP. P2 to 4 are about 5 seconds apart, so they mightn't be right beside each other, but certainly the drivers will be battling each other on position on the track. But also in P5 and 6, the HAC Racing and the MSP number 3 car, they're really close together on track. They're close enough that if there's a little bit of impact from a slower class as they get through, then the MSP3, Kyle in the MSP3 car will be able to have a crack at Chris DeMay. So a few things to watch there, and it's just exciting racing. I love it. Look at these LMP2s going at it, Scotty. Is this P1 and P2 on the LMP2s? It is too. So that's the 621 of the FRS Sim Sports car. That's Christoph Bakos. I might have got that wrong. Christoph Bakos. Leading in the 621. FRS from the Rising Panda Racing with Ryan Ware at the wheel. These guys side by side. Looks like Ryan's picked up a bit of a draft going down the main straight, looking into the braking zone. Here's another opportunity. We might see some really classic racing. Ryan's going to have a go on the outside. No, he's not quite there. He's going to tuck into the back of Christoph, have a look up the left-hand side, but maybe he's going to look down towards the international hairpin and see if he can have a go. No,
he's actually looking for the switchback here, Pete. Now he's looking to go right around the outside, but he's on the marbles, and that means they're getting the throttle down whilst you have the momentum on the outside, and we come the inside when they get down here to the kink. Still going to go side by side now. The 621 of the 46, but it's the straight line speed of the 46 is mega. He's managed to get to the front. Ryan Ware takes over your LMP2 class lead. Right on, 8 hours left to run. 8 hours and 15 minutes. Have you? Well, he's got change to get there. Might have planned for it at the 8-hour mark, but he's got there a little bit in advance.
I tell you, I've said it before already, and I'm going to say it again, Scotty. That is brilliant racing. That is side by side through multiple corners, a switchback. Didn't quite get it. I might have a look. I'm going to have a go. I'm going to go on the outside. I'll touch the marbles. I mightn't get out of there. Oh, hang on. I've got a good run. I'll take the inside. Thank you for the position, ladies and gentlemen. That's 6 corners, 1 position. Well done to Ryan Ware. And again, great driving by Christoph Bakos to be able to just let that happen, without incidents. As you and I both know in the sim world, those things rarely go 3 corners without incidents. So the quality of this field is on show this evening.
No, it's still not over as well, because they're going to get a draft as they come back down to the turn number 1. That was the car entering pit lane ahead of them. That is what the battle looks like out in front. And it's still looking for the overlap. Is Christoph. He's going to go the long way around. Supreme under brakes is the 621. He hasn't given this one up. Now it's his opportunity to look for the switchback. And although it might have been Ryan Ware that got to the front, this one isn't decided, and I don't think it's going to be decided for a while yet. These two guys are going to go toe-to-toe. Better drive off of turn number 4 for Christoph Gergely at this moment. And for Gergely Bakos, he's trying with everything. He recognises this is critical to their race. And in the background, mind you, this might become a 3-way battle pack, because at the moment, Jack Hedgecox is just in the background for Gowan Racing. And I'm going to apologise to everyone at home. My cat's just decided he's going to knock over the bin for the 4th time in the last hour in the middle of that battle pack. So as everyone finally starts to settle down and look like they've got it, Ware looks like he's got speed through the infield at the moment, Pete, and that's where he's pulling away. But the straight line capacity and that drafting capacity is keeping Christoph in the game.
Yeah, Christoph's doing a wonderful job to stay up, but he's also fighting. So sometimes fighting will cost you positions and slow you down. But look, Christoph's got an opportunity now to settle in behind, maybe save fuel. Because you can still got multiple pit stops, and if you can follow a car closely, for a long period of time and save 5 seconds worth of fuel, you're going to come out in front of it at the next pit stop. And this is where strategy beats driver, right? So rock, paper, scissors in the world of endurance racing. Do you sit behind him at 8 hours to go, or do you play strategy game? Do you save a bit of fuel and do you get him in the pit stop? And just say, I gotcha, off we go, because that's an easy pass, right? But again, your crew chief, psychologist, superstar of any team, keeping a driver's red mist at bay in these situations is a very, very difficult thing to do.
I'm sorry, did you just say tell a race car driver to use their brain and not go for every gap that's on offer? You're mental.
Yes, I am, and I'm more of a crew chief than I ever will. I have. I'm more of a crew chief than I ever will be a race car driver.
By the way, the interesting factor for Pete, and for those of you who don't know watching along at home, they call him the drunken crew chief because his strategies tend to get wackier and get better at the same time after a glass of red. Pete?
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about this. This is a friendly adult racing rig, isn't it?
Hey, look.
Nobody drinks wine and gets on iRacing, do they?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If my strategies as a crew chief get better with wine, and I mean we're talking wine here, we're talking classy, we're talking respectable. All of a sudden, if anyone wants my services, I'm saying, look, you got to buy me a bottle of wine, and I'll be there with bells on.
Hey, Scotty, you owe me in multiple cases then. In that case.
Gee, thanks. Yeah, I've thrown myself under the bus there. You see what's happened? You don't talk about everything about to do with Pete Baxter. You might learn something. Ryan Ware still managing to hold off. In the meantime, the Gowan Racing car, which had Hedgecox behind the wheel, will dive into the lane, the 18 car. So, this might be a drive-through penalty, actually, for the 18 car, and there's more trouble for the 55 Audi, flashing the headlights there and struggling to... They are having a torrid time with this car. This is multiple issues in the most recent stint.
Yeah, and it's the same spin too. It's a rear end spin. It's a little bit offline and touching the marbles and the car's turning around. I wonder if they've got that car set up really tight in the rear end, Scotty, because that's the sort of thing that would tend to cause the rear end to step out like that if you're a little bit early on the throttle. You know, you can, in your setup, you can get rid of that if you soften the rear end up, but you know, sometimes softening the rear end up will slow your overall lap time down, but it makes the car a little bit safer. So maybe in the Audi, they've got it sprung a little bit tight, and that's what's causing this current driver to have a few of those spins.
I'll tell you what, 8 hours and 9 minutes now, so another 5 have gone by. There's an issue for the 44 Ferrari as we currently speak. Having multiple spins, attempting to get it out of turn 7, I've got it on my track maps. My apologies to 531. 44th place currently overall.
Yeah, that's the yellow submarine bringing up the rear of the field. Having a difficult day of it, but look, still out there fighting. So go, guys. I got your back. Quite a few laps down, but hang in there. Yeah, no, it's just... We'll get out of the way. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, no. That's just a little bit ambitious trying to get away too quickly the second spin. So, yep, get back on the track, guys, and fight. Yeah, you've earned your right to be on the track and be there. I know it's a tough race. So, yeah, but we want to see it at the end.
Well, it's important to maintain out there and get out there. And part of the fun of a 24-hour for some drivers is sometimes just making the end of the race, and they're making their best attempt to. Talk through the cars we've lost thus far. From GTM, we've lost 2. It's 016 Volta Motorsports car and the 53 of KC Racing. We've lost one of the LMP2 cars of the 048 of SCO WRS GT048. And then finally, the most recent retirement, and it was a huge incident, the 21 car of GSE Racing Merlin. Those are the only 4 cars we've lost. 1 from GT Pro, 1 from LMP2, 2 from GTM is how it stands at the moment. In the meantime, the 15 car with Nick Johnson behind the wheel in GT Pro. That's put about 5 extra seconds in terms of his overall race lead at this point in time since jumping behind the wheels. So Patero's got some trouble. Might have been traffic affected on this stint as well. Martinez, I thought, was a fraction closer in GT Pro as well. So margins in GTP, my apologies, starting to extend out just a little bit, as have the GT Pros as well. So I wasn't wrong. I was just right in a different right by mixing up our producer.
Scotty, you were right in your own way, right? So look. But to be honest, it's the first time we've seen the GT Pros spread out like that. So, and again, as the race goes on, is this now strategy being executed? Right? We've had 8 hours, we've had 14 hours now to really learn, 16 hours to really learn, 8 hours to go. Is this now strategy being executed? Is the Ambrosio in the 69, is he now been given the guidance, just get out there and drive fast and pull a gap? Because now, we reckon this is time to start driving away. Or is it just a case of this is the way the cookie is crumbled because the faster cars are coming through? It's just upsetting their race rhythm just a little bit. And and Victor Miranda in the 992 just might be getting impacted a little bit more, but they're certainly not front to back like they were. Having said that, the two cars that are still neck and neck in this race are in the LMP2 class. That is the race to watch right now. Although I just note that Christoph Baekhoff has just had an incident of some sort. He's just losing time to Ryan Ware right now, so something's happened. He's just dropped off. It looks like he might have had a bad line and come out of the corner nice and slowly because he's lost. He was just sitting there for about 0.2, 0.3 seconds over the last couple of laps, but he's just dropped down to 1.6 seconds behind Ryan Ware. So just to open up a little bit of a gap and give Ryan a little bit of comfort. So we'll see what happens. We'll monitor that and see if Christoph can fight back and get back right under the wing of Ryan and bring that fight back to the fore.
One of the interesting factors of this race as well, when coupled with the LMP2 versus GTP package, is the difference basically between those two cars is an electric battery and a fraction more downforce. That's it. That's the only difference between the two cars. Over the course of a lap, what does that amount to? Well, in peak lap speed, it's in the realm of 3 to 4 seconds. That's about it in terms of the difference between those two classes. It's not a huge deal. And the real tricky aspect of it from both classes is recognizing where's best to let them go. Because for GTP drivers, they obviously want to cut their way through as quickly as possible. But at the same time, if they can get a little bit of a toe onto a straight, well, both drivers benefit because then they offer it back in the reverse. And that's going to be the 29 Mercedes having a spin coming out of the international horseshoe. Again, we're seeing those marbles on the left-hand side be really, really tricky for a number of drivers up and down the field, Pete.
Yeah, it is. No, it's just very, very tricky. I mean, look, that's multi-class racing, Scotty. It's just looking at our commentating roster, Scotty, and I know that you're jumping off a bit earlier than I am tonight. Is Ryan the Ryan that's driving right now? No. Oh, good. I was going to say that was going to be a really good, fun conversation. But anyway, hopefully Ryan Ware can jump out of the car and jump into the broadcast booth, because I've got to tell you, I want to know what it's like to have Christoph following you that line, and I want to know what it's like to drive around and make that pass that he made on him, because to be honest, that's some of the best driving I have seen in a long time.
It was good, it was clean, and it's been that way as well. We talked to the driver behind the wheel of the MSP racing car, Cole Burney, a little bit ago, when we spoke about, it's not easy, and this is actually a conversation I've had with a few different people throughout this last week of what it takes to be a league admin, what it takes to be a racing administrator right the world over. We're actually really, really lucky in Australia, by the way, Pete, and I only learned this week. We actually have one of South Africa's previous sports car champions and also sports car administrators in a driver by the name of, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, and his name's just gone off the top of my head, Darren Lobb. It was actually an interesting discussion to talk about him, about the crossover into real world motorsports, and one of the comments that he actually said was, if you ever want to know the best way to make your racing career die as quickly as possible or stagnate, become a racing administrator. So for Kyle Burney, that is actually working in the opposite, because Kyle's actually doing a reasonable job out there.
Whoa,
3-1 in the oval at this point in time, and this is actually going to be a battle in class as well for position in the GTP standings. 7th and 8th overall on the track. It's Stop and Go Racing versus Trading Paints Black, and around the outside went Morten Kofod. He's now going to go around the outside of your LMP2 leader, and the problem is that is the Trading Paints Racing Black car that's in behind these guys, as well as another car comes out of the pit lane. And all of a sudden, take a breath when you can find it, because this was a moment on the oval. And have a look at the aggression level that kicked it all off. He had to find a winner to go through. The air stagnated. There's another car offering drafting support. That's the LMP2 car on the inside. He'll dip down. He'll grab some draft. And from the Stop and Go Motorsports, this is what it looked like from the point of view of Morten Kofod as he cut his way through multiple different cars. One of them was Ryan Ware. The other one was one of the other LMP2 cars. So it was your race leader in LMP2 Was it potentially actually first and second in our LMP2 class? That's how difficult it was. And then on pit lane exit, there was another car entering from the pit lane, which all in the matter of moments. A bunch of stuff just happened for these cars.
Well, that's right. I'm just listening right in my mind to all the spotters calls, right? Because the driver's just like, hold my line, dear God, hold my line. 3 wide, GTP coming through the middle of two of us, right? And can you imagine the spotters? How good is that job? Yes, GTP, right, goes right through the middle, stay there. Right, you're clear, slop in the draft. Oh, mate, could you imagine the airwaves if we had it all at the same time? That would have been messy.
Yeah, car left, top of 3 is the calls that normally come in. Good luck. And for the guy that sent it through the middle, my word, you have to get aggressive to get the job done. He had to find the toe as well, and he did so. And for Stop and Go Racing, they'll grab another spot out on track, and they've now put a second over Caton. It's Caton Bomersbach behind the wheel of the Trading Paints Racing black car. So that has worked out for them. A little bit of a change in the LMP2 field. Oh, Bakos!
The 621 of Bakos comes through what looks like to be a drive-through penalty, and on the pit exit, he's just lit it up before the cones, lost it, and he's lost another 15 or 20 seconds. Oh my God!
I think he did cut the wall.
He has gone from superstar driving against Ryan Ware to, oh my God, man, what mistake did you just make? Oh no, there's a touch, so there's 4 points. So that's 4 points that's got on his tally and led to the drive-through. That's put the 621 into the pit lane. But we've got to see the pit lane exit. That is going to be something to watch. Oh yeah, looks like he's just touched the wall. Yep, oh no.
No, he hasn't. He's just lit that up. So there's a small change in camber outside of the white lines right next to the wall. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side here, right up against that wall. And there's just a tiny hit of camber change. The problem is, see the impact with the inside barrier there, and although, iRacing things aside, and again, we'll
Oh, can we see the steering wheel? I want to know whether he's got his speed limiter on or not. Did he turn it off early? Yeah, because he had it off as he was recovering. He had it off, so I was wondering whether he turned it off early just before that corner.
And for Christoph Bakos, who only just lost the lead of the class, things get worse from here because he picked up damage. By the way, as a part of that one, he was handed the car over by Kyle Hakema. Was in the car to the end of lap 5:14, at which point they came into the pit lane and a pit stop. That is a stuck throttle.
Yeah, he's got a problem there. That is. Oh, hopefully he can turn that off. Oh, get it out of gear. Put it in neutral, Christoph, if you can. Put it in neutral. Stop those wheels spinning. Although you put it in neutral, the engine will probably blow up.
Well, no, there's no RPM. I think it's okay. I think that's just a graphical glitch. I'm gonna say, because it's okay. It's just going back on the ground.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh my God.
That'd be a penalty in real life.
Oh yeah, especially in Australia. Wheel goes more than one rotation in Australia. You got a drive-through penalty, easy. Yeah,
is it more than one? I think it's even less than that. I think it's even half a rotation these days.
One rotation. No.
Well, Christoph Bakos has got damage to the front end of that car as well, and he just come in for that pit stop following the conclusion of his drive-through penalty. And unfortunately for him, the pit lane is not his biggest friend right now. Because up until that point, that car looked relatively clean. They're going to require a safety car now to get some of that damage fixed, and that sees them tumbling from at the start of that stint for Christoph Bakos. He led the race. Well, he's now sitting in 5th place, is what that's cost these guys. The Stop and Go Racing versus Trading Paints battle that we saw on screen moments ago.
Yeah, and I think it's going to put him.
Exciting.
I think that's going to put Christoph a lap down too, unfortunately. So, yeah, the drive through the spin and the pit stop will essentially, put him a lap down. So, come and talk to us, guys. Everybody comes and talk to us. We'll get their lap back because a safety car and levity come out, and that's what's happened so far. Sorry, I'm just teasing the producer because he thinks that that's the anti-curse he doesn't want. Oh, Thomas Mork is just straight up stop and go.
So that'll solve that battle at least for now. As Cafode will jump into the pit lane. Yeah, I think I do believe that did need to be said, Nolan. I agree with you. We do not have the power to actually give you the laps back, ladies and gents watching along at home. But we're providing you with the trends, right? We're not providing you with we're going to get you something, but the trend has been.
I'm not lying to you. The observation is, for the drivers that have come to talk to us so far, their teams have improved in position over the race since they come to talk to us. That's been the observation. So not giving somebody back, but it's the anti-mocker of actually naming a driver and saying they're going really well, which Scotty will do, and then you will crash, right? So, ultimately, talk to me. Like all of my curses happen to me when I'm on the racetrack, and tonight I'm not on the racetrack. The commentator's curse will come from Scotty. So by all means, come in, have a chat, ask for Pete Baxter. Don't talk to Scotty.
By the way, you can tell that our producer is now entering the realms of madness in terms of sleep deprivation.
He's looking for things to put up on the screen.
He's looking. He's getting bored at this point in time because shout out to Nolan from Green Flag Racing. This is actually my first broadcast with Green Flag Racing TV, and I know it will be for you as well, Pete. But I've known Nolan for a while, and been a pleasure working with him.
We both worked with Nolan a few times. You forgot about that with the Endurance League that we did work with. So first time with Green Flag,
hello. As trouble comes the way of the 42 car, who were doing quite well. And is there a gap that's going to disappear down the inside? I believe there is.
Yeah, Marco Valella at the wheel of the 42 car, the MV Skin Lab DS racing car. A little bit of a gap closed on him. Not much he could do there. I think it's fair to have a go when you're under brakes and kind of expect the GT3s will just give you a line on the inside of the corner. But in that time, he just had to hit the brakes and try and avoid it. He ended up costing him more time. And he didn't spin the GT3, so that's kind of cool, right?
No, we call that a self-penalising incident in terms of the race controls perspective. The driver that was at fault was penalised sufficiently. Probably no need to be further looking at it. We're not going to go out there and hand out drive-through penalties to every driver that spins out on their own. No, you spun out on your own. That's already resolved
bus
itself.
Stop action. Oh, big action at the bus stop. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Two or three cars.
There's a Mercedes that crawls through missing a front bumper. And it was the Mercedes that kicked everything off. And it's the 5 that was in the lead of actually, it was in second place at that point in time with the GCM standings. And they were in pit lane only about 6 laps ago. So these guys were in with a hot shot of contention here today. A little bit of an unsettled car as they come through the bus stop. Tyres have just come up to temperature, just come up to pressure. And I wonder whether or not that front bumper was damaged before they went in there. I wonder whether or not that was a loss of downforce.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing the drivers behind could do. Maybe I just put the mocker on the broadcast and they come in and talk to us, Scotty. Driver in front of someone. No damage. That's just a single driver incident, and faster drivers right already on the limit coming through the bus stop. Yeah, you can't avoid that once that happens, and that's really unfortunate for the faster drivers that got tangled up there. But yeah, a little bit of action, and that's what can happen in endurance racing. You just don't know. He's just gone a little bit wide and touched the marbles, and yeah, it's just slowed him down in the bus stop. The LMP2 behind, I think the LMP2 or GTP, he would have been coming through timing that to get a good exit on him anyway, so he already would have been on the throttle. Unlucky.
And cries of we want another full course yellow coming through at the moment. for a number of drivers in YouTube. Which I mean, the benefit is, you know, compared to, and I was talking to people earlier today about this actually, is that you know, full course yellow procedures keep a race alive until the very end of it. Quite often you see endurance races at the back end of the thing. There's not really all that many cars and teams actually fighting for an outright win. Whereas, have a look at the field here in VSCA. There is a line on a battle in every class that is up for contention. Pit stops are coming through on the LMP2 field at this point in time. The Gowan Racing Machine is about to rejoin the circuit. They were just down on pit lane, I thought, just recently. Which might no, it was a drive-through penalty for Jack Hedgecock's, which is now translated into a pit stop. And for Ryan Ware, it'll be one lap later that he will come down to pit lane and complete his next stop of the race as we go into now, Pete. We've completed 2/3 of racing action. We are into the final third of the race, the final 8 hours, the final chances coming your way as we get further and further into this one. Yeah, and it's a case of you kind of know where you're at, but you don't know what's going to happen. And you know, and again, this is where the strategist of the team has got to keep drivers in check. And you know what, Scotty? That's not always possible, as you and I both know. But yeah, there's talk there of more safety cars, I don't know. I've got a feeling like 7 hours 50. So, you know, where this is the back quarter of the race now. So we're 75% through the race. We've got the last 8 hours to go. 9 safety cars so far. I'm kind of thinking there's going to be one. I don't know when the end limit is of the safety car. I know one of the randomness things, 7. Oh, no, there we go. The fact checker has said 7 so far instead of 9. So maybe somebody had hoping for a couple of extras anyway. Yeah, that's according to race control. So 7 so far. But with a quarter of the race to go, I would suggest that, and given that it's a random safety car calculator, I would suggest that there's going to be at least another 1 or 2. I would say probably so far. Two's a safe bet. 2 is a safe bet. On that topic as well, the last safety car finished at 14 hours and 20 minutes into the race. So we are coming up on the 2 hours worth of green flag racing mark as well. So this is sort of the field spread since that marker. By the way, ladies and gents, as the race continues to progress, we might step away and grab sort of 5 minutes of a breather to ourselves and recover, collect our thoughts a little bit, and let the racing action go its way. Might grab just 5 minutes just sort of before we come back and enjoy the racing as it continues. that gave us an opportunity to step away and, for me, feed cats that were screaming to be fed. And for Pete and commentary crew, it was an opportunity to make sure that we're rested and relaxed and in for the final third of the race, because not only do the drivers have to keep themselves up, we've got to make sure we keep our energy and enthusiasm up as we settle back into the race. And what we missed in those few moments, the battle for fourth place on track in terms of GTP, is now between the number 44 car of Fisher Motorsports and the 67 Kinetic Racing.
Yeah, the GT is pretty classy. It's still a close class. It's still got lots of cars on the track. And thank you for that kind way of saying old man Pete needed to have a pee break. You can feed your cat. I've locked mine away. But yeah, no, a hydrate and dehydrate session in a quick 5 minutes off. As we approach the 8 hours, we've got a bit under 8 hours to go, but it's 6 a.m. sim time. So, Scotty, this has got to be close to the sunrise session where we'll see the sun come up, the lights go off, the track temperature will start to rise. Currently, it's a nice chilly 17 degrees at Daytona. That's Celsius, which is about 62 degrees Fahrenheit air temperature, and it's a 19-degree track temperature. It's about a 64, 65 degree Fahrenheit track temperature. So really cool conditions, which is why we're getting the super fast times that we're getting out of the drivers. But as the sun comes up, the heat comes up, the track rises, the air temperature rises, the times slow down, the racing still stays close. Exciting time to be a part of the race.
Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I had to step away. Like I said, cats have just been fed. One of them decided that he wasn't happy with the amount of food that he had been fed, wanted more, and made a sound that I've never heard the cat make before. And I thought for sure I was going up to see if he was choking. No, he's fine. He just wants more food. Whoever said ginger cats aren't like children, I swear to God, don't get a ginger cat. In the meantime, though, the racing action has continued, and the battle pack continues to heat up between our GT Pro class drivers. And navigating traffic has not been an easy. It's been a point of contention. It always will be a point of contention because there are drivers that are making their part in this felt. And for Nicholas Solly, I mean, he wants to get back on the lead lap. He feels like he's got the pace, but he's 16 laps down, so it's going to be quite difficult for him.
Yeah, that's a long way down to come back in any way, shape or form. But sometimes when we get in the official races, being 10 laps down is actually quite achievable because you just don't know who's going to have a crash. But I kind of got the feeling in this race, that we're not going to get that many people have that many crashes and that much repair time because we're seeing top class sim races in the Virtual Sports Car Championship here go at it head to head. 4 classes on track: GTP, LMP2, GT, 3 Pro and Am series in 2 different cars, with the GT Pro in the Porsche and the Audi GT3 cars, and the GT Am in the Ferrari and the Mercedes GT3 cars.
Tell you what, there's a really interesting three-way battle at the moment for third place in LMP2, Pete, which between FRS Sim Sports, which is Christoph, and we talked about how torrid his last couple of stints have been. Nick Dawson-Lathan in the rookie esports 100 car, he's had a few mistakes, a few issues in his most recent stint. The current one he's on is actually okay and doing quite well. And in fifth place is Rico Kohlmeyer as well for Fisher Motorsports. So those 3 cars are all within about 7-8 seconds of each other on the track. So that's quite close together for a 3-way fight in terms of that class honours, and that covers the top 5, the tail end of the top 5, which is on the lead lap in terms of LMP2 standing. So the fact that they're all still there, we talked about the 6 cars, so 7 cars, I think it is. No, it is 6. My numbers work was never great. In terms of GT Pro, that is the real story of the race, is the fact that we've got so many cars competing for outright line honours. And the other thing is, when you consider GTM, we have 3 cars off the lead lap. We get 1 more caution, Pete. We are going to end up with 6 cars on the lead lap in GTM as well.
Yeah, and we've already seen that. We had a period of the race that went quite a long period. It was like 5 hours, I think, or 3.5 hours.
5 was,
yeah, 5 hours. And the number of cars dropped off the lead lap, not so much because of pace, just because of incidents. And then just over 2.5 hours ago, we had our last full course yellow. And what that did was it brought, in each of the classes, it brought 2 to 5 cars back onto the lead lap. And essentially, out of that process, it's really kept the racing close. And we've seen GT Pro has been an absolute classic. We've had cars go head-to-head within seconds, lap after lap after lap, and it has taken a long time to split them up. Right now at the lead, they're all split up by about 10 seconds each. They've spread out just a little bit, but that's 2.5, nearly 3 hours of flat-out green flag racing. And, you know, they're only 10 seconds apart. So, you know, that's a lot of class in the drivers. Now, we've still got drivers in class, and you mentioned the LMP2. You know, 5 cars on the lead lap, and we thought when Christoph had his a couple of incidents, you know, with the pit lane drive-through. Oh, sorry, I'll hand that to you, Scotty.
That was huge. Can we get another replay of that for the 50 car? Because for some reason they've ended up down coming onto the oval. They've ended up back on the inside. So this is down at turn 7. As you turn and head back out on the oval, as he's picked up the throttle, because there's a little crest in the road right there, and it's 3 wiggles altogether, and contact with the outside barrier as well. It's at the right rear corner of the car, which isn't the most sensitive area in terms of airflow, but getting direct downforce on that right rear tire is important. There's a lot of camber changes in that section of the road right there, and marbles into the equation as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of marbles, maybe a little bit too early on the throttle, and it took the back end a little bit. Oh, another back end stepping out there on the number 6 LMP2. Is that it? No, that's a
that's GTP.
That's a GTP. That's Jonathan Dance in the number 6 Torque Freak Racing car, just having a little bit of incident. Oh yeah. Off the wall is kind. He can just get back in and fight back. But they're not having a particularly strong race. They're about 8 or 9 laps down right now. So, so Jonathan, get back in there and fight for him. Yeah.
They're in the pits. They're now at 12 laps down, actually. So that could have been 2 things. Could have been low fuel, or there could have actually been some damage on that car. It looked pretty clean when we were having a look at it. But it may have unsettled the rear end of that car. Either way, the thing you mentioned, Pete, about we've been over 2 hours green now, and we are at a critical juncture, I think, in terms of fatigue management in terms of the overall race. The 51 car will pit from the lead, which will cycle them back into their spot, which I think is going to be about 2nd place when this is all said and done. But yeah, I think fatigue levels are starting to pick up, because the number of mistakes we've seen in the last hour has certainly picked up.
Well, and this is the old challenge of endurance racing. You know, do you single stint, double stint, triple stint, or potentially even in a GTP? Yeah, super fit dudes. They might even do 4 stints, right? That's close to 3 hours of racing. And I don't know if you've ever done I think the longest single race you can do in iRacing is the 4-hour Nürburgring, Scotty. And I did it once on my own, and I limped out of my sim, and it took me like 10 minutes to get blood back into my legs to be able to walk again. So you do kind of limit yourself to about, personally I do, about 2 hours. So that could be just over 2 hours is 3 stints in a GTP car and an LMP2, but it's really only 2 stints in a GT3. And I think what we're seeing now is we're starting to see a number of different names pop up on the timing screen. So as we got to that sort of 2nd safety car past the yellow, I think we're starting to see those driver changes come in, and we might just see the race reshape a little bit over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and I think one of the critical things, I don't know about worldwide, but I know it's much less of an issue in the rest of the world than it is in Australia. But certainly in Australia, with the distances we have to cover in terms of real-world driving, there's so many driver fatigue awareness programs that was developed particularly through the 90s and the early 2000s. It's sort of fallen off a bit in the last sort of 10, 15 years, but the slogan of Stop, Revive, Survive was put out there a lot, and they say for fatigue management, 2 hours at a time is what you should be handling. Anything more than that, and that's where the mistakes sort of creep in that you're not aware of. And for a lot of these drivers as well, something else to consider is they also talk about sleep, lack of sleep. And I think it's something about the 24 hours without sleep is the equivalent of, I think it's a 0.025 alcohol blood level. And you go any longer than that, it starts to ramp up quite quickly. And the legal limit of blood alcohol on the roads in Australia is 0.05 for those of you watching at home. So enough to sort of feel a buzz, but not more than that. Is sort of relevant, and that's sort of a couple different factors to. Well, it's fatigue management. It's important to know, and it's important statistics to know what the human body does under fatigue situations, Pete.
No, that's right. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have somebody in your family or in your friends that has an energy level like Scotty Rankin, just don't give them anything, right? You know?
Well, no. You see, I have a condition where caffeine actually settles me down. So if I'm going over the top, it's probably because I haven't had enough caffeine.
Alrighty, let's get back to the racing. Let's have a quick rundown of GTP, because it looks like the top 5 have all done a pit stop in the last 5 or so laps. So, you know, P1, the composite performance, Nicholas Johnson, number 15 car, still out there fighting. Pitted 4 laps ago, 2 laps ago. So Tommy Patero stayed in the car of the number 73 Intense Sim Racing. So currently sitting in P2. P3, Danny Fonte has taken over the number 51 World of Sim Racing Cadillac. Just recently, he's on his first, he's done a lap out now, and he's now settling in for his stints. In P4, we've got Christophe Demay in the 111 HAC Racing after 3 stints, and in P5, still on the lead lap, is the MSP3 car, and Kyle stepped out of that. Nicholas Pedersen is into that, and that's the only car. Oh, you know, they were in P6 when they come and talk to us, so they have moved up to P5 since they come and talk to us. So again, come and chat with us. You'll move forward in the race.
You're really on that, Mark. You're in here for an extended period of time in terms of your commentary stint too, Pete. So there's a long time left for those of you sitting out there that might be looking to chat to people. I think what's going on at this point in time is multifaceted. In that, again, we're talking to a lot of American drivers at the moment. It's the middle of the night over there, so there's not a lot of them on. It's basically the guy in the car and the guy running backup. Whereas, yeah, as you cycle in, cycle out of the car, and there's somebody else there, maybe come and have a chat. But
yeah, no, absolutely, Scott. Now, let's just talk about time zones for a minute. So, because we're in the early afternoon, right? So, 5:30 in the afternoon. But a lot of these drivers, I dare say, are US based, and I can tell you on the east coast of the US, it's 2:30 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch this broadcast live. But even if you watch it as a replay, it's 2:30 in the morning for those in the east coast of the US. Over in the UK and the European, it's kind of, it's a nice morning time. It's about 8:30 in Germany, so the middle of Europe there, and in the UK at 7:30. So kind of nice early morning for those guys. Rise and shine for the rest of the day. But yeah, for our US-based races, this is the hard yards. And if those teams haven't got somebody from around the world in their team, it's the late night hours that are doing the hard work, Scotty. And I don't know about you, mate, but I don't operate too efficiently at 2 a.m. in the morning.
I never operate efficiently. So there you go. That's the other side of the coin. Sitting pretty in the meantime, there's a number of drivers up and down the field at the moment. Number 5, that Mercedes that we saw have that issue for the Screechy Motorsports car. That car is still sitting in a really, really good spot, albeit the grille no longer looks as pretty, and I believe it's missing a Mercedes badge on the front end. Last time we did check in with those guys was that multi-car crash that you guys saw, lost it through the bus stop. They are in a really, really important point at this point in time. The thing is, if they get a safety car, that damage at the front end is getting repaired, because you've got an opportunity. You may as well do that. So they're sort of in a holding pattern at the moment. The 93 digital chicane car in behind them, not really making a boatload of time as it currently stands. It's pretty neck and neck in terms of average 5-lap pace, average 10-lap pace between those two cars. The Fusion car not making a boatload of ground, but at the moment, the sort of the top 3 in GT are holding station where they are. Pretty consistent, pretty even over the last couple laps. There's not a huge deal of time or ground being made there. And we'll have a look back over towards our GT Pro standings at this point in time. The 44 Fisher Motorsports car has grabbed a spot. I wonder whether or not there was a drive-through penalty. It was, I think, in the last couple of hours for the 67 car was served, and it's fallen out of the top couple and has fallen all the way down to 5th, and the last of those sort of cars before we get into the Audi. The 55 car has been reasonably quick, but torrid in terms of its overall performance. They've had a lot of issues with that 55 car, as we're keeping half an eye on the 84 and the 44 Porsches, cutting their way around the Fisher Motorsports cars. And at the moment, in GT Pro, it's North Sim Racing from RPM Racing and Digital Spirit.
Yeah, Scotty, that GT Pro series, that's the one that's given us a whole lot of excitement during our stint here in the commentary. You know, the guys have battled, and look at that. There's still 6 cars on the lead lap, and this is after 3 hours of green flag racing. That includes some stints. And you mentioned earlier about, in the GT Am series, the Screeching Moose Mercedes, the number 5 car having the front end damage. One of the things that iRacing is really good at, we started this conversation, sim racing versus real life. One of the things that iRacing is really good at is actually having damage impact the speed of the car. So it's not a case of it's just there, the damage is just there for show because we saw the car go off. Genuinely in the sim, that car will be having an extra drag load applied to it, and it will be losing speed on the fast parts of this track. If it's lost the undertray as well, it might even lose a little bit of downforce and the ability to take corners at the normal speed it can. Given the lap times, I don't think that's the case. I just think it might just have just that little bit extra drag, and I dare say they're probably 5 to 10 kilometres an hour. Sorry guys, I have to use metric because I'm Australian. 5 to 10 kilometres an hour down on the straight, which, as you said, if they were fighting neck and neck and they had cars in the draft, they'd lose out on that battle for sure. But I'm sure you're right. They'd be dragging that, hoping for a full course yellow to get in, take as much time as they can, and get a lot of repairs done.
Well, then they're not going to
reduce that impact.
They're not going to lose a major amount of time. It doesn't look horrid, to be perfectly honest with you. I think they can get that repaired under one full course yellow and be back to sort of as best as they possibly can be. Is that the 84? That is the 44 Porsche coming down pit lane. That looks like a drive-through penalty. That didn't look like a pit stop. No. Well, it was actually a pit stop conducted by the 44 team. So they'll lose a spot here as it currently stands. And in the meantime, battles... I mean, we still got that battle between Colmeyer and Dawson Latham, but Bakos has found some time again, albeit with the front end of his car not looking particularly pretty. If we can get a shot of this on the 621 entry. There we go. A little bit of scuffing.
Still flying, a little bit of touch and go. Those guys have been working really hard in those LMPs, and they've been fighting really hard too. So I'm just keeping an eye on the number 5 car to see what kind of top speed it's going to get, and see if I can compare it to the Ryan Kapowski number 93 car in GT3. See if there is a difference. So just give us a moment. We'll see if we can get that data for you.
So they are losing a little bit of time to the cars around them, but it could be worse. It definitely could be worse. They could be losing it by the boatload. At the moment, they're left with the current race scenario, Pete, and with that damage level. It's not bad enough to force a pit stop, but it's just bad enough to go, we've got to get this repaired when an opportunity presents itself. And it's the same for the number 5 car as well.
Yeah, no, it might just be traffic, what I'm seeing so far. And I'm going to just check Chris Diatetta and the Fusion GTD Ferrari. I just want to check his top speed, because at the moment the Mercedes top speed, even with that front end damage, was faster than Ryan in the number 93 Ferrari. So maybe that's not having that much of an impact, Scotty.
It might actually be okay, and all power to them if they're managing to keep that speed going. At the meantime, I can tell you what, Christoph Bakos has actually just made his way into the pit lane, so that'll be another service that'll get done for that car. There will be some damage that they'll attend to on that car.
So what I found is so Anthony Bill in that Mercedes that we've got with the front end damage, I think we're just watching that now, 281 kilometres an hour as they cross the start finish line. The 2 Ferraris following it, so Ryan Kaprowski in the number 93 Ferrari, 278, and Chris Tito in the 296 Ferrari, 277. So the Mercedes is not losing any pace on those fast sections of the circuit. Yeah.
So, I mean, different architecture on those cars as well, front engine versus mid-engine cars. As Bakos will also get out of the pit lane. Actually, he's handed that car over, the FRS Sim Sports 621. Will be to Luan Stitchbury. Will get behind the wheel.
That'll be Ian, mate.
Ian. Yeah, it helps if you can read. Yeah. Look, in terms of this car, I think Bakos will be keen for a break, and I think the team, it looks like fatigue mistakes are coming the way of Bakos there, Pete. That's a long weekend, and it happens at some point for someone on that team. If there's one thing that you can say in terms of an endurance race, a fatigue mistake will happen at some point, and for Bakos, it could have certainly been a lot worse.
Well, absolutely, and he's raced so close with Ryan for so many laps. And when you race close, your mind's running a little bit faster than when you're sort of cruising around, just ticking off laps and doing fast lap times. So that adds an element of fatigue. I don't think drivers really count that in. They just go, oh, no, it's still a 2-hour stint, right? But when you're racing really close, your concentration level is up a whole lot of level. You don't necessarily get to relax like you do when you're on your own and just cruising down the straight. And in this case, nice and open on the oval. You can have a break, you can take your hands off the wheel, you can give them a little bit of wiggle, relax, then just get your mindset, run through the bus stop, change up the gears, and again, you go back to one light hand on the steering wheel, just loosen it up and keep yourself going. But when you're side by side, we saw cars, 3 wide around the oval, you're gripping that steering wheel, your concentration is well on, and there goes the training pace, taking a little bit of a shortcut in the bus stop. They'll get a little bit of slowdown, but probably taken automatically pretty much with the speed that they come out of that. So I wonder if they just had somebody tucking into them a bit quick under brakes coming into the bus stop then. But look at the steering wheel on that car. That's something dead set wrong with that car. No, that's had an off, and that's had front end damage because that steering is well and truly out. There's something wrong with the front suspension of that car. Which one are we looking at? Is that still that same Ferrari? Oh, there we go. Oh, that is turn one.
Is that the digital chicane car?
Yeah.
Because it's just had a massive moment. Well, digital chicane have just hit the wall very, very hard on the exit of the bus stop. The car transitioned in the rear, and they've hit the wall very hard on the exit of the bus stop. Check this moment out. This is about to be a huge one for another car that was in contention. We're just talking about fatigue. You see the car transition over the curb. It gets a little bit sideways, and then it's an overcorrection.
Oh, and that's all it takes, a little overcorrection. Yeah, what is it, last year or 2 years ago? They had the sausage curbs in the bus stop, and every second driver would do that. Oh, that's an untidy incident. That's just a little bit of a move. Cars coming together. Yeah, and that's what's happened. That is killed the front of the Trading Paints car, and it's put the other Porsche, didn't catch the number on that one, into the fence. That's 2 drivers out. Are they both GTPs or are they GT Am? Oh, they're pros car too. That is pro. 2 pro. Oh no, that's a pro and an Am car together. Wow. Oh, fatigue, Scotty. Maybe you're right. The GTM, the fatigue level in the GTM. Is this new drivers or is this drivers going a little bit too long?
Well, Patrick Lindsay was behind the wheel of the Trading Paints car. And he'd only done 1 stint, so he'd only completed half a stint. So, I mean, it could be late night driving, and he's just not necessarily ready for that one. But I don't know, with the Patrick Lindsay and the Trading Paints incident, it was actually the Digital Spirit DS Racing with Nelson Lopez Narciso behind the wheel, and he was about the same sort of, he was probably maybe another 5 or 10 laps in the car over the Trading Paints car. So, I mean, it could be fatigue, it could be, that was a little bit of a miscommunication, but then if we have a look at the 80 car, that's going to be a little bit of a different story, I think, overall. No, you know what? Both of those cars, all 3 of those cars have sort of been in those instances in the last couple of moments. They're only drivers that have been there half to 3/4 of a stint. So it shouldn't be fatigue. If anything, it'll be what we talked about. Although Matthew Orves in the digital chicane car had done a number of driving hours. He's been in that car since lap 375. He did all the way through to lap 464. So he's done about 80 laps or so there. Got out for a single stint, and then he's done another stint again. So it will be fatigue for the digital chicane drivers. They've put a huge load on Orovech's shoulders, and that's the response that'll happen sometimes.
Still a lot of racing to go, Scotty, and a lot of time yet, but it's not the time you want to have incidents. It's really the time you want to be shaping your race up. And maybe it's a case of the guys have put some pretty quick drivers into the team to try and set themselves up for the back end of the race. You know, that last 2-hour stint of whoever it is. And, you know, a little bit of aggression coming out. But essentially that incident between the two GT3s on the front straight, you know, that Porsche just sort of lifted up a bit and sort of drove into it. He, you know, to me, he needed to stay closer. Oh, no, he needed to stay closer to the yellow line. I'm not sure why he drifted out like that. So, yeah, a little bit on the pro driver there, I think.
Well, look, what he's thinking is that this Ferrari is going to give me a little bit more room. He thought that the Ferrari is not against the fence, is that part of things, and that's considered the standard line. So yeah, you can say the Ferrari's a fraction down the track, but you don't come up that aggressively when you're on the bottom line, and that's what's triggered that incident. So I would put that on, you know, yes, the Ferrari could have been a little bit higher, but yeah, the Porsche also contributed more so to that fact. So I would, yeah, definitely on the 992 car. Wasn't 992? It was the 992 car. They've continued on, by the way, with that damage, and at the moment, that is a battle for position at the moment. Remember how we were talking about the Kinetic Racing car after their drive-through penalty being a fair way off the pace? Well, the race continues to conspire in their favour, and they're back and relevant again, and the car ahead of them is obviously not going to be the quickest car in a straight line at this point in time. So for the 992 Digital Spirit with Nelson Lopez Narciso behind the wheel, up against Lyndon Swaby for Kinetic Racing, and it's going to be lifted out and not contested from the 992 Digital Spirit car. And we will let that one happen and hope that a little bit of draft might recover their car a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nelson would have wanted to do that 2 times in a row going into turn 1. So he lifted that time and took just quite a tight entry into turn 1. Lesson learned.
I wonder whether or not he's fighting an evil car. The steering on it's not perfectly straight, but it's so minorly offset that it's close. So it's not a perfect car. That's a tyre in the grass in the pit lane. That's just an interesting pit lane entry.
Yeah.
Well, that is a sign of fatigue, Pete, because that's a lack of accuracy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's quite wide, too, for pit lane entry here. You can actually take quite a bit of that inside apron to come into the pit lane. So unless there's rules say you've got to follow that white line that I haven't picked up in the regs. But, so, yeah, quite wide, a little bit late, and hopefully he hasn't picked up a speeding fine getting into that one, or a speeding penalty. But yeah, Scotty, we mentioned, pronunciation of names a little bit earlier. And, you know, look, to everybody listening, we are Australian. We have our own accent. We have our own way of talking. You know, sometimes when you're with Americans, you guys can't actually understand what we say, and that's fair enough, right? But I gotta tell you, yeah, I know I've had that experience, like one-on-one with people, Nolan. Yeah, but you know, I've got to tell you, Scotty and I have commentated the Thailand Super Series GTD, and if you think your names are hard to pronounce, okay, have a look at the Thailand Super Series list of drivers, and my God, that is very difficult for any
There's some beautiful names
to have a go at.
There's some beautiful names. Natachuk, Cantadee, Atasak. Oh, there's some beautiful names. I actually really enjoy the Thai names. It's actually not as hard as I thought it was going to be. And the best piece of advice I ever got getting to say Thai names was just say it faster. Thanks, Pete. That was great advice. It actually works. Yeah. So, again, race continues to settle down. 7 hours and 15 minutes in. And the 2-hour period that goes between 2/3 race distance and 3/4 race distance is rapidly approaching the halfway point. We got 7 hours to go. It will be an hour until we are 3/4 of the race to go. And we are within the next hour or so, we'll be starting to see the conditions lighten outside the cockpits for these drivers as night will finally give way today. The track conditions out there at the moment, 17 degrees Celsius in the air temperature, 53% humidity is a little bit higher than I thought it was. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees Celsius on track conditions at the moment. And it's as cool as it's going to be right now.
We have got GTP cars going at each other in between the international hairpin and the second hairpin with a little bit of a touch. So it was the number 50 of Eduardo. Sorry, Eduardo, I'm not going to get this right. Eduardo Toldo. Well, let's just say Toldo. Okay, Eduardo, if I got it wrong, I apologise in advance. But Eduardo in the number 50 from Bravo Snow Racing was just coming up and having a go between the two hairpins and just made a little bit of a touch, a little bit of a wiggle, and off he goes. So he's just come out really quickly. Eduardo's in the second car there. He's coming out. They're fighting.
The key there, Pete, was that's actually your LMP2 leader that's actually ahead of these guys at this point in time. It's the 46 car, the Rising Panda Racing car with Remy Loesch behind the wheel. And if you have a look at the kink, there's an attempted overtake here. There's enough, going on. And he slammed the door. I just don't see when you're leading a race like that, why do you slam the door there?
Oh, did he think that he gave him enough room? Maybe
there's absolutely not enough room there.
No, well, did he think that he gave him enough room? Whether there is or not doesn't matter where he thought it. Maybe he thought he did give him enough room and he could just jump over the curb a little bit more. Maybe Eduardo was. I think that's the wrong place to have a go because the GTP is not that much faster accelerating than the LMP2. I think it's better just to sit behind it and actually overtake the LMP2 under brakes into the next hairpin because of the braking distance is where you have the significant difference between the two cars. So, and it's always on the car that's overtaking. The onus on the car is to have to make it safe to overtake. And he did lift. Right, it was a close one. But yeah, you wouldn't want to do that too often.
But there was a hole there, and the hole disappeared in a heartbeat. Anyway, either way, the Rising Panda car continues. Everyone gets out the other side, albeit with a few heart and mouth moments. But everything continues for Kinetic. They're on their path back to the top in terms of GT Pro at the moment, 40 seconds or so behind the 69 car, and that's about the distance of a drive-through penalty. So if we do see a drive-through penalty for the North Sim Racing team, and the benefit for those guys, for North Sim Racing, is that they're starting to they've head in more and more into their morning time. So their drivers will be quite well rested up and not as fatigued, whereas the Kinetic Racing team have got a little bit of an uphill battle on their hands, I think, in terms of fatigue management through the night here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just
Patrick
running
Lindsay's
through
on pit lane still.
Just running through the leaderboard.
Red car. They've been on pit lane for 11 minutes since that most recent instance. They haven't rolled off yet. I thought they had. So they've actually not left pit lane since their previous incident. So that's okay.
No. That's the car that got significant steering damage from that incident. So that's going to be in a GT3. That's going to be at least, I think it's a 12-minute 48 repaired normally for something like that. Sometimes it can be longer. So, because I tried the GTP. That's about that kind of repair. So we might see them come. If they take a pit stop as well, that'll add a bit of little time, and hopefully they didn't have to tow. So potentially it's about a 13 to 14 minute stop for them. They'll lose a number of laps, but they can come out. They're still in the race, and I'm not sure they're going to get 7 safety cars to get their laps back, but they might get a few.
I would say that's probably race done for now. They're just on the line to just get points, make sure that they finish the race, and that everything's not over. Would be their target, although to be perfectly honest with you, at the moment they're still sitting in an okay perspective. At the moment they're still 2 laps ahead of the Full Send Racing car, who's still circulating, attempting to grab some time back. So there is points in the offing. The problem that they've got is that for how long is a difficult question to answer at the moment. keeping our eyes on this battle in the GTP class in terms of 11th and 12th. These guys are 4 laps off the lead, so a safety car's not really going to help them. In terms of GTP, Stop and Go, Trading Paints Black, and MV Skin Labs are all off the lead lap, all at 1 lap down. So they are all still in contention to get back on the lead lap. 5 cars in GTP remain on the lead lap, and that will bring us back to 8 cars on the lead lap. So that is still capable of being relevant. Race leader in terms of GT Pro back into the pit lane for their next service, and off the jacks for a set of 4 fresh tyres.
Yeah, Thomas D'Ambrose has just jumped out of the car. Alicio Tranquilli has just jumped in, the North Sim Racing. But if you get a chance, go back and have a look at their pit entry. Thomas just about overshot it and only made it just inside the right-hand curve to pit entry, so right on the brakes. It was a really interesting pit entry. I was watching it as it happened. So here we go. Yep. And Thomas will say, that's perfection. We have to go into that right-hand lane of the pits. I just wanted to enter it at the right spot, right? As any driver would say.
Late on the brakes, time made, point proven.
That was a close one, bud.
Well, we're starting to zero right in on the end of our number 17 of this race at the moment. Only 6 or so minutes left before that one will be done. Time is running out now for some of those cars who want to get back on the lead lap. So, it's another opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to say a big thank you to the sponsors that make it possible, in particular, a new sponsor that's come on board to be a big part of the broadcast. And yet again, Virtual Sports Cars of America says thank you to Twin Bush Garage Equipment, your Virtual Sports Cars of America Sports Car Championship broadcast, proudly brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert in automotive workshop equipment. Located in the north of Las Vegas, Nevada, you can visit them in person today, or if you can't visit them in person, online, find them at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. That's Twin Bush Garage Equipment. Don't forget, go and get your rattle guns that apparently I'm banned from purchasing. So says Peter Baxter. It's been a pleasure to bring you this segment of the race. I'm now going to bid you all adieu. It's been a pleasure bringing you the race. We'll have Ryan Walker on commentary team, Pete. But thanks for sitting through another broadcast with me. Please don't give Nolan any freedom to think he's comfortable once I leave the booth.
No, look, you know what I'm like, Scotty. I will continue to put the pressure onto Nolan, but we've got a UK commentator coming in, so that's going to be a whole lot of friendly banter to come up. And for all of our US friends listening in, if you've heard a US and a UK guy go at it, it can be a whole lot of fun. But you might have to understand a little bit of cricket. You might have to understand a little bit of rugby league and some of the other sports that we play that you don't. By all means, Nolan might have to throw in some baseball references to keep it
I was going to say cricket's just baseball with extra steps.
But anyway, and Scotty, I was having a look at the Twin Bush website myself, mate, and one of the things that stood out to me, product videos and how-to videos. So if you need a bit of hand with some of your workshop tools and techniques, go onto the Twin Bush website, go through some of their videos and use their helpful tips to get out there. And maybe you should get on those videos, Scotty, and if you pass, we'll organise a rattle gun to come your way.
Yeah, well, I had a fan that I had to get replaced on my car just recently. I took one look at it and just went, yeah, that's a garage job. That's not for me to do. Thank you very much for letting me participate in the broadcast. To all the drivers and everyone, enjoy the final 7 hours of your motor race. There's going to be another full course yellow that Pete and I have a bet on for you, Ryan Walker. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Yeah, morning, Scott, or good evening, I think it is for you. But yeah, it's good to be here, and looking forward to calling the 4 hours of this race. And yeah, from what I saw so far yesterday, it's been pretty much a race of attrition with a few cautions thrown in.
Well, for you, my friend, your goal for the next couple of hours sitting here with Peter Baxter is the last time Peter Baxter was on comms with a Brit, he lost a bet. My challenge for you is to make Peter Baxter lose another bet to a Brit.
Oh, Ryan, that could be challenge accepted if you dare to take it.
Throwing a few beers and yeah, challenge accepted.
We never know. No, well, the thing is, we never know what the bet is until we make it, right?
Here's the thing. The last time he lost that bet to the Brit, he had to stand with a Union Jack flag outside the entrance to one of Australia's most famous rum distilleries. So, which is actually not too far from where Peter is. So there you go. I'll leave you with it. But that was certainly capable of being broadcast on the next stream that those two were a part of. And yeah, that one worked out quite well. Make him lose a bet. I want to see him display that Union Jack with an even sadder face on next time.
Yeah, it might have a personal hashtag message for Scott Rankin if I have to do this twice in a row.
Well, boys, it's been a pleasure. I will bid you guys adieu. Have fun with the remaining 7 hours of the Virtual Sports Cars of America broadcasts. It's been Scott Rankin signing off.
Thank you, Scotty, and well done. That was a good 4 hours. Always fun with Scotty Rankin. He's a fabulous commentator. I love working with him, and he always makes it a little bit entertaining. And his methodology of getting into what's happening on the track is, I find, something special. So thanks, Scotty. But Ryan, welcome to the booth. It's the first time you and I have met either online, in person, or even in commentary. So this could be a whole lot of fun. Very dangerous for Nolan, because as I warned him a little bit earlier, Nolan doesn't have a lot of experience of having an Aussie and a Pommy in the box together.
Yeah, I think first time working with you, first time speaking with you as well, and it's like I said to Scott, looking forward to commentating over calling this part of the race over the next 4 hours. And this part of the race, I find anyway, it's really good fun to call, because it's that stage of the race where drivers might be feeling a bit tired, a bit dopey, as UK people would like to say. But it's that part of the race where it's kind of, from my experience of doing these races, you keep telling yourself, if I get to the finish, it's an achievement. Even if you're not in contention for a podium or a win, even just making it to the end of these races, it's a good result.
Yeah, well, let me give you a little bit of an update of what's happened over the last few hours to catch you up. And just as the sun comes up at Daytona, and we'll see that the light will come up. But you talked about where we're at, and Scotty talked recently about fatigue, and we just saw a number of cars get involved in what we thought might have been fatigue-related incidents. But essentially, over the last few hours, we had a full course yellow a little bit over 2.5, maybe closer to 3 hours ago. The race has really settled down now. It's opened back up. All the classes have mixed right up. But having said that, each of the classes has maintained a number of cars on their lead lap. So there is, in every class, there is a group of cars fighting for the podium at least. And as I speak and summarising the race for our new commentator, Ryan, the yellow flag has just been thrown, ladies and gentlemen. So whatever I have just said is about to get changed up, and more cars are going to come back to the lead lap after a bit of a sequence. So that's a random yellow that has just come out. And Ryan, welcome to the booth. What a time to catch up.
Yeah, I think, as soon as I joined the booth, and I was talking about cautions, one comes out right away. So I think it's pretty much, if any teams or drivers were maybe having issues or ended up falling back, this caution is pretty much just gave them a lifeline. And there's pretty much shakes the race up yet again. And when I left last night to go and get some sleep, I saw that the composite racing GTP was at the front at the time, and as I see that, just looking now, they're still at the front, so they're still doing a good job right away, or still at the moment, I should say. So pretty much still in contention for the win, but with just under 7 hours to go, anything can happen, and obviously with the full course cautions, that can throw a spanner in the works.
Well, I've got to say, you talked about who's in contention for the podium and who's in contention just to solidify a decent result. And about this time of the race, you might know that, what we've seen, what I've observed over the last 4 hours of the race, in every class, there is at least 3 cars that are fighting for the podium. They're not fighting for the podium, fighting for the win. Oh, it looks like a car has just hit the marbles and into the fence under yellow. So
under
that's
yellow, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit interesting. So
I was
it's a
just going to say,
fairly. You go.
I was just going to say, it looked like they went offline and just got in the marbles, and yeah, again, that's what we were talking about, Peter. It's fatigue and stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, off speed, because right now these are quite long safety cars for this league, right? So it's a number of laps. The first part of the safety car procedure is to bring the field together behind the leader, and if you're in front of your class leader, you do get to go past the safety car. So the cars that aren't in front, and as we just saw, have got to sort of sit and make enough room for that. And unfortunately for that driver, I didn't pick up the car, but unfortunately for that driver, they just got in the marbles and the car didn't turn when it needed to through turn 6 and into the wall. But yeah, it's a bit of a long-winded safety car procedure, which is a good chance, gives us a chance to catch our breath, gives us a chance for, it gives you a chance, Ryan, to get into the race and just understand who's where. It's going to shake itself up a little bit over the safety car procedure. We'll do the series of wave rounds to start with. Shortly in a lap or two, the pit lane will open for everybody to go in. Some cars may go into the pit lanes if they're running out of fuel, but looking at the fuel numbers down the field, there may only be one car. The digital chicane 93 car, currently leading the GT3 AM, has done 31 laps on its current tank of fuel, so it's going to be really light on. I think every other car, even the composite performance car, might have at least a lap or two under safety car conditions to stay out. But certainly we're going to look at, we'll see quite a number of cars come into the field through this safety car period. Then they'll come back out. They'll reform up behind the class leader that is the first to get to the pace car. That's a really interesting point for those who haven't seen this type of safety car before. It's not the race leader that gets to the iRacing safety car. It's the first class leader. And so the GTP race leader, he might be midway into the field, and so when it comes restart time, all of the classes are mixed up and it's a whole lot of fun. After the pit stops, there is a second round of wave rounds just to make sure nobody's caught between their respective class leader and the safety car. They get to come around, get back on the field, and then we get the race going. So a bit of a long-winded process. It gives us the chance to have a break from the racing, and we've got to take a breath, Ryan, because there is some solid action just about to be upon us in about 5 laps time.
Absolutely, and you talk about it gives us a chance to take a breath and or catch our breath rather. I'm still waking up, as you can probably tell, but for the drivers, if they've probably been on a long run, it gives them a chance to kind of refocus, reset their mind, and just get back into it. Or maybe if there was a team coming towards the end of a stint, it gives them a chance to kind of just like dive into the pits and maybe make a driver change, or maybe just top up on fuel. And on the other hand as well, with these full course cautions, it pretty much throws out your strategy plan of whatever you had during the stint. It pretty much you're back to square one. Yeah, well, interestingly, looking at the LMP2 field, the lead pack, so that the 5 cars on the lead lap for that class. The FRS SimSport's the one who's gone the longest at the moment, has had the shortest tank, but it's only done 16 laps of what is normally a 20-odd lap stint. So, all of them are about mid-stint. So, certainly going to throw out strategies in the LMP2 class. The GT Pro class, they're all they're mixed up. So we got half stints and people have already pitted recently. So that's going to be, I think, advantage to those that have just done pits recently in terms of that class. And then if you look at GTM, most of that class is they're sort of 8 to 12 laps out from their most recent pit stops. So again, that's a case of if you're the crew chief, do you pit or do you not pit? Because they got about a late 20s, early 30 lap range. So interesting time. I'm not sure if I want to be a crew chief right now. Personally, I think if you're on the back half of a fuel, you'd go and top up and you'd say to the driver, off you go, even if it extends their drive time for half an hour or so. Yeah, absolutely. And also, depending on if you were maybe out of sequence or maybe one lap behind, and you've still got a lot of fuel left. I think if you've still got a lot of fuel in the tank, I think you do something different. You stay out for the trap position. If you're getting that wave around and it puts you back on the lead lap, it might mean you have to pit and be out of sequence. But I think it gives you a better shot of maybe possibly making progress through the field and maybe getting back to the front in your class. But obviously it comes down to depending on where you were in the stint. If you had probably maybe 3 or 4 laps of fuel left, and then I think you dive in and top up. But if you've still got a lot of fuel, I think if it was me, I would probably say stay out.
Oh, interesting. I'd like to be in the cockpit or the crew chief of the Composite Performance #1 car right now, because I've got to tell you, they have done 28 laps on this tank of fuel, and the standard stint length at green flag racing in these cars is 27. So Nicholas Johnson, as soon as that full course yellow come out, he would be doing everything in his power to use as least fuel as possible, so that he doesn't have to take an early pit stop. He's still going around another time under this safety car. I expect under this lap we might get the pit lane open for those pit stops, but I tell you what, if that pit lane doesn't open, I'm not sure I want to be Nick Johnson. Do they have enough fuel to do 3 laps under the safety car if they were only a lap away from their pit stop anyway?
Yeah, that's a good point, because I was just looking at the live timing, and they're pretty much, I think they're not far away from having to pit and take fuel. So if I'm Nicholas Johnson, I think like you say, you've got to try everything to save as much fuel as possible. Even from my experience, I normally do, if I'm coasting round behind the safety car, I normally turn the engine off and just let the car roll and just do anything to try and save as much fuel. But I think if you have to, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I think if you have to pit under the safety car when the pits are closed to take fuel, I think do you get an end of line penalty, I believe?
Yes, you do. So it's either an end of line or drive. I'm not sure what the exact penalty is. We might have to check the regs on that one. But yeah, no, you do get a penalty though if you do have to pit. But the good news for Nick Johnston in the composite car, and also I think for the HAC racing car with Christopher DeMay in it, who's just 1 lap behind Nick, the pit lane entry is open. So the pit entry is open at the end of this lap. So I think if those guys were praying for it to be open, their prayers have just been answered. I'm going to tell you what, I think, given they've done 28, now 29 laps with those last 2 under the safety car, that they're going to be, what's the term the crew chief says? We're running on rags, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nicholas and Composite are probably counting their lucky stars, but I think they probably planned for that if there was a course, and because I think I've watched the Composite in the past in other series, and they're a very experienced team, and I think they probably had a backup plan in place for this sort of situation. But I think but having the pit entry open just coming up soon, I think they'll be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, if anybody from Composite is there and can fill us in on how close they do, how much litres they have left in the tank when they get into the pit lanes, that'd be a nice bit of information. Or maybe that's too much information to give away to your competitors at this stage of the race, given we're getting into the hot zone. Yeah, pit lane's open, so we'll see. It'll be a good chunk of the field will come in. There's a lot of cars at the back end of their stint, and there's not so many in the front half of the stint. So yeah, as I expected, quite a big proportion of the field are coming in, looking at who's where on the pit numbers and how much time we've got to go with 6 hours and 49 minutes left to go.
Indeed, as most of the GTPs, or some of the GTPs anyway, dive into the pit lanes for either a full service and tyres, or a driver change as well, depending on where the drivers are in their stint. I think it wouldn't surprise me if some drivers and teams do a driver change just to kind of stick a fresh driver in, because obviously some drivers might have been probably doing maybe a double stint or a triple stint. But so in a triple stint around the Daytona, especially during the early morning or during the night to early morning hours, it can be a bit draining mentally, and sometimes if your driver says he's starting to feel a little bit tired, or you notice he's starting to make mistakes, that's when you make a driver change, as we see a lot of cars diving at the pits now and they're making a scramble.
Yeah, and looking at my data feed, I've got 11 drivers out of all of those cars 11 cars have made driver changes. We might be able to go through them while it's a little bit slow. So John Goodwin has jumped in the number 6. Patrick Fogel has jumped in the number 15, and that's the lead car. So Patrick's jumped in the front. So the driver change up the front. The number 1 car, Josh Wolf, have jumped in the number 1 car, again in the GTP class. The number 73 GTP as well, Emil Otobasic, has jumped in to the number 73. And Selena Ward has jumped in the number 19. So going down a little bit further, the number 44 car. So that's in the GT3 Pro Series. Jay Van Meppelen has jumped into that one. The 830 car, that's in where's the 830 car? That's another GTP car. So Jacob Lehman has jumped into the number 830 car. Gabriel Albano has jumped in to the number 33 GT Am car, and Daniel Avery has taken over the wheel of the number 29 GT Am car. 2 more to go, I think. Thomas Marcolino has jumped in the 123. That's where's the 123? That's a LMP2, Thomas. And Patrick Barthel has jumped into the number 86 LMP2. So 11 driver changes out of that cycle. So a number of new drivers into the race. They get the opportunity just to give their tyres a little bit of a warm up before they get away after a few more laps, Ryan. And I guess we'll see whether they've got their head screwed on and they get straight into this race with the warmed up drivers hot on the run.
Indeed, and so these drivers that have just jumped in, they'll probably have to basically reset their mind as well, because the track, you probably don't see it right now, but it's starting to get a little bit lighter, and this is pretty much getting close to, as we like to call it, the sunrise hours. My favourite part of these long races. It's just something about it. It just feels majestic, if that's a good way of putting it. But these drivers that have just jumped in, they'll probably have to reset their mind and get back, get their mind focused as well, because obviously probably the last time that they were driving, the track's changed. There's loads of marbles on the track, so they need to look out for stuff like that as more cars are coming at the pits, and obviously they have to wait at the pit exit, because the pit exit is closed. And as you see there, a bunch of cars, they started to slow up, and it's one of those things. It's probably frustrating, because you just want to get back out on track and get yourself psyched up.
Yeah, this is just a process that the league uses in this procedure, and it just makes sure that all of the cars that pitted end up behind cars that stayed out on track. So it's just a cleansing cycle. So what happens is, if they do go through on their first pit stops and some of the cars come out in front of some cars that didn't get to pit, so maybe they've had a quick pit stop or something, then the league puts everybody who has a pit back in. They just do a drive through while it's on the safety car, and essentially it's just reordering those that stayed on track to be out the front for those that didn't stay on track. The interesting thing is it puts Patrick Fogel, who's still the lead driver of the overall race, further down the field, right? So he's like a long way down the field right now. We do have a second set of wave rounds to go. That'll bring him back a little bit further forward, but yeah, he's got a lot of cars in front of him when he restarts this race.
Absolutely. This is the thing as well. When a restart, you've got loads of different class cars in front of you, and you want to get by them as quickly as possible on the restart, but you don't want to take any risks, especially if you're someone like Patrick gets in the leading car for composite racing in the GTP class. You don't want to take any risks and possibly end up possibly end up ruining your race or maybe getting caught up in a tangle.
Cool. Yeah, all right. Well, ladies and gents, we'll just take a break while the last few laps of the safety car procedure is underway. We'll come back and catch you for the restart of this race.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the Virtual Sports Car Association Daytona 24-hour for 2024. Geez, that's got a wonderful ring to it. We are nearly 18 hours into the race, so we are 17 hours and 20 minutes into the race. We've got 6 hours and 40 to go. We're on the back end of the 8th, I think it is, a random full course yellow procedure, which has tidied up the race. It's made all of the cars come together. We are in for an exciting restart. We've got LMP2 cars at the front of the field. We've got the faster class GTP cars a little bit further behind, and some GT3 cars stuck in the mix of that restart. We've had a number of teams fighting for positions over the last 17 and nearly a half hours, and this race has been hot to trot the whole time. We are about to get going and to see some super racing, and we've also got a guest coming in from one of the cars that's been at the front of the field most of the race very, very shortly. So what an exciting time to be a part of this race. Have we got lights on the pace car? Are we doing one more lap? We want at least one more lap. Might grab Nick Johnson and bring him in, Nolan, and see if we can have a quick catch up before this race gets mad again, eh? Yeah. Hey, Nick Johnston from Composite Racing, the number 15 GTP car. You've been leading the field for a lot of this race. How does it feel to be up the front?
Feels really good. For the beginning part there, we fell back a little bit, but we worked our way back up with some cautions and some strategy, and the cars felt really, really good during the nighttime, so we've taken advantage of that and worked our way towards the front of the group.
Awesome. I do have a question for you. I threw it out there earlier. How much fuel did you have left in the tank for that pit stop?
That one right there, we were pretty safe. I was scheduled to pit probably another lap, and we've been pitting 2 to 3 laps early, so we were pretty safe. We weren't in, we've been trying to avoid that all race. We've been short pitting by 2 to 3 laps the whole time, just to make sure we don't get caught up in that mess, because we've seen a few teams get caught, and you just don't want to be there. So we were pretty safe.
Well, there you go. Ryan Walker, who's just joined us in the commentary booth, said that he did a bit of time in composite racing, and he said one of the things that you guys would have planned was to plan for that eventuality. And there you go. You did a plan for that, and you've talked about it. So well done, because to be honest, I got to tell you, the team that I raced with didn't plan for that type of eventuality, but we don't have these long full course yellows that we have to deal with. But that's really good. That shows the level of that team. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the race, Nick?
Looking forward to seeing how Pat can do here. We got the sun coming up. That's going to change the track considerably. Hopefully the balance in the car stays relatively the same, and we'll see if we have to make any changes later on. I think I'm scheduled to get back in the car here before too long for another triple, then that'll be it for me. So hopefully I can put the guys in a good spot, and we can see how we bring this home to the finish. We got 8 cars on the lead lap, so really anything can happen.
So in your planning for the Daytona 24-hour, we've asked this of a couple of other teams. Have you had just a set plan for your drivers the whole way long, or have you left a gap at the end to say who's on fire to jump in at the end?
Right now we do have a plan on who's going to be in at the end, but we'll kind of have a little team discussion during these last final stints, see how everyone's feeling, and if the guy who's scheduled to go in is feeling like maybe he's not the right guy, we're all humble enough to, give up that spot and put the guy in who's feeling best with the car in the current conditions.
Wow, that's it. I mean, it's one thing to drive a car in an endurance race, but it's another thing to drive it at the front of the race when you've got cars in your mirror giving you a whole lot of pressure. That's 2 types of drivers.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you're trying to build the gap and trying to maintain the gap, and you get caught behind one GT in the bus stop at the right time, and it erases everything you did over the past 10 to 15 laps. So it can be frustrating at times, but other times it works the other way, where you get by the traffic and they get stuck. So it ebbs and flows throughout the entire stint. You just try to stay as clean as you can and make up as much time as you can during the stint.
Yeah, and we've seen that through the race. Like, we've seen some absolute magnificent overtaking and passing between drivers of all classes, side by side through turn 1, the hairpin, back up towards the second hairpin. And it's taken that many corners for people to overtake and make positions. But at the same time, while the classes are fighting with that, you guys in the GTP have been trying to fight through them. So it's a real element of patience. And one of the things you hear in a lot of other leagues and series is you think, oh no, the guys in the fast cars, they've got no patience. They just barge through us and it upsets our race. I'm not necessarily seeing that in this league. I think it's a testament to the quality of drivers, in all classes, to be able to work together and allow each other to fight in those classes and work their way through.
Yeah, the vast majority of the GT cars and the LMP2 cars have done a really great job at telegraphing their moves, and wherever they want us to go, we'll go. If it's around the outside, no problem. But they're just really good at telegraphing what they want us to do, and it's been great.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing you can't control is that car, and it doesn't matter which class. That car that maybe just overdrives into the bus stop or out of turn 6 or touches the marbles and has a little bit of a spin in front of you, and that's the luck of racing, I guess. So yeah, that's the one thing you can't control. It looks like the pace car has been changed to 1 lap to green. So we're going to be resuming racing very shortly. Nick, thanks for joining us. Is anybody you'd like to have a shout out to or say good day to before we go back to green racing?
Just all my SKL boys if you're watching, and then obviously Composite Performance for having this team and having me on board. It's been a great time. You guys for putting on an excellent broadcast. You've been fantastic the entire time. I can't wait to watch the end of this race.
Awesome. Don't tell us we've been good until we've actually finished, right? So, no, who knows? We could be really bad by the end of it. But look, we're just here. We love the opportunity. I know Scotty and I always love the opportunity to come and be a part of really good racing, and this has been super racing. So that's a shout out to all of you guys, your team and everybody else in the race. So really good to be here. Ryan's just jumped into the booth now to join me for a couple of hours. until Nolan and Ryan wind up the end of the race. So, yeah, no, thanks for that feedback. It's really good. Good luck for the rest of the race, mate, and all the best. And if I give you one piece of advice as someone who's more of a strategist than a driver, listen to your strategist. They're the ones who are normally right in endurance races.
Yes.
Cheers, Nick. Good luck.
Ciao.
Alrighty, there we have it. Nick Johnson from Composite Performance Racing, the guys that have been out the front or thereabouts for most of this race, the virtual sports car series championship Daytona 24 for 2024. Who is going to be the winner of the 2024 Daytona 24? Ryan, what are your thoughts?
Oh, that's a tough one with the pretty much 6.5 hours to go, but I don't know. I think just judging by the pace, I think Composite have pretty much if I was a betting man, I would probably put my money on them because at the moment, or most of the race, have been doing a good job. As Nicholas said, they ended up falling back, but they managed to drag themselves back into it through strategy. And yeah, they're at the lead of GTP, but as we're coming round the bank and onto the home straight, we're about to get underway, and they got a feeling, Peter, it's mayhem's about to erupt.
Alrighty, the pace car lights are out. We have 2 LMPs at the front of the field. We got 3 GT3s before we get to the first GTP car. So the cars are allowed to overlap other classes, but they're not allowed to overlap their own class before the start-finish line. So that puts the Colmar car, the number 14 LMP2, in a little bit of a difficult position. He can only follow the Rising Panda Racing LMP2 for the start of the race, but the Composite Performance race car, they can pull out around those GT3s and get their race underway, and it'll make it all exciting for turn 1, as it has always happened, as we've got a couple of GT3s up the front of the field and fast cars coming through. And there we go. It looks like the GT3 cars have taken a nice slide wind. It's not really taking the apexes. They're staying right to the inside, allowing the faster cars to come through right now. Again, this is really classy racing from the VSCA championship drivers. Everybody out there, they've done this a number of times now, so they all know that these race restarts are something that can get them a whole lot of trouble. It's something that gain them a whole lot of positions. But the worst thing is, Ryan, you just don't want to get into any sort of trouble. You really just want to reset your race, and away it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you don't want to do anything silly when trying to get by GT traffic as well. Obviously, you don't want to lose too much time, but sometimes it's better to lose maybe a second or two in traffic. It looks like one of the LMP2s has had issues.
Yeah, that's the number 14 Fisher Motorsports car with, who's got that in there? So that's Rico Colmeyer's in that one. It looks like he's just come out, had a little bit of a spin maybe, yeah, a little bit early on the throttle, or not as much traction control, or cold tyres, lost the rear end, little bit of spin. Fortunately, it hasn't impacted anybody else's race, so a little bit of time lost, but they are on the lead lap still. They'll get back into the fight. The unfortunate thing is that they'll have to overtake the whole of the GT3 field once they get back on the track. So unfortunate there for Rico in that car.
Yep, absolutely. As a GTP, we've got a battle for the lead starting to shape up as well, with Patrick Fogel from Composite Performance and Danny Fonte Pedra from World of Sim Racing going at it for the lead. And it looks like Fogel gets held up slightly and trying to lap someone, one of the LMP2s, but he gets held up slightly.
Yeah, that LMP2 has proven to be difficult to pass, and I think I've said it earlier. It's actually not a really good place to pass an LMP2, because the LMP2's underpower and acceleration off the corner are not that far off the GTP cars. The real benefit of the GTP car is under brakes and aerodynamics through the bus stop. So if you think about that from a driver's perspective, trying to overtake it in such a short shoot from the international hairpin through to that little kink is probably not the best place, and it puts you in that awkward position at the kink. You're almost better off just to set it up so as you go through the kink, you then just use the braking advantage of the GTP car into the turn 5 hairpin and just get it through there, and it's much cleaner overtake. But we've seen a number of times the GTP cars have got an eagerness to come out of the international hairpin and overtake an LMP2. Oh, and look at that. That's the number 14 car again. Rico Colmai's taken a little bit while to settle in the car. He's had a little bit of an off at the bus stop, and maybe he's just lost it. Take a little bit of a shortcut, probably maybe a little bit of a time cut there, and he won't lose too much time. But again, still on the lead lap. Who knows when we'll get another full course yellow, but hopefully he can get that out of his system, can settle in, and Rico can just settle in, get his stint going. Was he one of the new drivers to jump in the car? Just have a quick check.
Oh, we've had an issue in the hairpin, or the first horseshoe.
Oh, that is the LMP2 Rising Pan leader, and that is one of the GTP cars that's been up the front as well, coming together. Now that's the car that's in P3. That's HAC Racing, is it? Oh, it's in the Intend Racing. Oh, it's just looked to go on the inside of the LMP2 around the international hairpin. The LMP2's thought that he hasn't quite made it and just come back in, hasn't given enough space. It's a little bit of a tag. Both cars have had to spin around. Yeah, look, it's a fair look there, but probably not up far enough. He needs to be a little bit closer coming out of that turn 1 complex, getting through turn 2 and 3 to make that. And that just proves the level of the brakes on that Rising Panda Racing. Those guys have actually got that car really well set up. If they're getting that sort of advantage between turn 1 and 3 to the international hairpin, and the GTP's not necessarily getting under the brakes like most of the others will. So really interesting. Unfortunate for both the teams. That's given them a little bit of spin, lost a little bit of time. But again, just after a full course yellow, it's something they can just settle into. Is that... God, I think that's a netcode issue. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is a classic netcode issue. If you sit there and look like the engine just blew up, and that's what I saw. No, the car has disappeared, and hopefully they're not too far away. But yeah, no, Fisher Motorsport. It's a number 4 Fisher Motorsports car. Is that the car? No. That just disappeared. Anyway, they're all good. They should still be in the race as long as they haven't impacted another car. Ryan, what are you seeing so far?
Yeah, pretty much what I predicted after the restart. Some drivers having issues, and yeah, you were talking about the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car with let me quickly check. Colmeyer having issues on the restart. I think it could just be a case of just being a little bit nervous and just having to get into it, and maybe possibly just cold tyres as well. But you talk about staying on the lead lap as well. Even if you're further back in your class, maybe not at the front, but as long as you stay in the lead lap, and someone's had an issue. That was Stitsbury having issues there with no front end.
So.
Well, that's...
Oh, the 621, Ian Stitsbury at the wheel of the 621, and they've been flying. They've been having a great race. They were racing the leader for a long time in the last 5 hours of this race. They have had, this looks like some netcode issues, and now a major crash into the wall. That's unfortunate because they were a competitive team. They were fighting for a win.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure what happened there. If that was not sure. I wonder if that was a technical issue or just basically a driver mistake. Maybe it could be going back to what we were talking about, Peter. I wonder if that was just a bit of fatigue starting to kick in.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find it on my own feed and see if I can get a view and see if I can let you know what happened. But I'm not sure that I'm going to necessarily get it. No, all I can get is the back end of what you got, Nolan. It's the same case. It's a blink, 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 and next thing we know, it's into the wall on the exit of the bus stop. So I suspect it's netcode through the bus stop, and the netcode may have just thrown the car just wildly out of control, and probably nothing the guys can do. Ian Stitsbury he's got the car in pit lane now. Big repairs, jumped out of the car. And I guess they'll be back in the race when they can get back in the race. Ian, come and join us in the broadcast booth if you get a chance. Love to know what happened from your perspective, because you're probably the only person that saw it.
Absolutely, as I've got a battle for the lead in the GT Pro as well, between RPM Racing and North Sim Racing as well. Between I believe it's two Italian drivers. This battle's pretty much been close together since we got underway after the restart, and yeah, good to see plenty of battles going on as well throughout the field as well. As it looks like we've got a replay of Intense Sim Racing having an issue in turn 1 and just been spun around, and
that is the second time the Intense Sim Racing has tried to go up the inside of the slot class car, and I don't like to say it this way, the slot class car has turned down on them. But at the end of the day, you've got to make the overtake a safe overtake.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. This team's pretty much been in the wars throughout the race with regards to drive-throughs and penalties, and yeah, you can't just throw it up the inside and expect the car to jump out the way or do anything silly. And unfortunately, that team's pretty much you could say they've had a bit of karma given to them.
Well, it could be a bit of karma. Emil Otobasic has just jumped in the car recently, but that car has been pretty hot most of the race. It's been one of those cars that's been in the sort of top 3 to 4 cars most of the race, but recently it's just had this run of luck and it's dropping down. So that's going to have to change for that car to get back into contention to fight for the podium, and it's going to need another full course yellow to come back. And I think we're just going to have a settle on the driver, because I'll tell you what, if I'm the driver, I'm going to be pretty bad. We've been talking about such classy racing, but we're now starting to see what is to me the average sim racer's mistake of a car getting a little bit overlap and the car in front turning right down to the apex. And it's one of the things that's really hard to do in sim racing, because you don't necessarily have the awareness and you don't have the repair bill of your wallet if you do touch cars and spin. So it's one of those things I find happens more in sim racing than in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got a battle for 4th place as well, going on between Meyer Sim Speed Performance and Stop and Go Racing. And Meyer Sim Speed have been, from what I've seen anyway, they've been having a good race. Kind of at times flew under the radar, but that's not always a bad thing as well, because obviously, they've pretty much been going about doing their own thing, and if you're going under the radar, like I say, it's not a bad thing. It means sometimes you've been doing a good job and just going about the business. This battle for the lead in GT Pro as well is still going on, about half a second between both drivers and both teams. And I think if I was a second place North Sim Racing Porsche, I think if I can't get by, I would probably just sit behind and do a bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, we talked about this. Ryan, what you've missed is, I think for the last 6 hours, the GT Pro cars, you could throw a blanket over the front 6 cars, right? These guys are racing hot. They're all fast and they're all sticking on the same lap together. So the GT Pro cast is one that you just can't call. It's going to come down to ultimate strategy. And you're right. Do you need to be the car in front? When you're doing all the work, you're burning all the fuel, you can just sit comfortably, not wear your tyres out, use less fuel, make up time in the pit stops, strategize the hell out of everybody else. And that's how you're going to need to do to get the win in the GT Pro class tonight, because there's been no single driver that has stood out as somebody who's just superb compared to the rest.
Well, I thought it was going to be a move there in LMP2, and for 4th place, it looked like the rookie esports car being driven by Rebecca Rennie at the moment. I thought she was going to make a move there, but it looked like she might have just been caught out by the VRG Sport, the LMP2 in front of her, just breaking that maybe slightly a bit earlier.
Well, we've still got a whole lot of action. We've got the faster cars that are coming round and finding their way through the GT3 field that was compressed during the last full course yellow. As you know, with the way that these snakes and chains happen, It takes a few laps after the full course yellow for the cars to get mixed up again. You do get a 3 or 4 laps where you're just racing your own class, but what's happened is, we condense all of the classes together. We sort of split them up after we let them go green again, and then in about 4 or 5 laps time, you get groups of classes coming through groups of classes, and that's some of the hardest times to pick when you actually get a really good place to overtake if you're in a faster class.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing as well. If you're in a faster class, trying to get through GT traffic or LMP2 traffic, it's kind of you've got to be. As it looks like we've got a move going on for 4th place and Rookie Esports move up the inside into 4th place heading into turn 1. That was a good move by Rennie. It was a nice, precise, clean move.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of nice, precise, clean moves throughout this field for the last 6 hours. Really enjoyable racing. Quality field. Ryan, tell me about your weekend. Have you done any other Daytona 24 racing yourself?
I was thinking about taking part this weekend, but I just fancied the weekend off, and obviously Nolan got in contact with me with regards to being part of the commentary team for this for the VSCA Daytona 24, and I was only too happy to jump in and help out.
Yeah, fabulous. So for me, it's like a Daytona 38, and this is the back end of my Daytona 38. I've already done I did the Australasian Daytona 24 with my own US-based team, but yeah, got out of that, had a little bit of a rest early morning, and then jump on to commentate this race. So massive big Daytona weekend for me. I have the fortune that my wife has moved out for the weekend because she knew that she wouldn't get to see me for a whole weekend. I don't know if anybody else has had their significant others leave the house while they do a whole weekend of sim racing, or had to make special plans so they could do a whole weekend of sim racing, or whether you owe your significant others some significant response time after the race is over. Maybe you've got to take them out for dinner, for a champagne dinner or champagne breakfast, depending on what time it is and where you are in the world. But yeah, a long weekend for most of us sim racers. The biggest sim racing of the year, I think, is the Daytona 24. It's one of the events where the majority of us sim racers all get involved in an event one way, shape or other.
So yeah, so it's fair to say that you owe your wife some quality time after this is done.
About a week, I think. Alrighty, the action's hotting up through the field. We've got LMP2 cars trying to make their way through the GT3 field that has been compressed, been a little bit condensed at the bus stop recently. Yeah, here we go. We got faster cars with slower cars. Always a bit of fun, a little bit of headlight flashing. I'm not sure that does anything at this stage of the race. The headlight flashing is really just to let the other cars know that they're there. But I'll tell you what, iRacing's got some really good functions in terms of class color codes, relatives, and we also get the opportunity to have spotters to let each other know we're there. So flashing the lights, I think, can be antagonistic, can be a little bit of a warning. How do you see flashing the lights, Ryan?
From my experience of doing these multi-class races, I think it's nothing intentional or trying to intimidate you. It's more kind of just a flash, more of a flash to let you know that I'm coming up behind you, and just a bit of a warning in advance. But as this battle for 4th place in LMP2 is still going on, it looks like Rennie in that Rookie Esports car is just starting to maintain that gap, and maybe just build a bit of a gap slightly as well. But I think after Rennie got by, I think it was just a case of just trying to maintain that gap and keep the position. But obviously, on the other hand, that VRG Sport LMP2 could just be sitting behind and doing the usual way, fuel saving.
Yeah. Oh no, I just had a chance to see the replay, a Twitch replay. What happened to the 621 car, the FRS Sim Sports LMP2 that has been at the front of the field. Now, as we saw on our broadcast they seem to have a whole lot of netcode issues with the race server, and that's why the car looked to us to be blowing an engine onto the straight. But from the perspective of the actual twitch of the car, when you're in the car, you don't realise you've got that kind of netcode. They got a touch from the rear end as they came through turn 6, so that's on the entry to the oval. That touch caused them to spin it out. And then what happened was, as they were spinning out, and I dare say its netcode is playing a massive big part in this incident, a couple of other cars have come through naturally, probably not even seen them on their sim because of the netcode issue, and those cars that have come through have basically just flipped it upside down. And after 2 cars have hit it and a number of 360s, I'm glad the driver wasn't in VR, they have found themselves, their netcode has resolved itself, but they've found themselves sitting off the fence with 4 wheels off the car. Really, really unfortunate. A sign of sim racing, something going wrong that you really can't control sometimes, and out of the race. Really unlucky for the FRS Sim Sports team, and I doubt any other damage got picked up from the cars that contacted it under netcode, because there's no other incident points that come up, but certainly the first one came up. So really unfortunate there for the guys in that car, and I know they're just sitting in pit lane now repairing that. So shout out to you guys. That's a sad way to go out of this race. You guys were absolutely flying, and you're racing with Ryan Ware in the last few hours at the front of the LMP2 class. It was something spectacular to watch, and I'd love to see you guys back up in the race, fighting for where you really should be, guys.
Yeah, we've got a battle going on in GT Pro as well with the Fisher Motorsport and the DS Racing Esports team as well. When, at the moment, Jay Van Meppel for Fisher Motorsport is trying to hold on to that position, and it looked like it for a few seconds. It looked like Bruno Carrera, he was trying to make a move into turn 1, but I think he decided to back out of it as they've got LMP2 traffic starting to come through as well. And I think at the moment, I think Van Meppel doing a good job. He doesn't look, just watching the body language, he doesn't look to be too ragged and not overdriving. He's just kind of just doing his thing, and I think I don't think he'll be too bothered if he loses that position, because obviously he can just tuck in behind and use that slipstream, use the draft to do some fuel saving. But I have to say, Peter, considering we've got about probably just coming up for pretty much 6 hours remaining in this race, it's still really, really, really close in each class, and this is why I love these endurance races, because you might be out of it at one point, maybe 1 lap down, for example, but a full course coursing can just pretty much reset the race, and it gives you a lifeline.
So Ryan, what's your strategy right now? If you're in this race in any of the classes, what's your strategy if you're fighting, been up the front all the time and you're fighting for the lead, or you're maybe about mid-pack? What are you thinking if you're driving?
It's one of those situations that maybe, say for example, if I'm still on the lead lap, but I'm further back in the field. Say maybe I'm about 50 seconds behind or something. It's one of the. I keep telling myself not to panic or stress about it. Just keep doing my thing and basically just see what happens. Just take the rest as it comes, and if he can make up some positions for his strategy, just say for example go out of sequence. Or if a full course coursing comes out and it gives a chance to get back in the race, I think that's a good thing. But when it comes to the mindset, I just tell myself not to worry, just do my thing, and just whatever happens.
Yeah, What about if you're in the lead? Would that change your approach if you're leading or fighting for the lead right now? If you've been one of those cars that have been fighting for the lead, little over 6 hours to go, are you still ticking the laps off, just hoping you're going to be there, or are you thinking, hey, now's about the time I want to try and really build on my lead, put my foot down, and show these guys that we are the team that's going to take the trophy?
If I'm in the lead, I think again it's just that mindset, just kind of just see how it goes. But if it gets to say maybe the last 3 or 4 hours, that's when it's pretty much when it's pretty much say go time. That's when you start getting down to business. Just pretty much that. The way I look at it, that's when you start treating it as a sprint race. As it looks like one of the LMP2 cars has dived into the pits for a full service.
And the class. So that's the class leader for LMP2. That is that's the Rising Panda Racing. They've been strong all race. They're coming in. That looks to be a normal pit stop. So that's a 30-lap stint. They didn't pit during that full course yellow. So they've just come out and erased from the front, sticking to their own strategy, not using the full course yellow to change strategy up. You think that's a good call?
I think that is a good call. I think it's a good call, but I think obviously with the courses as well, you kind of they might have a plan in place in case of courses coming out. So maybe if you want to pit maybe a lap or two early, it kind of in a way it keeps you covered, and it means obviously you've got some like fuel in the tank as well. In case of a course, as it looks like an LP2 car or GT, was that an LP2 car getting a bit sideways heading onto the bank in there?
Oh, what car was that? Oh, we just lost it. The one ahead of this one we're on, Nolan. Oh, that car just come out of turn 6. It was sideways all the way through turn 6. Yeah, there it is. That's the 86 car of Berthel. That's Patrick Berthel in the 86 car. He has come through turn 6, lit up the rears, held on to it like a good old drift racer would hold on to it, and just driven away. What beautiful driving.
Yeah, but it's probably beautiful for us to watch, but probably not beautiful for him. That probably gave him a bit of a wake-up call.
I'll give you a wake-up call, heat the tyres up, make it a little bit of fun for the bus stop. Some things are good to happen to drivers, you gotta love the spirit.
Indeed, there's this battle for P3 and GT3, the GT Pro. Is still going on as well, and that Fisher Motorsport cars doing a good defensive job, and Van Meppelen's pretty much keeping a cool head under pressure, and up in the GTP class as well. We've got this battle for 5th place going on as well between Trading Paints Racing and DS Racing Esports, and here it comes, Peter, the inevitable GT traffic.
There it is. It's more traffic again. The race still has a little bit of condensation about it in terms of classes since that last safety car. We're on about the second cycle now through of the fast cars going through the GT3. So GT3s haven't necessarily opened up as far as they otherwise might when you get into a race that's sort of 2 to 3 hours long. And again, that's been and I've said this a number of times while I've been in this commentary booth, that the pro class of the GT3s has been exceptional. That there is only about 20 seconds between the first 5 cars in the GT3 Pro class. So that's incredible racing, and that's a number of laps after a full course yellow. So these guys are sticking with each other. They are racing tightly, they are racing well, and they are racing consistently.
Absolutely, as they head onto the banking now, and they go by a GT car with no front end. But this is pretty much one hand as well, Peter. When it comes to the GT traffic, when you're going by them and another car's behind you, you can kind of duck down quickly in front of the GT car to try and break that slipstream. But as they head into turn 1, they actually looking back as well, the battle in the GTP is still going on with both teams heading into turn 1, and I think again more GT traffic as they try and get round the it looks like one of the Fisher Motorsport GT cars on the exit of turn 1, and the Fisher Motorsport car doesn't do anything silly, sticks to the line, and that's the thing as well, Peter. The advice of the multi-class racing, if you're in a GT car, they always say stick to your line and not do anything too unpredictable, like move off line at the last second, which can cause a bit of an issue, and even worse, it can cause a big accident.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, slower in all multi-class racing. What do they say? Slower class cars, you just do your racing line and stay consistent, so we know where to overtake. Faster class cars, the onus is on you to make a safe overtake. So they are the classic case, and it doesn't matter whether it's GTP, GT3, GT4, or as we see in some of our other iRacing series, you get you get cars as slow as the MX-5 or the Toyota GR86 out there. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do very shortly is we're about to do a bit of a stream slot. So those of you watching part 3 of our VSCA Sports Car Championship, we are about to end part 3, switch over to part 4 and take you through the last 6 hours to the end of the race. When we come back into part 4, we'll start off with a sum up of the race, where everybody is in the race positions. Let's get you all back into the race spirit and let's get into the last 6 hours of this race, see who's got the drivers to take the silverware.